because they have the wards first, if Live to Win do try and react and get their own vision out, it most likely will be seen. So yeah, just great play from Limp and Hanskin, both just punishing the aggression that they want to provide.
Indeed, the mid lane goggles have been placed.
Yes, for sure.
Only keeping an eye open on that. However, CS department. Well, this is looking like the start of our series here, as Alliance closing up on that triple CS lead for themselves. Lesh and Sven are slightly behind. Lesh also dying twice is a good start for Alliance here.
Yeah, Limp actually, I think more importantly, you asked me the question earlier, but we didn't get around to answering it. It was the idea of what items will Razor want to buy. And as you see from his quick buy, he's going for a Blade Mail. Like, he's realized, like, well, the only way he dies is Leshrac on top of him. So if he gets the Blade Mail, he can become this, like, tanky unit, and suddenly Lifestealer can't kill him because of the static link. Leshrac can't kill him because of the Blade Mail threat. So soon, Limp could easily become this unkillable hero. You pair it with the Omni Knight as well. This is going to be soon a raid boss leaving the laning phase.
Limp and Hanskin are not feeling afraid at all. That ward has spotted Afterlife and Immersion moving in as Limp is taking the battle straight to the Leshrac. Here comes S4, beautiful spear! And FN is killed for the third time in 8 minutes. Limp chasing for more. Suneko not gonna be lucky, and that is a killing spree. A start for a spree for this Razor and Limp.
Oh, and he gets the jelly. Oh, Limp is having an absolute field day in mid. Oh, and that's a strong tip.
And the tip.
He doesn't tip. You know what? He doesn't tip the kill. He waits to get the jelly, consumes the jelly, and goes, my farm is on point. You're dead 3 times. Then he hits a tip. So, to me, that was like top 5 series tip. Like, it's not like a premium tip like we've seen earlier, but like it's up there. Like, their Alliance are improving. Yeah, for sure. They are improving their tips for sure of the series.
It's so important, like, we're thinking about all these things, because they're really crucial parts of what these players are feeling.
No, they're not. We're chatting so much shit right now.
Yeah, we do, exactly.
Players, all right. Okay, if this was like a couple years ago, right, I'd respect that. But right now, today, modern day, players are so well, you know, they're used to the tips. They're used to seeing it. You know, they can't mute it. They've had to learn, adapt, overcome. So yeah, they brush it off quite quickly. You'd hope.
It's a mechanic, so to say. It doesn't really apply mental damage in the same way we might have thought it might have done a few years ago. But we're already used to it. However, 4 kills for Alliance, 0 for Live to Win. Lifestealer leading net worth for now, but for how long? When are they going to start pressuring this Lifestealer? Do they pressure this Lifestealer at all? It feels like Dream has been having a lot of free time in all of these early games.
Well, the pressure comes from when the team fights start developing from the side of Alliance. When the arena comes in, the Raze is able to connect that static link onto the Lifestealer, then you can mitigate him. But until then, it's kind of hard. Like, I'd like to see, maybe Limp's rotating down. He waits for the rune. I'd like to see the Razor push out his mid wave, apply some pressure to the safe lane, and start forcing the Lifestealer and Leshrac to the same part of the map, into that jungle area.
Yeah. Limp is being bullied in mid. Can't go for the action rune. Sven picks up the end of it, but only takes it to the backing situation. And there's not really that many stacks on Alliance's side because of the change in their carry hero. Change in their carry hero pool. So they have a double stack on the triangle, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's the key identifier, right? You have Nico Baby playing the troll. He's not buying a Battle Fury because he knows he just needs to be able to fight BKB to finish it up. And that's when they're going to look to hit their big timing, maybe get that Aegis. And Aegis will be that cushioning factor where they can try and at least get their first racks. But for now, yeah, I love the fact we're not seeing a Battle Fury and troll. And that's, like you mentioned, they're not going for the stacks because they're scared that potentially his offlane Sven could come in and invade and steal them.
And Mars is coming in to contest this push from FN. Nico Baby and FNG walk into the hands of FN. He walks out of the arena though, so a bit off target by S4. Lesh will live. However, in mid, there's another battle almost rolling off here. As the Limp actually gets to walk out with the Penitent still on him. They get to hold their tier 1 tower. 240 HP though, so Alliance might just make another move on this mid tier 1 tower.
Yeah, FN's very lucky in the top lane not to get a 4th death to his name. Like, the rotations he's making, he's really trying to force it, but it's so hard. Now they automatically smoke up. There's no arena available for Alliance, one of the key spells for the early defense, and now that's down, they are going to look for a fight. They have a lot of explosive damage now. You know, the stun, like they have triple stun, right? Like, whoever they find, they're going to get comboed down.
Oh, they're going to have to go in right away. And the vision comes out, but the spear is going to be enough for S4. By the time they cross the high ground, Lesh is on the top side. FN's too late for this.
Bit late, yeah.
and S4 will be fine. This again, the decision making, I feel like, Live to Win, realizing there's still smoke, but they're on the low ground, sitting still, and crossing the high ground took a bit too long, and by the time it broke, Mars is like, they're still crossing, he gets the spear off, he halts the Sven approach completely.
Yeah, they really needed to find... Like, they had to be all three ready, stun, 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 burst, and get out. But, of course, when they only had 2 stuns, and S4 great reactions to instantly get the spear off as well, like, it completely prevented Live to Win to have a little bit of confidence there. But now the reaction is smooth.
Yep, and also they get the tower, and they might even get to defend this mid tower. The glyph comes out, Immersion used his TP. Sven, Lifestealer, Chen, nobody coming in yet. Alliance holding back, and look at the patience. Look at the patience in the river. Hanskin, S4, FNG. No blink on the Mars. They need to find a catch. They will find the tower first, undefended by Live to Win. Still moving deeper. Centaur available as well. Immersion, he's thinking about it.
They see the mango tree.
He might just get caught here. There we go. The arena comes out. The spear connection onto Lina as well. And FNG and Limp will be there. But Lina's still surviving. LSA stun onto S4. Hadouken comes out with the stun from the Stormhammer. But Alliance are not losing any heroes. And neither is the Lina killed. And that is another arena for no kills for Alliance. FN gets to clear out the Chen army.
Kind of showcasing there one of the weaknesses in their draft, which is the lack of easy stun that they have. They mentioned it on the panel, the idea of Live to Win. They have, Sven stun, they have LSA, sorry, and then they also have Spit Earth. But all 3 of these stuns, they're not easy to hit, they're not clean. Of course, Sven stun technically is, but it's the idea that for Alliance, when they make a rotation or an engagement that doesn't go too well, they can easily just run away, right? Like, there's not this big team fight spell that's going to lock them into the engagement and punish any over-aggression. And on top of that, you have this Omni Knight factor. Like, it just even amplifies his impact. Before Sven has level 15, no one, like Razor or Troll, there's no way these guys are going to get locked down for too long.
You see, FN's got that Yules ready, and because Lesh has opted to go for Yules, Lina's going for Aether Lens. So we get that support hero with extra cast range for the stun, and Lesh already has one way to set up. But as said, those setups ain't very easy, and especially if Alliance start to approach BKB timers, which are very potential for their heroes, things get a whole lot more complicated. Alliance going full aggression in top, securing the tier 1 tower for themselves by the looks of it. They're still here as 4. The only one who isn't here is Troll, and Troll is farming those double stacks. Cleared out the Ancients, having at the time of his life, just farming out while the rest of his team is making space.
Yeah, Alliance just identified the fact that Leshrac is in recovery mode. Dream might look for an engagement here with some maybe open wounds play to force out TPs, but again, it's such a reach, right? When the start of your team fight is described as Lifestealer runs in with open wounds, sounds pretty naff. So yeah, Live to Win, they're struggling right now with actually how to deal with the pressure that Alliance can apply. First static link onto Lifestealer of the game.
Pretty careful here. The slow comes out this time. A beautiful connection. S4. He missed twice, but he will not miss a third time. Meanwhile, on top, Limp is being chased up by Dream. Open wounds has been used, and he can't get to this Razor. He's got his ulti on. He's got 92 static link damage. What you gonna do about him? Just wonder.
As FN died bottom, the Razor just linked up the Lifestealer, and then Lifestealer's like, I forgot that. I do literally nothing. The rune is yours, and he just kind of ran away.
And they also have, well, if I look correct, yeah, they have, the Razor has 1 movement speed less than the other.
Can we get a buff, please? 7.28. We need to buff this, please. It's actually broken, thanks.
Well, closing up on the BKB, 600 gold away from the hammer.
And we didn't factor in the phase boots from the Lifestealer. It's actually broken. The phase
broken,
boots.
Yeah. That's also Razor opting to go for power treads.
Exactly. He's looking to be tanky. He's looking to be in the fight, exist for as long as possible. Make sure that static link has full effect. You see that with the Blade Mail for the Leshrac, the BKB as well to deal with the early magic damage. Limp's job, like in that previous game, he was the Mirana for the egg. In this game, he is the Razor for the Lifestealer. He is just hard countering a core component of Live to Win's lineup.
But in that case, shouldn't you still kind of go for face boots on Razor for the static link?
It's two arguments, right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
No, because like, the idea is,
yes,
it's a massive difference in the idea of treads. You're tankier from the magic damage. You have more HP. Also, you can technically farm more efficiently with the whole tread switching. And then phase boots is if there's a lot of physical damage. Right now, he's not dying to that. He's dying to the magic damage, and that's why he went for Shreds.
Oh, Onskin in trouble. Look at the damage. Instantly broken. And also Immersion pinned onto the wall. Limp will show up. The LSA stun from Immersion. Dream is coming in as well. Afterlife is looking for an opportunity to throw in a stun. 3 more seconds. Taking down the Rubik. They're able to secure Immersion. And that is a rough spot for S4 because he can throw his ulti. And then it's kind of a then what moment.
Yeah. And Alliance, they're just kind of buying their time, right? Like, Nika Baby, he's not really been in the game. He has SMY. He's got 9.5k net worth. When he has Basher, he'll probably look to be really active. And I think we just saw a key thing there in that engagement. The idea... Oh, Azalina will fall. Unfortunate Immersion. Goodbye. You saw how Lifestealer, when he activates Phase Boots with the Warcry from the Sven, he can easily disconnect from the Razor. And Razor, once she gets to BKB, that's when you'll be able to get away from those stuns and try and keep on top of him. But Lifestealer, he will move very quickly in these fights. And if he can quickly break that static link, suddenly you don't have that hard counter in play. We might see Live to Win to take the fight, but Alliance, they're straight into Roshan, pummeling it down. Live to Win just not fight ready. Yeah, they're just not ready to take an engagement. Lifestealer, he needs like AC +1 item. This supports, offlane Sven, wow. He has a Vessel, that's it. Like, he's not providing the damage. And Leshrac, such a horrendous start to the game, dying 4 times now. He needs something. He's going for a Kaya Sanj. I never thought I'd say that whilst casting a game before, but he's just trying to buy some type of cheap item to survive because Live to Win, if they continue like they are, dodging every fight, then eventually they're going to get, just out-farmed on the map and they're going to miss their key timing.
Also, I mean, this is kind of a moment where you like and dislike. So we're talking about Vessel on Sven. I like this. I like it because it's a long-term solution for like the later parts of the game where that Vessel really kicks in. But like you said, right now it doesn't really provide damage, and well, Sven's damage output at the early game is not exactly the best anyway. So
it's not even the damage component; it's the idea of what you're bringing to the fight. And when you're against an Omni Knight, the Razor soon BKB, Troll has Aegis. Like, this Vessel is so easily removed on the side of Alliance, and even like with the Battle Trance, you can remove it as well. Like, it just feels like not too optimal, especially when we spoke about how amazing Glimmer Cape is. Like, this offlane Sven, imagine he went for his build when he first played offlane Sven, like a Glimmer 4-staff type play. Get additional disconnects into your draft, some more kite. It sounds really clowny because I'm talking about a Sven here, but I feel like this Vessel might just feel like a weird item. But also, positives from it, you can prevent the Mars from blinking into the engagement. You might be able to bait out a Heavenly Grace if you Vessel the target and suddenly Omni's wasting that spell. It could open up some cool plays, but...
TP's out, and Sven is taking a very dangerous detour, but it pays off for him. He takes the different side Alliance is approaching from, so Sven gets to cross the entire map to safety, and oh, look at that. I might have stumbled upon a bounty rune, which is completely uncontested. There's a Huntskin TPing away with that Riverside bounty, and 3 go in the hands of Alliance, and a DD rune for Nico Baby. So Aegis,
this is
DD,
so scary.
Basher. Scary things ahead for Live to Win if they get caught here, and they're heading straight towards Soneko, Immersion, and Dream. Coming from the low ground, 540 movement speed, and approaches straight into the hands of Soneko. That's going to be a quick kill. S4 finding the Lina as well, and Live to Win supports. Taken down one by one, both of them falling here. Afterlife gets to push that bottom tier 1 tower down at least, but Alliance, they can find a tier 2
Constellation.
Something. Not completely empty-handed.
And Alliance, they could easily pressure the high ground here. They have the Aegis, they have the Basher on Nico Baby, BKB on Limp. They've got nothing to be afraid of. Lifestealer is just about to complete the AC. Leshrac has not... Yeah, Live to Win just aren't tanky right now. They don't do any damage and they don't have any ability to even take a team fight. They're actually in such a dire position. And Alliance, they identify this. They're just ignoring Live to Win. They just don't care what they're throwing at them.
Ben has a blink available, but what do you do? What do you do with it? AC is completed.
Limp, the best way to fight here, like, they need to kite out this troll. They need the troll to ultimate and then drag him deep into the tier 4s and hope that he has bad positioning.
Have the infested creep at least, so the Lifestealer manages to walk out. He's lost 52 of his damage. The Alpha Wolf is also dead, so that's also a portion of damage gone. Limp trying to bait out some kind of reaction from Live to Win there. LSA stun misses again. The melee racks are already down on Nico Baby. He's having the time of his life right now. He doesn't care. He doesn't give two damns about what Live to Win is going to do right now. And he's just bashing up this Life Stealer, slowly chipping him down as well, but doesn't quite get the kill to go through. Nico Baby still hitting that range racks, and in a moment it will fall as well. Mid racks gone. Alliance secure the first lane. Maybe even onto more, because they are feeling it. 1 minute for the Aegis to expire. A second smoke from Live to Win instantly pops Immersion on Soneko, so they don't have any kind of advantage to surprise them right now. They're trying to find an opening. They're trying to find an entry. They're going to go on limp on the sidelines, and FNG's there. S4, he's reading the moves as well, and FN is falling. Leshrac is down with a buyback coming in instantly, and Nico Baby, those arena hits while they're soaking up all of the right clicks from Immersion right now. Nico Baby's going deep and going straight onto the hands of this Life Stealer. Dream in trouble. Dream is falling down as well, and he will fall. And Nico Baby will look for FN as well. FN dead dieback on this Leshrac, and Alliance GG! 22 minutes! Just like that, Live to Win their spine cracks, and Alliance will win Division 2. What an ending.
You know, a great story for Alliance, especially after Division 1 performance. Like, the idea
overall
is, like, for sure. But, like, for me, it's the fact that, you know, Alliance, they had a really troubled Division 1 stage. They get dropped down to Division 2. Of course, they're playing up against like these weaker teams, but they do show that they have the ability to bounce back and just sort themselves out. And this final game, I think it is such a key thing that when Limp, he has a good game and he's the one kind of dictating like the key moves on the map. Alliance look like a very scary team. You know, we saw the Razor in this game, and Alliance just dominated. But you have to question Live to Win a little bit here, where going into Game 4, they knew Alliance took second pick. Coming into Game 5, Live to Win, they had priority in the draft. They knew how Alliance was drafting, and the idea of this last pick they were utilizing so well. And Live to Win, they didn't. They gave Alliance second pick again. And now in the fifth game, this last pick value just dominates the final two games for Alliance. And yeah, it's props to Live to Win to get in here. But again, Alliance, they just had that. They were ruthless in these last two games.
Like, even if that last moment there felt like you're kind of catching on to it, it was a very one-sided performance from Alliance. But overall, in general, the entire series, the lower bracket finals going into Game 5, winning that there, and coming here, being in a 2-1 deficit, almost a map away from being eliminated, but coming in second, not winning the tournament, getting the tie-up, winning the last one in fashion, in complete dominance. Even if it looks like it's a stomp, it's a beautiful ending for Alliance and definitely a deserved victory from them. But that also, Tikov, means that our run here at Division 2 is coming to an end. We're going to be seeing a lot of you here today with Division 1, which is coming right after this one. But until then, thank you from my behalf. Do you have any last words, T, from the casting booth until we see you in the panel again?
Alliance is back?
Who knows what's going to happen. But thank you from my behalf. Thank you from T's behalf. We'll go to the panel and hear their thoughts and also the interview.
You have one sentence and that's what you go with. This is, I don't know. I mean, all right. It is Alliance that win the best of 5, though. They win the championship here for Division 2 Epic League. Well-deserved victory. 22-minute victory in that fifth game. Here to break it down here with Lizard and Lacoste. Guys, that game played out. I mean, I feel like we finally saw the Alliance that we expected to see throughout the entire series. Am I right?
Yeah, this was much better. Yeah, what a way to close out the series. I think the draft was on point. This last pick on the mid lane, Razor, which we usually don't see. It's not so much about the hero. It's about like how they played the draft, where you see rotations coming out from Rubik making these 2 early kills on Leshrac, completely shutting him down. They understand, like, they have an off-lane Sven. Like, this is the hero that does not want to take early fights. You have a Life Stealer, also a hero that doesn't do that much. And if we shut down Leshrac, this is the key to our victory. We're gonna, kill the tier 1 tower much easily. So they go with the first siege unit, go for that tower, and everything from that was really on point. In the end, like, if you look at the score, 1 kill for Live to Win. It's kind of what happened there?
It's kind of a double win on that mid lane. Not only are you activating your strongest hero, no offense, Nico Baby, but Razor, this was his show because he has so much to do in this game. You're activating him, you're also pressuring and completely negating Leshrac and what he wants to do in the game. And that's usually you want to be strong enough as Lash to be able to pressure the map, to go from one tower to another, to take these objectives. Very well read by Alliance. Also, I don't understand the Sven's build overall in this last game. Not only the item build that they mentioned, but the skill build. I think they really needed that Warcry a little bit earlier on, not maxed out Cleave.
He went for the same build in the game that he played the offlane Sven as well, like just getting more points
Vessel?
and stun. No. I mean about the skill build. Like he was just maxing out the Warcry a bit later. You still want to get the Cleave. You need to have at least 2-3 points in stun to be viable, especially if you're paired up with another stun. So
Stun, yes, but Cleave with a Lifestealer versus a Razor, I think that's game losing. With the phase boost, I think you can run away from the Razor in this last game.
And if the
Maybe
game
that
was
could have given him an
different, if
edge.
he did not have farm, you would say, he should have maxed out the Cleave.
It's possible, but maybe they would have won. It's
Yeah,
hard. I think it really broke down on the mid lane though in the end.
This game was, I think, a lot faster than Live to Win was expecting, because we've seen them before in this situation where, it doesn't go too well in the lanes, or, the lanes are uneventful. We've had that in this series as well. But then, you get to play your late game. I kind of don't feel like they got to play their drafts in this particular game, which, I mean, that's all credit to Alliance, of course, for making them able to do that. Or not able to do that in this case.
Yep. Just really, really good rotations. Like Lacoste already called them. Those mid lane rotations to shut down the Leshrac weren't really followed properly by Immersion. And I've been there, I've seen that before. You show up a little bit too late and you aren't able to actually make a difference. I think the supports on the side of Live to Win, overall, they played well throughout the series. But this last game, they might have let down the Leshrac a little bit.
Yeah, they might have indeed. And I believe we have just been joined by none other than Nico Baby once again. Nico Baby, congratulations on the victory. Best of 5 once again.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a couple questions. My first one is regarding the fourth game. I'm very curious, like who called for the Mirana in that game, the last pick Mirana for Limp? Who was the one that was asking for that hero? Was it Limp himself? Did S4 like, you're gonna play this?
I don't remember anymore. I have no idea. I wasn't listening at that moment.
Fair enough.
I mean,
Do
just
you
for the last pick in the team when it's Limp's hero, like he was not playing Mirana, he was not playing Razor, he was not playing Invoker for a very long time, but these are the 3 heroes that he played in the last 2 days. So does he say, like, give me that, or is it just, captain saying, you're going to play this no matter what, it's a good matchup?
Yeah, he mentioned all these heroes, but like he actually plays them a lot in pubs and he owns every game. It's just an officials. We didn't really put it in practice, I think.
And by the way, how come you're doing an interview again? Like, we were interviewing you yesterday, if I remember.
Yeah, they forced me.
They forced you? Okay.
Yeah, they forced me.
Because yesterday I believe was it your first interview, and then sometimes teams are like doing it the one who hasn't done it the longest. That's the person that has to.
Is it maybe seniority? We had Limp before as well. Is that how it goes?
No, they were like, we're always doing interviews for you, now it's your turn, and you cannot back off. You have no choice anymore.
Wow.
What was your favorite game in this series?
Oh, the last one, because I finally stopped throwing games, I think. So.
I feel like you're a player that's pretty harsh on yourself. Just if you're saying that that's the one that you stopped throwing, I think that it was your problem in the games before that.
No.
So what?
But the draw game, for example, I throw it on my own. Like I had Aegis, we can just go high ground, then I'm doing some super shit on top lane. And then I die twice and we lose the momentum. So
we might have mentioned that on the panel.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah,
we're just being realistic.
But I'm very curious because you are very critical of yourself, which you should be as a pro. But I'm curious about your run throughout the entire tournament. How do you feel about your performance? I mean, other than this final game just being your best one, how do you feel like the progression of you and your squad?
It's hard to tell because we're playing Division 2. Like in Division 1, I felt like I'm improving way more because every team kind of puts you on the spot if you make a misplay, where in Division 2 your mistakes are not so heavily punished. So it's a bit hard to give a good judge on that about Division 2 right now.
Yeah, is this gonna be like a confidence boost for you guys now that you have to play in Dota Pit in the next couple of days? Like you're gonna play against, let's call them a Division 1 teams.
Yeah, for sure. We feel like we're finally back to where we should be. Like we had a really bad tournament before that, but now it's all good. And I hope we're gonna perform again.
And
I hope to
what
so
are the
too.
plans now? Yeah, what are the plans now? Are you going to rest a little bit? Do you already have some scheduled scrims? I know, like around 15 December, teams stop screaming a little bit, right?
There's Dota Pit in 2 days, Lizard.
Yeah, almost nobody plays scrims. It's hard to find scrims right now. But we have Dota Pit in 2 days, so it's like 1 day break tomorrow, and we play on 15 or something. I'm not sure.
That's what, 4 days, right? And then some vacation or.
Oh yeah. After that, I think it's time to finally chill a bit. Go into
Well
the mountains or
deserved
something.
as well.
Yeah.
It's been quite the season already, and then I guess you guys are going to boot camp again before the DPC starts.
Yeah, at the start of January, I believe we're all going to boot camp, including FNG this time.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Finally together.
Let me ask some insight because we have another finals coming up here, and I would really like your insight on OG versus VP because it's obviously a very new team versus a more established team, but both looking good. What are you thinking?
Well, FNG, I think VP is the most hungry team from what I've seen. Like they spam their heroes. They don't care to play the same heroes, to play the same strategies. They just want to win. So like that's probably an edge on OG in the final. But OG on the other hand, they have like a big versatile hero pool, and they're OG. So it's hard to predict what's gonna happen.
One more
Fair
question before we let you go. Like, are you planning on getting any new tattoos, like any new heroes that you want to put on your body?
I mean, I'm already getting a lot on my chest right now.
Okay.
It's not.
Are
You're gonna reveal anything, or we're gonna
Yeah,
see
are you
it?
sharing?
Yeah, in my Instagram maybe you guys can come and check it.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Will
All
do.
right.
Yeah.
We'll definitely do. Congratulations once again, Nico, baby. That was a fantastic grand finals there. And we will definitely see a lot more and hear a lot more from you in the future, especially if your team keeps throwing you under the bus for interviews. Love it.
Yeah, true. Thank you guys, and see ya.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's one way, to get some followers on Instagram. Like, check out my Instagram. Like, maybe if he does more interviews, he's gonna have more followers. So
And, well, he did say he was getting them on his chest. So, a little bit of nudity thrown in there too. Sort of.
Yeah, a lot of hands ups in the chat right now.
Gaffa prides.
Definitely.
All right, so we are already past starting time of OG versus VP, so we're gonna make it very brief. Any final words on this grand finals on Division 2? Lizard, Lacoste, Lizard first.
Oh, it just was fun. Last night, 5 games from Alliance. Today as well, 5 games from Alliance. I think they've improved overall. I'm looking forward to actually watching them in the Tier 1 scene. Again.
yeah, happy for Alliance. I hope they manage to bounce back in the Dota Pit because I feel like they still, deserve to play with the big names. And for Liv to win, some solid performance. Hope the guys stick together because they have, I'd say, a bright future. And always happy to see like newer CIS teams being formed and upsetting things.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering they've only been together for like a month and a half, this was brilliant. Speaking of new CIS teams, we got another one for you. It is indeed Virtus Pro, who will go up against OG in our Division 1 Grand Finals, and it's going to come up right after this break.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
From one grand finals to the other, Division 1 best of 5, and now we have OG and VP in the seats. I've also switched up my panel only a little bit. Lacoste still with us, T-Governor here with us as well. Guys, this is going to be an absolute blast. From what I've been told, we are supposed to expect fireworks.
It's going to be amazing because I think VP, every single team has basically said that this is the team to look out for throughout the entire tournament. They've said that in scrims they've been dominating, in the games they've been dominating. Like every single person that we've mentioned, no team has said anything bad against VP.
Ooh,
no G.
Apart from Seb yesterday. I want to point that out.
Wasn't he not respectful though? I swear he was like,
Yes.
like he was like, these are going to be a great opponent. We respect them greatly.
But we also found their weakness.
But you have to
So-
say that to like give your fans confidence, because if they respect him so heavily, they're like,
Yeah. If Virtus.pro is listening to that interview,
Yeah.
they're like, oh shit, they
Oh,
got us.
weakness.
Like, we need to change
Yeah.
things. And then they
Exactly.
completely shift over to
Yeah.
what they knew, how they dominated throughout this tournament, and everything falls apart 3-0 for OG. Maybe that's the Seb's play.
Mhm. Can I pause the chat about this tournament for 1 second? We're at the English panel. We don't have any theme for the Western stuff. So this morning I did some arts and crafts, and I tried to make something. So I tried making a cowboy hat out of felt.
What?
but
No, you didn't.
I did.
That
Look,
is
it's
made?
custom made. Yeah, look, it's how it felt with some
Dude,
straw.
that looks well
look,
good.
Look at that. But the issue is, I completely forgot that I wear a headset, so it doesn't really fit
Oh.
on my head, does it?
I love it.
But
It's
I'm just-
also, do you intentionally try to color coordinate with the bow tie?
I did, yes. This was all a plan all along. So this is going to be my outfit. Obviously, we don't have the production like Russian stream has.
Because tell me you're impressed as well.
I am. I'm just out of words because this man, he does preparation. The best thing I have to fit the cowboy theme are these guns. This is it.
Ooh, look at the gun show. Damn, smoking. Now we got a draft.
All right. Let's talk Dota some more. I love the hat. I love the effort. You can't move anymore now,
No, I
otherwise your
can't.
hat's gonna fall off. We have
Oh,
first pick,
yes.
Morphling coming out for OG. We have IO, Omni Knight banned, Void Slaughter banned. And OG aren't they like? They are 86% with Morph actually, not entirely unbeaten.
Oh, and
All right,
yes.
this is their
What a
combo.
great-
This
Oh,
is a
that's
nasty
bad.
combination from OG.
Why is it nasty
Ooh.
though, Lacoste? Give us the reason.
Why is it nasty?
Why is it
Because
nasty?
Morphling turns into Earth Spirit. Period.
Done.
Yes.
Stuns
They
and stuns
finally
and
found a
stuns.
way.
Yep.
To have both Saxa and Topson player spirit. Easy. Right, so we have seen this yesterday, and I'm sure Virtus.pro saw this yesterday as well. So this is gonna, like, the answer in the end for that was ban out Morph, right? And
This is-
intentionally VP doesn't.
It's a best of five, right? The first two games, you can start it off slow. You can try and give away some strategies, and I think if you're OG, that confidence of okay, we know the weakness of VP. For VP as well, that predictability of if we allow that morphling through, hats falling off, then suddenly that pit's going to come in. It simplifies your draft. It might be amazing. It might be one of the best OG strategies, but at least if you know it's coming, your prep is going to have full efficiency. They take the Lena, they have a Sven, they have explosive damage now for the Morphling. If he overcommits, you have that stun, you have that blow up. So VP has an okay answer, but such a scary
They
combo.
have the answer, but I like the opening from OG. They go with something they've done before. They won with it, and pretty sure, Virtus.pro expecting them to pick it since they did not ban it out. And now for OG, I think they're in a better situation. If they win game number 1, you kind of need to ban it out in the second game. I don't think you're gonna let this go through. So I'm kind of liking these prepared stuff that teams have because we only have 2 bans in the first phase, so you need to be very careful how you're going to use them.
Wasn't the game that we saw yesterday? Wasn't it very fast as well coming from OG? Like should VP prepare extra for a high tempo game?
Yeah, for sure. I think if you have to try and describe both teams, VP, they're patient, they're methodical, they're always in position for these early rotations. OG, they're ruthless. The exit laning phase, they're trying to be in your face. Sometimes they have mid one farming behind, sometimes mid one's leading the engagement. That's really hard to wear. But yeah, it's really amazing stuff. I just love the fact that we have these two teams in the final. Any other final I think would be a little bit less, but the creativity, just the raw skill, it's going to be
Yeah, I feel like these are the best teams that showed the best Dota so far in this tournament. Like a unique way of approaching games. Like they have their own way of executing strategies, and there's a reason why they are here. So, like compared to Division 2 Best of 5 that we just saw, it's not gonna be as many mistakes as those teams are making. So, expecting to see some crisp Dota, clean.
High expectations.
Fast forward 10 minutes. What are they doing? Why are they? What is this?
Score is 0-1.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
all
yeah,
tier
yeah.
1 towers standing and
we
we're just
do it.
hitting the ancients.
Because that's the risk, right? If it is cleaner Dota, less mistakes also means potentially more one-sided games. If
Sure,
one team
but
is stronger than the other.
you have OG. If they're losing, like OG is the type of a team that goes in, loses 4 heroes, doesn't kill anyone, resets, and goes again. So we're gonna see some action.
5 seconds remaining.
All right. Action with the sisters, the CM Lena Sven. That is guys, I've seen Sven fail too many times this weekend. I'm just not impressed with this. Like this feels like people have tried this. Why do you still do it?
Because like at the start of the tournament and the middle portion, Sven, he was rising in popularity, and then teams have more time to think about it. What is the counter? Why are we going against Sven? Like, are we offering it up? And then like OG's answer that they've not often gone for, it's either like it's Enigma. It's a key component in most of their drafts, honestly. And
Yeah, they need to
You
start
see
thinking
these
about
support
BKB, piercing ability,
exactly.
Sortie, Gov,
No,
who's
no,
in the
please.
pool.
Yeah, take it.
Beastmaster still available for Virtus Pro. Or okay, they're not gonna go for it.
They go for a
I mean, if Sven gets farm, if like Enigma decides to go for a Guardian Grease, then into a Blink Dagger, you still have time to farm Abyssal Blade. I don't think you can get BKB piercing ability coming out from the mid lane. They're not that type of team that's gonna pick like Vengeful Spirit mid.
5 seconds
As
remaining.
that's something that OG does, but there's always going to be that threat if you don't have anything to cancel the BKB black hole.
I think the key thing here, though, is Virtus Pro. We mentioned the idea of what's the black hole. Their answer to it is their early fight, that cheap damage they have across all their heroes. They're going to be able to push out waves quickly. They're going to be able to collapse on the map and apply pressure. The Morphling Earth Spirit combo, Morphling, he needs the levels, he needs the time. Enigma, he's all about, that big show-stopping black hole at the mid portion of the game. He could go Greaves, then Blink, but like early on, VP, they're the dominant force right now. They have the ability to decide where they're moving on the map and the fights they want to take. Sure, they can't do Roshan, but they're still going to be able to make OG react early on.
You said Morphling, he needs time, he needs levels. That's the reason why they put it on a mid lane. Like he's
That's true.
the guy that buys the time, that goes in. It's very hard to actually burst him. And another Clinks. This is the hero that's popular in China. Didn't get to see too many China games, but I heard people talking about it. I checked like the teams they're picking. They really love this hero, and this is something that OG ran. Also now with the Enigma pick, like you
10
have
seconds remaining.
given Earth Spirit opportunity to go on a mid lane, try to get some kills, possibly on the top lane. So looking really good for OG, I would say.
Yeah, we had Seb yesterday. He was actually not willing to talk about the Clinks. So there's something there that I think we're gonna see a lot more of this hero.
I think if you had to theory craft the reason of the Clinks v Sven, because that's when they're picking it, right? It's the idea that Clinks, he naturally can become quite a tankier hero. He has that elusive nature with his skeleton walk, but also he's like the support slayer. He can dictate a lot of this early pressure, invade that early jungle once he gets to that one item. So it could easily be the idea that he can play up against a Sven if there is no detection in the game, but then also the early portion of the game, he can really just play around his other cores in the game, just get the ball rolling. So yeah, I don't mind the idea behind it. And again, it could easily be the counter that we see.
So what is the counter to Clinks?
Detection, playing as a team, don't let the pesky lad run around your map.
And in the next patch, we have a hero that blocks enemy from buying detection. Like you can't buy sentries, you can't buy dust. That's his ultimate. It's 70-second duration.
Cooldown like 30 seconds.
3 minutes cooldown, I would say.
200
What's his name? T-Gun,
How long
go.
does it last?
Prick, that's what his name is.
It lasts 70 seconds. You heard it.
You
from
can't
first.
buy detection for 70 seconds.
Yeah,
That's just-
and
On
we're gonna have a
3-minute
new.
cooldown.
We're gonna have a new item called Tango Tree.
Oh yeah, that's a good item. I think, dude. Right, so that's a good item actually. We can theory craft that one and maybe explain it a bit longer. But just some healing aura on the map from a tree resonating, that could be a cool idea, right?
It could be.
The
It
tree
really
of
could.
life.
Yeah, so like where if you're closer to the tree, you get more life. The further away, less life. It could be great. Hug the tree for we could see that.
I am very much
10
hoping
seconds
that the
remaining.
patch is already ready to be rolled out after this grand finals
Oh, I
closes.
bet.
And
think
they
it's
will not
ready?
be able
You
to put
think
any of your
Ice
ideas
Frog's
in the patch.
on that button watching the game right now.
Yep. He's
Okay,
ready
so
for it.
Virtus Pro, they thought it's gonna be position 5 Enigma. They banned out Tide and Nature's Prophet, which are the offlaners for OG. Still, it's gonna
Oh,
be the
surprising.
offlane Enigma and the position 5 Clockwork, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 seconds
I mean, we were kind of expecting that Enigma to already be 3, right? Or at
5
least
seconds
I was.
remaining.
Yeah,
They
Because they
played
do-
one game
yeah.
of position 5 Enigma, so they thought
Okay.
maybe it's better if they ban out some more team fight oriented heroes like Tide Hunter.
Okay, so regardless of which one will be the offlaner, I think both supports, be that Clockwork and Air Spirit, or I guess Enigma and Air Spirit, both don't really need to be on the bottom lane, right? The bottom lane is going to be fine by himself. I think that's something that OG likes, to make sure they can put all the movement somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? You have this clock, he can disrupt that early aggression of like the CM, the Mars Lina, and the Enigma, it opens up that roaming. The question is the early damage. A lot of pressures on this Clinks, in my opinion, to have that good start, bully the lane, and then pivot into also potentially fighting. Because if VP group up as 4, and then with a Kunkka pick as well, they actually have such a great lineup against aggression, skirmishing aggression to be key here. Because you have that arena, you have the Kunkka boat. These are great damage mitigation spells, and how OG likes to play, let's be up in your face, poking and prodding you. And when you have Kunkka Mars, these are a great answer to the type of OG gameplay.
Yeah, one of the few heroes that pretty much only Virtus Pro plays. It's Kunkka. Morphling could be harassed too much in this lane. This is something that he does not like to play into, and he is a Spirit Vessel buyer against the Morphling. Yeah, looking like a really good lineup from Virtus Pro.
Is it enough to sway you in their direction?
I
Yeah,
like
I
what
think
OG had, but now with the Kunkka and Mars, like the team fight potential, someone to hold them in place. These are all heroes that consume a lot of mana, and Crystal Maiden is going to help him out with that. So I'm kind of leaning a bit more towards Virtus Pro.
I think, yeah, I agree with Lacoste. It's the early game, it's just about surviving for VP, and then eventually they're going to just overwhelm the fight. And then technically, I think Seb with the Black Hole, all he has to do is Black Hole, the epileptic kid, and then they can turn the fight from there. But it's all about OG. They're going to have to look for that big outplay in the team fight, because it's very much VP favored for the simplicity. And I think VP's execution, yeah, I think
Has been crisp. All right, we're
It
going to
has
find
been
out
crisp.
who's taking the first game. Best of 5 grand finals, of course, for the odds. Make sure you check the panel below the stream by egb.com. And for now, let's have your ears be filled with the lovely tunes of Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Sheever. Yes, indeed. We are here, Trent. It is the grand finals. It's all come down to this. A ton of group stage that didn't matter, and then the playoffs mattered, and now we're here, and it's Virtus Pro versus OG. How you feeling?
Great. We have 2 leagues, 2 grand finals, 4 best of 5s, all culminating here. And it's familiar faces. We're already battling in the mid.
Oh, God, No Tail. Don't let it happen. Don't be first blood. It never ends well. No Tail. Oh, wait, but the roll around, the turnaround, and maybe nobody's going to die? All right, how anticlimactic. I thought that was going to be better.
This is excellent. They're just starting things swinging. Right? Series just started. Already got 5v5. Okay, almost 5v5 mid. Seb was a little busy getting some wards down here.
Yeah.
He wants to kind of spot what's happening. But yeah, this should be great. Very similar to Game 1 of OG's last series, draft-wise, right, where they're bringing up this Clinks again, as the panel was talking about, and it was a similar concept that they needed on the side of Viking, where like it's all about those earlier fights and everything. And this time, I do think Virtus Pro does have quite the lineup for it too. I think that Clockwork was an excellent 9th pick for OG, though, I have to say. That hero just seems to answer like a lot of problems, and it's coming out from a position 5, which is another benefit of having this Clinks, right? Like opting into some of these melee position 5 heroes a little bit easier.
Right, you're not going to get as heavily punished, most likely, against what could be kind of an oppressive lane, although they are going to switch it up now, and they're going to send the Sven up here and have the 2 sisters together for some early harassment, as they see No Tail already, but you can see the reaction. Mid one going to run on down bottom, and they're going to be able to swap this up at least a little bit for now. So it looks like we might have some musical lanes here to begin. Not sure if Seb is going to sort of make the whole jaunt himself, or he's going to stop in jungle along the way, but already a little bit of a departure coming from OG.
Just
Yeah, they're gonna
TP
TP. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Now that, of course, leaves options, though. They know this.
Uh-oh, No Tail. Lots of damage out early on, and he took a lot of damage earlier. This time it's going to cost him. Epileptic Kid drawing first blood.
I'm just sitting there like, I really can't help you, man. I'm sorry. But I think they just scattered that on the ward. And oh, yeah, look at that. Ilias was also going back there trying to grab a courier. But they sniped that with their... or at least they understood that... Oh, actually, no, he was just waiting for the clock. Well, that's kind of funny. Well, that ended up saving his courier at the very least. But Crystalmane TP's down the bottom lane. Lina to follow, and they are chasing that Clinks. And they're committed to this, though, because Seb TP top.
Right, yeah, they can't do the whole switcheroo this time around. As over to the side, they're going to go on to mid one again, and VP wanting to play really aggressive. They have Mango still on CM, but the right click's coming through. Needs one more touch, and they will get it. Ilias picks up another one. Okay.
And now that's a question. What do you do as mid one? Does he TP top? And then just force Seb to go jungle and Soxa soaks bottom?
I mean, maybe. There's a lot of damage on the DM, by the way.
He's coming back bottom.
Punishing. Interesting, because Seb did have a TP up.
Yeah.
Okay. So mid one thinking that he's going to be able to make this work regardless of the fact that there's some very dangerous heroes in here. And in fact, they get a pull off, at least a little bit of one, which is going to even out the distribution. Looking at mid a little bit, GPK facing off against the Morph. There at least also Kunkka's having a good game, 13-3 versus 7-1. So all across the lanes right now, Virtus Pro really coming out swinging in this game number one.
Yeah, mid one ends up invising and trying to chase down a courier, and now he's just going to try and grab the wave, but he was a bit too early. Now he goes back for it. He's got the aggro now, but this still doesn't look particularly great. He has no TP. Save won't be able to get there in time, though, so he is just going for a long hike with these creeps.
I mean, at the very least, CM is like the slowest hero in the history of Dota. So that's something where it's like going to be hard for her to track him down. But this can't feel good as your position one. So often, mid one's been that guy that's just like AFK farming while everybody else makes stuff happen. And 100% win rate looks good, but it's one game.
I saw someone just ping the camp. They're like, yo, Ilias, just stop chasing him. Can you just stack that, man?
Yeah.
Like, we got a separate game going here with this Fed.
Well, and they're going to roll onto Lina down bottom as well, trying to slow him up on Soxa here. But Soxa gets boots delivered, and then it'll be perfectly fine again. Yeah, you know, looking at all three lanes right now, it's doing absolutely great for Virtus Pro. They're having a great time here.
Yeah, Thompson's, of course, always going to be a bit of a nuisance with his regen shenanigans. But guess what? It's a Kunkka. So he does similar plays. GPK TP's home with the X, and he's right back in here. Full HP mana and the bottle to boot. 64% win rate in 11 games. Not bad. Over 500, we'll take it.
Oh, God. That's a big one, though. 89. Over 9 games. All right. Well, we'll see how he does. There's some interesting heroes to sort of replicate into in this game as well. I think Kunkka can be okay from time to time. Depending on if he ends up getting like an Aghanim, switching into Sven's pretty nifty.
You know what else is good? Is Earth Spirit again.
Ooh, there you go.
That's the plays. That's all they do. Thompson just wants to play Earth Spirit. And 2 of them is definitely better than 1. That is for sure. It seems to be outpacing the Earthshaker at this point, honestly.
Well, No Tail going to get clocked there by a couple quick stuns, but then heads off in the other direction. 4-minute mark, Soxa is going to make the runaround, picks up the Arcane Rune, taking that one away from the Kunkka, who is currently underneath a ward that was placed down a little bit earlier. But it feels like things have settled down a little bit over the last couple of minutes here.
Well, kind of. Mid one's just looking for recovery. This would be a great way to try and get something back for him in his 9 last sets.
Oh, and No Tail moving in. The cogs are there. Everybody shows up to try and mess with DM, and
please don't lose anyone for this.
Go down.
Yeah, you can't trade 1-for-1 with a 4-hero gank. That's for sure.
No. I mean, space created. I don't know. You feel okay?
Hey, what does mid one get for that? That's like a creep, right?
Yeah, right.
Yes, 22 gold. Oh, sick.
You get some free time at least. Because, yeah, man, dude's been hurting. 11-6 right now on him. It's mid. GPK not quite able to connect there on with the Torrent. And instead, they're going to bring the party up
I
top again.
actually want revenge. Yep.
Oh my god. Dude, poor mid one.
Get away from me. He has no vision up here either.
Oh, Invis? Dust is out, but can't
yeah.
get the range. So bringing 3 heroes top again, and not able to get that kill.
I'll TP mid for the save attempt.
Okay. Keeps them from diving. GPK able to live. A very weird game so far. At that 5-minute rune, it looks like they were trading off the bounty runes as well, pretty evenly. As there still is one more to pick up on the other side of the map. Which is going to go slightly into the favor of OG, it looks like.
I tell you, Epileptic Kid looks pretty happy, man. Chilling in the lane, farming some creeps. The supports were stacking a little bit. They're just constantly berating and harassing the opponent position 1. One of the better spend starts we've had in a while. Hero's been struggling a little lately.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, you know, when somebody starts playing it and it ends up looking really, really good after a while, it, like, eventually just ends up turning the other way. Seb there stole 2 of the big creeps away from Epileptic Kid. And gave him the tip afterwards, just to let him know how he feels.
Yeah, say like, okay, well, I can convert that gold into go to plus points for you there, bud. Some shards.
Yeah, again, very slow until we see those early rotations.
So Epileptic Kid's trying to get a kill with God Strength here.
Mm.
And goes for a not so sneaky ward.
Now, well played by Seb. Like, just recognizing the inherent danger there. He's also bringing out some raindrops for himself, just to try and live through all this magical burst. Raindrops seem like such a value pickup this game against VP's lineup.
Yeah. And with the, you know, the supports are going to have to be there to help defend, so that's just going to try and help mitigate some of that damage. Unfortunately, it is a lot of burst, though, so you have to... I don't know if you're going to get a second block in those 7 seconds, you know, if it's a God Strength kill.
Roll in again, trying to find DM. LSA is going to connect afterwards. Tries to get the push out and actually gets No Tail away from him. So that will keep him surviving. And down bottom, Thompson has a haste rune. Thinking about switching over into somebody else, but is just going to come over and steal the creeps. As he wasn't able to connect for a full gank attempt. They had that ward there scouting his movement the entire time.
Even with all that armor, that's a bit freaky. Going into a spend lane where he might be able to pop on you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's a lot of burst damage like you're talking about. But right now, I mean, you look at the way that they're playing right now on Virtus Pro, and it's very much how we've seen these other games go, where just stack up Ancients, stack up camps all around the map, and just let Sven eventually take them all away.
Oh man, that Ancient camp is so annoying on Radiant.
Yeah,
I can't believe he didn't get that. I thought he had it.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying. Ooh, D-ward, sentry, but the torrent comes through afterwards, and Saksa will be found. BK gets another kill.
I appreciate the commitment there of not just trying to roll away right away. He was getting rid of that sentry one way or another.
Yeah, there you go. You gotta get something.
Kill, they come up, they salve DM, and now they want to get a little bit of a surprise play. They're not going to opt for a smoke or anything, but there's actually not a defensive ward anyway here. Hoping that this sentry that's down will essentially cover this movement in from them. So far, they still haven't seen the Lina. Now they see the Lina, obviously, and
yeah,
whiffs on the LSA.
A couple missed opportunities here. Playing against OG, you can't afford to just like be not connecting onto these gank kills, it feels like. Something that might come back to haunt him later. DM now has level 6, but you can see mid one is playing so safe right now, playing as far back as he possibly can to make sure he doesn't get caught out. And this leaves open a ton of space around the rest of the map for, you know, Seb to just farm away, and you've got Thompson that's taking over their camps as well. They'll catch No Tail here, going to pin him to his own hogs, and they will bring him down. Again, 3 heroes top for a while. Oh,
he got caught out.
What is he doing? He's in trouble.
The angle, dude. He got angled by DM there through the trees. That was a nice play. They are definitely setting the pace right now. And OG, they're essentially trading farm on Seb for farm on mid one, partially because of the way that he's like a magnet and pulling all this VP aggression. And Seb's going for this Mech Greaves build to try and like create a 5-man moment, I would say, when that's done. But Virtus Pro are going to take a lot of map pressure while that's being built up. And even then, Clinks won't have necessarily that much damage. You can see his items are just not very fun looking at the moment.
Yeah, he really does not have what he needs to get this going.
the inventory. Like when you first start playing Dota, you start clicking items. That's what this looks like, you know? It's like, oh, that looks good. Yeah, mana regen. Ooh, quarter staff. That sounds
I love
right.
it. Well, back towards the bottom lane. The boat goes out. GPK not able to fully kill all those Eidolons. Mid one's still hunting with Soxa there as well. There's a little sidestep. The Okie Doke. Chase down coming through. Can they get him? On the other side, No Tail goes down, but GPK will be the bigger kill. Nice freehand torrent. And that will buy enough space for him to escape. But mid, there's a ton of pressure coming in. Hobson forces back DM, and DM might just be dead here. Oh, wait, no, the spear. All right, that's going to keep him alive at least. And I think that might stop the aggression.
Oh, the catapult's still swinging.
Yeah,
Hobson, what's his value?
Dude, he's hanging out here. This is really close. So it's going to be deny range. But it looks like with the rolling afterwards, trying to make a play here, Soxa is, and they're going to get the final touch onto that mid-tier 1 tower. So in spite of setting the pace.
They love the cheeky plays, man. They really do. Like that kind of a little commitment and play just to guarantee the goal, no denies. Those are those small little victories that all add up in Dota. That's like classic OG.
Really impressive stuff. And like, you know, just wherever Virtus Pro is, OG is not. They're somewhere else making things happen.
You can also see the warding from OG, right? Like here and here. Trying to spot these little invasions in, but it's constantly through this top lane that they've been moving.
And look at this. 4 heroes make this rotation to get the tower. It gets denied, and they might not be able to connect with a kill either. Damn, dude.
They're trying hard with the tips between No Tail and Sev, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, man. You gotta be so mad. Look at these guys. They're just chasing them. They're just literally chasing them around the map.
Oh, don't let them get in your head, though. You're still doing great as Virtus Pro.
Okay.
That's what I would say. Getting in here, he's stealing some neutrals. GM's on it too. Everybody's farming. Life's fine right now. Mid one is still in recovery mode, but he has at least surpassed the Mars at this point, and I'm sure we'll be looking to catch up towards Seb as well, who has that mech coming. Mech done, and Greaves 1,300 gold away.
Okay.
Oh, they're trying to find that angle. Man, they were just lurking on the high ground there.
Yeah, it does feel like one of those setup items, whether it be the Euls that DM has queued up or the Blink Dagger eventually is going to be so key to this.
Is that the, yeah, I knew you guys were there tip, so I sent up one Eidolon.
So.
Is that how that was?
I think that's what that was.
Thank you for sharing XP with me. We all had a great time. All right, X is level 4. Oh, they go for the torrent.
Oh my god, just barely out of range.
They actually had no detection there, too.
Yeah. Kunkka had a DD. Maybe he could have made some type of play there. He's almost at the Spirit Vessel also, which might be the point at which Virtus Pro are like, all right, let's try and go. I'm not sure. It just feels like every move that they're making, they're not quite connecting from Virtus Pro, and OG is still farming in this game and getting, you know, a lot out of it. But like you said, Virtus Pro is still very strong right now.
And he wants that Agnum's build so he can play with his Earth Spirit like they always do. But that means no Dispel, right?
That's true. All right, X play. Pulling him back in. This is a hard kill to get. The stun is there, but no armor because of strength form. And the beatdown commences. They find the kill. No Tail goes down afterwards. Great combo from VP.
Yeah, that's an expensive save attempt there to get rid of that hook shot because it's one of your best abilities to create the counter initiation plays on your towers because there's no blink on your Enigma.
Now you have yourselves a very nice tier 1 tower to take on Virtus Pro, and they're going to come and invade the jungle. And mid one still just left trying to catch up playing farm game whenever possible. Same with Mr. Seb. I think this is the completed Orchid that's coming out for him, though. So that's something for mid one.
What does he try and sync up with? I guess probably an Earth Spirit and Clockwork play.
Ooh, DM still getting chased. The rest of VP is connecting, though. They can't overextend here. Epileptic Kid gonna throw out the stun. That's just to secure DM's retreat. They find him. Oh my god! Nice
oh, got him with the skewer,
dude. DM.
Oh, shish kebab.
Oh, that was cool. I like that.
And these guys are stone cold. No tips on anything here.
No.
Everyone's been talking about VP super serious, or as Seb put it, very nerdy in the best possible way, as he said.
And they're on to 2 of them now. And they bring him down in time. They will be able to find that kill onto DM. Everybody else from VP trying to back away. Boat's going to come in afterwards, going to connect onto mid one, almost dead, and the Dragon Slave just barely gets the kill, saving that fight.
All right, that was a nice alt chat. Yeah, you got him there. Downtown punk snag.
You know, I think that there's something to what you're talking about there too, right? Like if you think about the story of these two teams, Virtus Pro are very much like the underdogs. I think they're like average, you know, winnings or something's like 40K. And then you think about like OG and what they've been able to win and what this tournament would mean for Virtus Pro. The pressure is not on OG. This is like every day of the week for them.
Yeah, it was already a lot for these guys to get promoted to the first squad.
Yeah.
And now if you can manage to bring home a big tournament win after that, that's pretty huge. Everyone was in this tournament, right?
Totally. Yeah, all the top teams in Europe, CIS, they were all here, and Virtus Pro remain as one of the top two, facing off against two-time TI champions OG. Hoping to claim this one here in the grand finals. But 16 minutes in, it's less than 1,000 gold lead. They're up 9-2 in the kill score. How can they take it to that next level? Like, BKB is going to be the next route for Epileptic Kid. As he just wants to be able to farm after getting that Mask of Madness in the Echo Saber.
We got a haste rune on GPK though, so I would say that Thompson is a priority target right now. Continue to try and slow down that Aghanim Scepter, utilize your Spirit Vessel, and then move in for the Roche. Seb just wants BKB. We do have to, of course, keep that in mind. It is an Enigma that has wound up at the end of a draft with nothing to cancel him, short of an Abyssal at some point, if he goes for his BKB plays.
No Tail, gonna be found again. As Frostbite comes out and a couple quick swipes, tried to go for the hook shot, and was not able to escape from that one. And that might set us up for a pre-20-minute Tier 2 tower into Outposts.
Oh, that's so tempting. I've seen teams falter on this before. Mind you, at the same time, Mid1's getting his pressure on the opposite lane. And, you know, considering how his game started, I would say Mid1 has done quite well in, like, getting value out of this hero. Maybe to what Seb kind of hinted at of not wanting to, like, talk about it a little bit. Like, this idea of I can be bottom, I can be split pushing and stuff. And look, he drew GPK's TP down here. He didn't X or anything. Now GPK is phasing his way back top. That's interesting.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the big questions is like, do you fully commit to completing the TP and staying down there, or do you try and secure that other Tier 2 tower? That's an interesting decision by VP. But they're just making sure they're not giving up anything for it.
Well, I mean, we haven't seen this Orchid be used, right? Like, it hasn't amounted into like a solo support kill like you'd expect, which is probably like one of the big values you'd want of this hero. And that's largely because they've just been 5-manning, which is also why, despite it being 10-2 and feeling like VP are running this game, it's still only a 1k gold lead. In fact, the XP is actually much higher, though, almost like 6,000. So they're not getting all the farm in the world, but they are definitely winning most of the fights.
And this bounty rune difference also explains some of that. Almost 2,000 gold from bounty runes for OG. But they're going to try and take down Roche now.
Yeah, they have a ward down here. I mean, I'm
Flare?
not sure if they've seen Seb. I mean, it doesn't matter. He steps in now, so they're just going to opt for the trade.
Okay. So they'll claim this one. And, I mean, there's not that much pressure on the bottom Tier 2, it looks like.
No, mid one just kind of wasn't sure, I guess, on the movement. Didn't have a death pack going, so they're not even going to have to give up that bottom tower. As again, we're still about a minute away from 20 minutes, so there could be something here. They want to see if they can get a quick kill down bottom before the 5-man. This is a classic post-Roche play, right? You split up a little bit because you feel like you're ahead, so now OG are trying to punish that.
Okay, Orchid comes in. They miss on the roll, though. Save, throws out that LSA, going to connect. Still living, though. GPK looks like he's going to be fine, and now finding mid one. Can they get the angle on him? They're going to hit it with the stun, and now bring down the chase. Save, trying to back away. Soxa will secure that kill, but it's going to come at a cost as they bring down 2.
That's pretty good for Soxa, I would say. I'm glad Seb didn't go back, and I don't think I would have really benefited him. There's no like big black hole play. He'd already used the Midnight Pulse as well. So take your trade there as Soxa. You got a streak off of the Lina. Plus, you're not going to be able to do anything in that death timer anyway. They can't really punish his absence.
Right. No, definitely. I mean, then now if you're VP, the question is like, what do you do with this next round of Aegis? They're kind of setting up to push down bottom a little bit here with the Aegis onto Sven. He has the Abyssal Blade queued up next, so keeping an answer available for that BKB black hole that we know is coming. And I think it's flying out right now.
It's the budget version of the Aghanim's, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Now it's like, I can't use it as much. It's not nearly as cool, but hey, at least it does something versus this Enigma.
Oh, and Ilias just got that ward scouted by mid one.
Mid one's highest contribution.
Poor guy. Well, we'll see if things change now. Thompson, he's got the Earth Spirit machine ready to go. And possibly a group up here coming soon.
He's so close to this Aghanim's. Be nice to have the chaos sewn into these fights.
Yeah, that would make a big difference.
All right, guys, you ready for the strat to come together? Where are you, Thompson? Where are you, Soxa? Let's go.
So tell the people what makes this so dangerous.
All right, so this is why they first pick Morphling and Earth Spirit every single game they can. If you give this to them, it is coming out from OG. It is very similar to Morphling and Earthshaker. It's just a crazy Morphling who's just jumping around the fights constantly. He's better Earth Spirit. That's pretty much what it comes down to. Earth Spirit is held back by his stones, and Morphling just is always going to have the 7 when he morphs into him like this.
There we go. Silence connects onto both of them right at the start. So much damage. Where's your BKB? He's saving it for after the Aegis. Ilias done a lot of damage on the No-Tail, but with the 1 kill, and now the Torrent Storm, the boat afterwards connects onto boat. The chase down coming mid one is in trouble. Can they kill him off in time? Now trying to control Thompson. They pull him back in with the X LSA afterwards, and that was not the fight that OG wanted. Virtus Pro punishing.
As those aren't Aeon discs, by the way, that's just Ilias getting levels.
Oh,
that's like a third time it's happened me this game.
That is crazy, crazy. No-Tail is going to drop at the end. Really
the GG tree is planted by No-Tail there, you know. It's like, uh-oh. That wasn't too good, guys. That was our big fight. And yeah, they didn't quite get it. The initiation was very good. They blew up the Aegis with very low cost. And then Thompson rolled back. It felt like Thompson was like, okay, we got Aegis, get out. And everyone else is like, hey, this looks really good, guys. Maybe not on the same page there or something. I feel like that kind of broke things up for them pretty heavily, because when you're down and you're fighting into Aegis, it has to be a very clean fight, which is something that OG are generally very good at. Right. But that looked a little fragmented.
Well, and I think that what you talked about there of GPK getting off that Torrent Storm, like imagine if that fight happens as they're like around this area before he was able to pick it up. That completely changes the dynamic, because the 2-person Torrent into the 2-person boat, and like then they were just dead. And
actually one of the worst spots on the map for Earth Spirit Morphling to fight as well. Because there's no benefit to the terrain roll, really, in this giant square, right? Like, no one's really getting caught in those little pockets in the river. You think about that other area, like, back by the Secret Shop and, like, cliffs and everything, you can do way more shenanigans.
Well, OG ready to go again. This is the one benefit, as you said, is that you don't have to worry about the number of stones for Thompson. So they have the ability to take another fight.
Yeah, before they patched it, every time you switch back and forth, they gave you full.
Right into him. Good silence. Oh, LSA catches mid-roll. Okay, good play onto Thompson. Can they bring down GPK in time, though? He's still silenced. He's getting pushed back around. Nothing used from Kunkka in that fight. So they trade it 1 for 1. And now can they find any more afterwards? Thompson's still looking for the chase down. He's got to be a little bit careful. Stun dodged by Thompson. Another LSA comes out, but they got to be wary. I mean, it's scary going up this hill. Does have that basher. Good point. And the follow-up route is there, and now they got him under control. Armor going away, beat down. There's going to be the BKB black hole to make some space for Thompson to escape, but Epileptic Kid just lived through it all, doesn't care, and they will destroy him. Yeah, Thompson was leaving.
He did not.
Oh, the Spear barely catches him. Seb gonna be caught. Seb gonna be killed. Virtus Pro came to play in this game at number 1, and mid one is just tickling him. Doesn't do nothing.
Mclaw can't make up for the deficit that he's at right now as a Clinks, that is for sure. Still not going to be quite enough damage to solo a Sven.
Jeez. And you take a look, the net worth just dropping off the chart there for him relative to where
if I'm reading that right here, guys, that means Thompson's officially below average.
I think that's what that means.
Fight the Flame, SAP, I don't know. Yes, obviously his game is no longer going according to Thompson's plan. There, that's the positive stats there. They're trying to balance themselves out, I see. They don't want the flame tweets, you know?
Yeah, definitely not. There you go.
And also keeping a streak alive here for Epileptic Kid, if he can keep this wins to 3 on the Sven. With one more here, and I gotta say, it's definitely looking that way, especially ever since this Aghanims got picked up for the Morphling, and OG finally decided to take their chances. They should not buy any lottery tickets today.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that it felt like it was a nice timing for them, but they were, I guess, so far behind previously that it kind of didn't end up mattering that much. Like, they were already in such a position where they couldn't fight. And, like, that last fight there, you know, that, relatively speaking, should have gone good for OG. Like, GPK didn't get anything off. He didn't even throw a boat.
Yeah, it was, again, another well-positioned fight for VP, though. Like, when you saw how OG had to engage after the kill into GPK, it's just... everything is nicer for the heroes on Virtus Pro, right? You're holding the high ground. You're able to control your spacing a lot better because the Earth Spirit died first. So there's only one of these guys rolling around to worry about as a support player. And it makes it a lot easier to play for Ilias and save.
Meanwhile, mid one, taking the tier 3 tower bottom. GPK shows up to stop the pressure, but that was a lot of damage to that tower. And now Ilias going to get caught here in the river, was trying to take away that DD and instead is going to be killed off. So OG able to outmaneuver Virtus Pro a little bit there and force a pick off.
Yeah, that was some Matador stuff right there, right? Waving the red cape down bottom on that tower. Oh, over here, please. Quick snipe onto your Crystal Maiden. But credit to Virtus Pro. That feels like what should have been happening a lot more this game, right? Like, that's kind of what OG have been trying to bait them into. And it's taken this long before we've really seen one of those moments.
Mm-hmm.
Roche timer coming up in 5 seconds. Pretty big determining factor here. The Black Hole's back in 4. The Blink Dagger is nearly done for Seb. And if there's anything we've learned watching Pro Dota, guys, this is still an end-all be-all item. And remember, they still only have one cancel. And Sven tends to be a pretty big focus point in the fights. I highly doubt he's going to Black Hole without at least seeing the Sven and knowing the status of the Abyssal.
It's true, and like there isn't that hero to sort of find the Enigma in the backline to break the blink necessarily.
He's got a line straight at him right now.
This is a little bit scary.
He's got his blink.
Be careful.
Quick escape here. Oh, the timing!
Oh, the reward! Oh my God, they got him with the Euls. Wait, missile? Okay, the chase down's there.
Yeah,
They'll get him. There's a moment there. It was like you missed all the trees. But,
I think he was just not in a position. He just wanted to ensure that he didn't get like a... Well, I guess he didn't have raindrops left anyway, so he wasn't going to be able to blink.
Okay. So, Outposts traded off yet again with, what, 2.5 minutes left until the 30-minute mark. And yeah, OG are going to come to try and secure this one because they have a feeling that, hey, VP are probably going to take ours away.
That is good news for the OG fans out there, though, with that late Roche, because Seb will be back. They'll have the Black Hole. Everything will be up, and this is likely going to be the big one that they aim to fight for. So mid one needs to try and create that moment for his team. He is no TP for 55, though, so that means it's going to be actually Thompson who's responsible for pushing this bottom lane out. Mid one have to hang out a little bit closer to the Roche pit right now. They're actually TPing Seb down bottom under vision of this Obs ward still left here from Virtus Pro. This is going to give a big hint as to their current plan. These wards
and they see the smoke.
Couriers and everything is just amazing. Yeah, so they know they're baiting Thompson here, but they actually know that they're too far away because of the ward. Oh, it's so good.
Damn, dude. They came just that little bit beforehand.
Ooh. Wards win games.
That's so good. And now, as you said, Roche is back up again, but they're going to still pressure down bottom. Like, there's still heroes here that are going to make it work. And because the tower's been hit so far, they're actually going to lose a tier 3 off of this, probably.
I got to give credit to Thompson on that bluff, though. Man, he was playing so like, oh yeah, don't worry, they're definitely right behind me. And
oh my God, GPK? This dude's crazy. Okay, Torrent Storm and the boat and BKB used.
All right, killing the frames here.
And there's the Abyssal Blade used to chase down. Seb's still nearby with BKB, Black Hole, and Blink. And he's just going to drop it onto Epileptic Kid. There's a lot of damage. He still has the turnaround if he wants it, and Seb might just end up dying. They don't have enough damage.
Yeah,
this guy's crazy. Oh, can they kill him in time? They will be able to, though. And now GPK also going to go down. So OG have been able to finagle this win here. I mean, yeah, they lost 3, but they're going to also end up losing the Sven and maybe the Kunkka. No, not quite. They can't get him. Damn. What a weird game.
They kept them away from Roche. They need to rush that thing down, though. All right, 30-minute top DD rune spawn, go. Ice Frog rigged the last 2 TIs. This will prove it.
Oh, just barely.
Not quite. The
That was
drawing
really
wasn't quite
close.
accurate enough, apparently. Sorry.
It was really close to having the outpost taken by Thompson as well. He was 1 second away from denying that XP.
Did they end with none? Oh, it was just deny.
Okay.
Yeah, I see. Ah, quiver for this Lina. That's a great item, actually. Who's taking that?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Myers wants it.
Okay, that's pretty good. Well, that 30-minute mark comes around. Both teams get the XP. They're going to claim this outpost. And as we've sometimes seen, maybe go into Roche afterwards. They do see Seb down bottom, and they know there's no black hole. So
This is the timing. No tail, I'm sure we'll be looking for a play.
oh my god, they're going to go for a fight first instead. Huh.
This doesn't
Okay.
work as much of a bait, though, for exactly that reason. The flare comes through, so...
Right.
Now, mind you, they've scanned. They do have scan. We'll see if OG have their spidey senses tingling.
It was Radiant Scan right next to mid one. They didn't quite catch him there. And they do spot out some creeps. Oh my god. Okay. Well, that's a way to break a smoke. And he will die. Does have buyback.
That's actually probably the best situation. What?
It's like, what are you guys doing there? What's going on?
I mean, out of your heroes, that's the one you'd want. I guess
True.
No Tail had buyback too, so either support was kind of fine. That's going to give No Tail the space, seeing that death, to take that outpost back. Do need to get some D wards up here, though. That is for sure.
See, this is what it's weird though, right? Is that they take that fight, and when it was like Black Hole was down, and now Black Hole's back up, and they're running into Roche. This is potentially scary. Seb's coming over
Another
here.
ward, though.
Yeah, they spot him. They know that he's there. Hookshot comes in, gonna land onto one. Moses,
Oh,
no,
no, Seb!
he gets him right at the start. Seb gonna get brought down. Oh, great play, save. Finished him off with the newly minted Aghanims, and now they're gonna pull back in Thompson. What a freaking reaction from VP. Dude,
Ward,
that was
ward.
sick. That was a precast Abyssal Blade, wasn't it? Oh,
But
now the
he
tips
just,
come
he just
out.
saw him. I think-
Damn, dude.
Yeah. Yep. Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
What a great freaking play from VP, and now
They're actually just getting outhandled by Vision, like completely. The wards are really good this game, and it is crushing them.
so many great reactions, and as you said, set up by the work of the supports. There is the support dying down bottom. You know, we're gonna give Ilias a break for the moment. Yeah, he's super dead. And this is gonna be some pressure onto the tower, although it looks like they're gonna take some tier 3s of their own. As up top, Virtus Pro trying to kill off this tier 3 tower, as Glyph has already been used. 20 seconds till Clinks and Morph are back up. No buybacks available. Oh, but they do have a repair kit. What a butthead. Those are the worst.
It's a great item, that one. There is an arena still here, but there we go, Seth. All right.
Black
He's
hole
a
for
little
50.
bit there.
Oh my god, they catch him again! Hogs onto him. They're gonna blow up Soxa. That was the second spear mid-roll. Torrent connects onto 2. They buy back on a Clockwork right away. Another Torrent comes out there. Unreal. Virtus Pro just able to force out that buyback, and they're sticking around.
The idea of them being very disciplined and patient, certainly showing through, right? Everything from that smoke, from the Roche pit to looking for kills, and now a very subdued push on the high ground. They see the repair kit, and they're just like, whatever. I can play more of this game.
Hobson throws out that E-Blade, nothing really doing with it. Now down bottom, there is some pressure going on while this is happening, which you got to be a little bit wary of if you're Virtus Pro. And actually, you can see mid one coming down here as well to do a little bit of rat action. And if they can force a fight while all this is going on, Epileptic Kid, he's going to be X-TP'd back. There's been a bunch of these ones, and now they're going to finally bring back DM.
Well, remember, he has a BKB, so... I guess there is a Basher, so there's still a risk on DM. That's why DM's going for the Abyssal.
Okay.
And he sees the future of what mid one's going to try and do this game. Between a Deso and an Orb of Destruction, it is a very good ratting game. Was that his scan? Oh, that was a Radiant scan. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, mid one wants it again, though, before the back door's back. Go, 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 go!
And is it going to be enough?
Oh, he's
it's
through,
not
baby.
Quite. It's going.
Orb's too good.
Bit by bit by bit. And he takes it down. Oh, man. Freaking mid one. What
Hey,
a
that's
guy.
crazy. That's just Orb and a Deso, though. On a hero that is pretty poor, thanks to, and then you just have Deathpack. Like, he's the poorest core in this game, and he can go through backdoor.
That's so silly. Like, Lena's almost ahead of him.
Yeah.
And maybe this is why they didn't want to talk about it. Got more attack range now, too, but...
Look at Seb. Down here, Midnight Pulsing this wave.
Yeah.
All right, VP. How determined are you in this mid lane? What's our
see.
buybacks as well? That's a great question for our supports over here.
They're
Who
ripping
can
through
throw
this
their
one.
body in?
Looks like
Not
no-tail
No-Tail.
at the start. Oh, there's a lot of damage, though, with the turnaround. The Torrent Storm is going to connect. Absolute destruction. They lose the Aegis, but the Abyssal Blade comes out. 3 Lincoln Spear, and Seb just has to hobble away as the boat is going to land afterwards onto 2. As they chase through, almost got enough to kill off mid one there, but not quite in time. And Soxa, again, just rolls in, hits on a GPK, and he's done. Looking for more right now. Virtus Pro don't quite manage to get that timing back, but the stun is going to be there. The Torrent connects, and Thompson 2 is likely to fall.
I think they're taking him out to sea.
Damn, dude. Big plays coming from Virtus Pro. They force out another buyback, and with that, VP just going to back for a moment, regen up with the X plays, and they're going to be good to go again for round 2. Well, they're trying. Hey, he doesn't have BKB. He doesn't have Aegis. Well, stun. Okay, they just demolished mid one. And Sven is able to live through it. And with the Paladin Sword and Mask of Madness, he's going to heal back up. X
He's
comes
done.
out afterwards.
Oh yeah, X.
What
An
a silly
ability.
ability.
I cannot fault a single item purchase on the side of VP. I think the itemization was immaculate this game. That second Abyssal Blade, that's just your classic, like, knowing exactly what you need to win the game.
Right.
And that's the answer, right? You're taking away these, like, sure, they're long shot win conditions, no doubt, with like these black holes and everything, but you're still removing those. You're just looking for every single out that's left for OG and denying it.
Playing patient, never overextending. And there's a disarm there. It's annoying for Epileptic Kid to deal with this, but they're going to beat down this building with the AC done on Sven. It drops it down that much more quickly. And that is 2 sets of racks down. But keep it in mind, down bottom, there's a big old creep wave there, and they're going to lose a set of racks themselves on Virtus Pro. Stun comes out. Going to land now onto the Sven, pops the BKB, turns to fight, beats the crap out of Seb. No-Tail's done as well. And with the BKBs out as well, they're trying to bring down Epileptic Kid. He's really low, but not quite going to get it. The Torrent comes out to save his life yet again. And with the lifesteal, it's going to be enough. Thompson now left alone. He also is going to be chased down. Oh, wait, he dies to the Magnetize. There's been so
Thompson's
much
out.
damage coming
he
out
got
from
back.
Thompson. Look at the damage coming from the Magnetize. Can they quite kill the rest of them off mid one, trying to find the finish there onto DM. But DM will turn and DM will get away. And somehow they managed to stop the pressure while Tier 4's being assaulted in their base.
Yeah, he casually took 1,182 damage from Morphling's Midnight Pulse, because they're double Midnight Pulsing him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a really nice play, right? It stacks, obviously, because of the Enigma Aghanims, as it's built into the black hole, and that's why you can do the double. And so when you have a Morphling, you can also get, like, theoretically, a third Midnight Pulse going if you had one on the Enigma, too.
Right.
Crafty stuff. Now, that's a comeback mechanic right there.
That is very, very interesting. A double Midnight Pulse is just, like, absolutely terrifying. Particularly against, like, all these big, tanky strength heroes. Like, 3 of them at just about 3,000 plus HP. And still a 30,000 gold lead. I mean, they've only gotten 10 kills in this game, OG. As Virtus Pro definitely the ones that are sort of setting the pace and leading the squad. But you said you can't leave out the possibilities of these BKB black holes.
Mid one has to be careful here. He has the gem, so they're going to jump on that DM illusion, just in case.
Yeah.
But they're finally trying to get some control back vision-wise. They're still holding the gem. They didn't lose it. Ilias's gem remains on DM. But now that there is a gem out onto mid one, you might be able to see a little bit better defense coming out from OG. I think the most impressive thing to me from Virtus Pro has just been the way that they've had this like multi-pronged approach to this game. Like they've had several objectives that had to be met, and they've just kind of slayed every single one. Like first they crush mid one, then they actually play aggressive and get inside that jungle and sort of push Seb out of there. So then he's farming side, and they took the towers really early on too, so it limited the space of this Morphling, because it is greedy when it's a Morphling mid, right?
Yeah.
And the more of the map you close out, it just gets harder and harder to run this strategy. And they didn't buckle under the Morphling Earth Spirit. They know that's the combo. They had their Aegis ready in time, and they forced the fight with the Aegis, which was very important, I think.
And like so many other teams would just have sort of allowed OG also to, if let's say that those fights weren't won, like OG would be split pushing, then you'd be giving up objectives here and there. VP, I'm so used to saying it the other way. They are still in a situation where, you know, they've got to take care of those lanes constantly. They've been doing it with X's on occasion back to deal with Laves, and occasionally just sending full heroes back. But regardless, right now with this 30k gold lead, 40-minute mark coming around, we do have that next set of neutrals as well, which I think I saw a Leveler completed. Timeless Relic was done for the Kunkka, but Leveler done and on Clinks, that's a little bit scary. Mid one, if he gets free reign onto these buildings, things could turn around rather rapidly. But you can see VP, they're stopping that madness by just pushing through this bottom lane.
All right, so there's no buyback on OG, but there's also no buyback on Sven.
Okay.
So worst case scenario could be kind of bad. Like, let's say they get a double black hole on DM and Epileptic because they're standing next to each other, which they probably never should be.
Oh,
that could be a problem.
Also has Linken's. They only needed one. They got him caught. They tried to jump in. Oh, the stun came out afterwards, though. The Laguna Blade and then the other to break it. And look at the damage coming out from Epileptic. And Soxa's going to die. 4 are dead in less than 3 seconds. And now the last one afterwards, mid one, trying to escape, but he won't be able to. And run it down mid. GG is called. Virtus Pro taking game number 1.
Did you see how close that was?
Yes.
If they had a caught DM in there, that actually could have been quite bad.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. Okay. It's like they both realized at the same time, oh my god, don't stand next to me. Like, we cannot be in black hole range. And they both like panic spread, and then suddenly Epileptic Kid's in a black hole. So, again, taking away potential conditions for OG here. What a game from Virtus Pro. That was an excellent match to watch.
That was great. You love to see it. And I think, like, you know, it was again one of those things where the Linken Sphere had to be popped first, so the Laguna Blade coming in like a second before the Abyssal Blade did. You know, imagine if they weren't able to sync that together perfectly, and instead it was, you know, the Abyssal Blade first, then DM is stuck in there with him, and the Laguna Blade doesn't matter. That could have gone terribly. But great reactions all game from Virtus Pro. Was there any moment that really stood out to you in the game? Obviously, 100% win rate continues. Yes.
I mean, to me, it was a lot about that laning stage, and just the way they like chased around mid one and really pressured him, and they attacked this Clinks pick, and I think they made it look a little bit just like, how good is this hero? You know, like sure, he wound up as actually technically the most farmed on the side of OG by the end of it, which is a little surprising. But yeah, that was not a 47-10 kill game by the feel of it. That is for sure. VP still have to work very hard for these wins.
Absolutely. And I think that that's sort of a testament to how OG play these games, right? It's they're not always going to be just completely steamrolling people. That happens in some games, but some games it's like this where they try and split push a lot and force you into like bad situations, and it takes a really patient team to be able to punish that. But that's going to do it for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. A best of 5. VP trying to dethrone the Kings. OG looking to just put another notch in their belt. Let's head on back to the panel after a quick break, and then we'll break down that wonderful game with the panel.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
What an absolute treat that first game of this Best of 5 Grand Finals was. OG versus VP. I was promised fireworks, and it delivered. Virtus.pro take that first game, and they take it in very, very crisp. You guys were talking about it. They did play very crisp. Here with T-Governor, who made his own hat, and Lacoste, who has not got a fake pocket square this time around. Guys, that game was...
It is a fake one, Sheaves.
No, it's not.
Wait, what?
Actually?
No.
Yes, it is. It's not getting out.
No!
Oh,
What?
no!
I've been bamboozled!
What?
Again.
Oh, no.
Again.
You're just too good at this.
Wait.
Lacoste, the
Did you
deception.
just turn your pocket inside out? Is that what happened?
No, that's a pocket square.
Yeah, he did, Shiva, probably.
I mean, I would too. No, but
I mean,
guys, this game,
if it's
it was so
you
good.
know,
It was a very good game. We should probably focus on that. That's way more important than a hat and a pocket square.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think VP, they had... I messaged Lacoste, and I was like, there's two strategies that VP can run that completely dismantle OG, in my opinion. Void ET, and then Kunkamars. These
I don't know
combos of
who you
heroes-
messaged, but I did not get that one.
Did you not read my messages, Lacoste?
I think
Hold up.
I blocked you by an accident.
Today at 8:05, Mars Kunka v OG, Void ET
AM
is the
or
other combo.
PM?
This evening.
It's not 8 yet.
It's not
For a
8
lot
yet.
of
He's
people
bringing
watching.
stuff up.
I'm in
I mean,
Ukraine,
he's in
guys.
Kiev, so
Yeah.
they're 1 hour ahead of CET.
Lacoste, man, don't do me. It doesn't matter, lads. It
I'm
doesn't
kidding.
matter.
Yes, you did. So
There we go.
one. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Thank you, but it's about the fact that VP, when they get these heroes, it is so anti-OG because they just can play back, wait for OG to do their classic aggression, and then you just completely wipe them with these defensive spells. Think about that mid fight around about the 20-minute mark. Morph just got Ags. They want to go fight. They want to go do their thing, but they're running into arena. They're running into boat, and at that point, it's like, well, that's your big timing. What's going to happen now? You have to wait for the big black hole. Guess what? Abyssal's come into play. You never get the black hole coming in. VP just walk it. I don't know. Very impressive game from VP.
Yeah. The reason why I'm not reading your messages is because I'm reading messages from JJ. He's providing me with some really nice stats.
Nice.
In the first, I believe, 8 minutes, Virtus Pro, they stacked 10 cams.
Wow.
While OG stacked 0.
Ah. Yeah.
Also,
So that's pretty impressive. Like, you have Sven in the team, you want to get those stacks, and they don't have the heroes that can just go in the jungle and take the stacks. So this is why Virtus Pro was stacking so much. Also, like, there's a lot of gold coming out from the Eidolons. Like, if you add that up plus stacks, also they were winning the vision game throughout this whole game. Like, so many more wards destroyed by the Virtus Pro. I think
and in the
was,
first
let me just do the
8
math.
minutes, those first 8 minutes, how many times does JJ start for this Lacoste? How many times did mid one have to switch lanes?
I believe 2 or 3 times, and he made
Quite
a
a
lane
lot.
for himself. You know, you really don't see a carry Clinks that's playing the off lane, dragging the creep wave between tier 1, tier 2 tower. Yeah, it was a rough one for mid one.
Really was.
And I think when you look at the drafts one more time, it's the idea of just efficiency on the map and where the patch is nowadays. You look at OG, they're about playing their lanes, collapsing laning phase, and trying to look for the fights. They can't make stacks in the jungle. Who farms them? You know, some weird midnight pulse Enigma. You can't do it. You're forced to
Sven
fight.
farms them.
Exactly. He comes and nabs him. He comes on in, gets all giddy, and steals your jungle. But that's the thing. VP,
By
they
the-
can utilize that. Yes.
By the
Vega,
way,
sorry.
you notice my pocket square, but you did not mention this little guy.
You gotta
Yeah,
be
but,
come
like,
closer
I
to
don't
the
think I
camera.
can show this on camera.
No, get closer.
Is it Patrick?
It is the Patrick. It is, yeah.
Is he wearing a cowboy hat?
No, I don't think so. But
It's a plank of wood he nailed into his own head.
No. Oh. No, that
No.
looks more like a sombrero. Sort of.
Oh, that's a meme, Patrick.
There we go.
Appreciate it anyway. But did you make it
Yes.
yourself? No. Like the
Yes,
hat.
I did. I made
Yeah.
it with a fire torch and
Mm-hmm.
and a piece of plastic that I colored after that. Like, you can follow my YouTube channel. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice showing from Virtus Pro. Like, they know how to be so aggressive, and I like the itemization from pretty much everyone on the team. I'm the one who always talks like about the items. They did not have an ability that goes through magic immunity once Enigma goes in, but they made 2 Abyssal Blades. Like, Sven made the 4th item Abyssal, and also you had Mars with the Abyssal Blade. Like, the last fight could have been a bit different because Enigma had the Lincoln Sphere, so Lina pops the Lincoln Sphere with her ulti, and there's an Abyssal Blade coming up from Mars just to stop it. It was so close that Mars gets inside of that black hole.
Yeah. It was it was an absolute treat to watch. I am curious to find out where OG thought the problem lies. They are not thinking it
Not the
lay with
Morphling.
Morphling Air Spirit, because I believe they're going to go for that same opening again. We also have Virtus Pro with the exact same opening as well. Are the bans the same as well? Void and Slardar and Io Omni. Yes, the same.
The key thing here is in game 1, OG had selection priority. They chose first pick, VP chose Radiant. Going into game 2, that then switches, VP get priority. They actually chose Radiant once again. OG then taken away first pick. So potentially in the series, unless some drastic things happen, like OG lose this game and they really need to think of a new solution to the problem, we might just be seeing the same pick order, the same side every game.
Yeah.
Hopefully not the same draft every game. Maybe they change up the bans.
Is that
in game
just-
three.
They're
is that just
changing things
comfort?
out. Mars is being banned out. I mean, Virtus Pro, they knew before this series even started that OG is going to go for this. Pretty sure, you know, Morphling Earth Spirit as an opener, so they respond with the same thing. There's not going to be Mars. That was such a great performance from DM. I don't know how these players on the Virtus Pro are so good. Like, they, 20 years old is the oldest guys, and that's pretty impressive.
Dude, they just play so much Dota, right? In the interview, they play like 10 pubs a day. They're on the same page. They wanted to play together a year ago, but contracts and etc. that kind of forced them away.
And now it could finally happen.
It could, yeah.
And we heard Nico say as well, Nico Baby said that this is the most hungry team out there at this moment.
It
And
is.
I mean, their play, it shows it. It's like it's a treat to watch. Breath of fresh air for sure. And I think OG has got has got their work cut out for them. I think they're going to maybe pass on the Clinks this time around, though, because probably You could pinpoint it, say, okay, so let's just go for a carry that doesn't mind if he gets pressured that much, or if he does get pressured, at least maybe there's somewhere on the map someone that is making the most out of all the space.
Yeah,
The
I
thing
never
is-
felt like Klinks could just go in a fight and do what Klinks wants to do, because he's playing against Sven, he's playing against magical damage. So even when he gets a BKB, he still can't, stand his ground and take a fight. But to go back to the previous game once again, they had such a nasty combo, like E-Blade into the Midnight Pulse and the rolls from both Earth Spirits. That was pretty sick.
It was,
was.
yeah. They had the combos, and that's why I think OG coming into this game as well, same bands, they're not discerned. They're not worried about the combo being bad because they've played it before, and you see the adjustments here. It's not in the first phase; it's the second phase bands. They take away the Mars, defensive hero that can really crush fights, ET as well. And I wouldn't be surprised, maybe not now, but in the future bands, that they respect the Kunkka as well. You mentioned the idea of the Klinks. I don't think that they're actually also disheartened by this pick either. You have to think about, outside of the lane shenanigans, the disruptive nature of the hero. It opened up the game, and imagine he wasn't running into a Kunkka X Mark or that Mars. He suddenly would have such a better game, and he did do quite a lot of work. He didn't have a lot of net worth early on. He came back. He had the items. He had a game. The issue was the overall draft of OG was just manhandled by the defensive properties of VP. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if they think of the Kunkka and still respect Klinks to some order against Sven.
Yeah, they might need to ban out Kunkka because he came out of the laning stage pretty hot. It was a pretty sick last pick for them where he has a good time in the lane against the Morph. He's a natural Spirit Vessel buyer and he makes the team so much tankier. Also, they had the Mars, so it's an easy to execute combo, so much chaos happening. And his itemization was Aghanim Scepter, something that he really loves to get, and that was before BKB, just to have more AoE disrupted roles and find heroes in the back lines to make the fight even more chaotic.
They're taking their time here with the ban. We do have the Storm Spirit banned out by OG. I wonder if they're gonna maybe put that more somewhere else this time, because they could still put it on mid 1 or move tops into the top lane. There is a lot of flexibility that you can have with that as well. I can't help but thinking, okay, you got to do something different in this game than what you did previous game. But I guess they already did something different.
Yeah, exactly. I think the key thing here is the bans are changing. For example, OG in game 1, they banned out the Ench. Now it's free. VP picked that up, and this is where the draft should kind of pivot into a new direction. The opening's the same, but kind of the philosophy and how they're entering. VP, they're going for more lane aggression potentially because they don't have that Mars property. There's not a lot of offlaners that offer what Mars do. So VP, they might have to go more for, let's play our lanes, go strong, and then we dictate the tempo of the game. Maybe actually invade, take over the tri-camp, and suddenly this need for the Ags, it never comes online because the cores are sharing the space.
That's another
Same draft from
Enigma.
OG, yep. Instant pick from VP, going for the Axe.
No, DM Axe. I'm getting the flashbacks when he was standing for, was his team called VGJ Storm back then in the North America? He really had a good time. Chaos or, okay, could be Chaos.
One of the NA teams.
One of them.
One of
yeah.
the NA teams that Jack was taking care of. So he's a shout out to my boy Jack. Axe really, that type of a hero that can lock people down. Still, they don't have the BKB piercing ability for Enigma. Sven might go for the same itemization, and so that's gonna get them covered. Axe can do the trick if he, jumps behind Enigma, if Enigma uses the black hole right in front of him, but if he uses the black hole on top of him, then Axe can't, deal with that.
Question is, do OG pick the Klinks? This was the pick that they picked it last time, but for VP, they've answered the idea of OG's lineup, their playstyle, that aggression, with just that hard lockdown. You have the support Lina with it, the Sven, and now Axe as well. If OG overplay their hand and get a little bit too in their face, this Axe comes in, big blade mail, Axe cool, turns it around.
It's a
Now for a Veno. Offlane Veno?
But
Safe lane
then
Veno?
5
Just
Enigma?
Venom 5. Mid Venom for Thompson. That's definitely not the hero that he's just getting. I don't know what the lane for the Venomancer is going to be, but I've really not been impressed. The one that I've seen a couple of times was just Error picking this hero, and he feels so weak. like compared to the other heroes. One thing that's going good for the Venomancer is the vision game. Like you can't really approach a team fight, you can't go for the pickoffs, so you can't be that aggressive unless you want to use the smokes. I remember during the Omega League, Team Secret was the one who actually picked Mirana, to deal with the Venomancer. So you use Moonlight Shadow, you have free smokes and then you can try to go for a gank. I don't think that's gonna be the pick here. Just saying.
And also, of course, there's the Gale that you can't BKB off if you get hit by it as a Sven. You can get kited a little bit more.
Yeah, the key thing here is, I think, against the idea of VP, once they start a fight, if they fail their initiation, they fail that connection, they then have to deal with the slows, the stuns from the Morphling, the ES, and the wards from the Venomancer as well. So in theory, again, it's a nice idea from OG. They said in their interview, again, to touch on that, they like looking at the heroes as the complete set. They're not going to count out a hero straight away and go, you're not meta, we're not playing you. So yeah, I like the idea of what the Veno can provide. It's a Veno. There you go. That's all I can say.
I mean, I love the hero. It's just it's not been that good lately. I guess it's very niche.
Yeah.
After this game, we'll be like, wow, Veno, such an amazing hero. We're gonna see this all the way through.
Do you think there's gonna be a guy in the chat that's gonna go, I need to play Venomancer right now? I completely forgot about this hero. I need to play him right now.
They'll do that during the game if they make a good play. Like, oh yeah, playing Venom actually kind of fun. They gotta see it at work first,
Load up a cheeky turbo game, just get your Veno appetite, satisfied. Come back and go, yeah, that was a waste of time.
Well, let's see what the last picks are gonna be. We have got some cores banned out by VP, so they're still thinking that a mid 1/Thompson is missing a hero, and I mean, you got the 3-4-5 at the Earth Spirit, Enigma, Veno, in any order, really, at this point.
I'd love to see this.
Yes. Sorry.
Yes?
No.
You okay there?
Yeah, no,
Maybe?
I just don't want to see Thompson play Earth Spirit, but he's going to do that on the Morph. Anyway, we got a CK! And an instant Rubik pick. That was no hesitation.
Yeah.
Who's mid?
All right, let's find out.
Lina
so Seb,
mid.
offlane.
Lina mid,
Okay,
yeah.
nice. All right, cool. So in terms of OG's draft, it's going to be the carry CK, offlane, Venomancer, and then position 4 Earth Spirit, but then the position 5 Enigma. So overall, they have aggression. That's the key thing. They actually have a better way to enter the game. They're not so dependent waiting on the Morphling to have the Ags, and that's the key difference from game 1. But for VP, again, it's very much, they're just... Oof, what's the F for the cost?
I'm just thinking about CK. I'm not a big fan of CK as a safe laner, as the offlane works okay, but this is CK into Sven, into Axe, into Rubik. So these illusions, like there's gonna be chaotic fights, like Morphling, again Morphling into Earth Spirit, Enigma with the Eidolons, Veno wards, CK illusions, but CK illusions should get cleared pretty easily here.
You'd think a chaotic fight for the Chaos Knight? No?
Yeah.
Go there.
Yeah, that's very Lacoste of you.
All right, so what are we thinking if you were to pick one team? I have not asked anybody yet in these 2 days what they like straight up which team is going to win the game, but I will do so here because both of you have put out points in favor of both teams. They both look decent with their.
I think Verge Pro, they have a weaker draft compared to the game number 1. Much less team fight, I would say, and I think the chances for OG are much better in this one.
But we need a hard team.
You need a hard team.
Yeah, don't give me this flip flop.
I'd go with OG this time.
I'm a ride and die with my Lacoste, my fellow panelists.
let's
I
go.
think OG, that aggression, the change up, they have to get an Abyssal. I think OG's got this.
Well,
1-1 after this series.
I just the way you guys are talking, I just want to see you be wrong, guys. I think VP has got this
coming.
just to prove you wrong. Make sure, by the way, to check out the panels below the stream with the EGB odds if you want to see the actual odds for this game, because you shouldn't take my panelists' work for it for sure. Whose word you should take for it, though, is the words of my casters.
Oh, hello. Thank you so much, panel. Get out of here. Stop talking. You guys were already hiding at the beginning. Trent, we are here. Game number 2, and our panel lost their damn minds because they're saying Venomancer's going to win a game. I can't believe it. I can't
they lost their chairs too, I think. They kind of vanished there. Slinked away at the end. Is that a lack of confidence here? Maybe it's because they realized they went for Venomancer. That might have been it.
Yeah, I just can't believe it. I can't believe that Venomancer is going to win a game right now. It is nice against the Axe, at least.
Yeah, it's an interesting hero. It is very annoying for the Axe. I would think that that's probably the lane matchup that they're hoping for here, and currently that is set to go forward. And OG, they're bringing it back. As we discussed in Game 1, if it is there, they will be taking Earth Spirit and Morphling. It's going to take more than one loss to stop it. I don't even know if 2 losses will do it. I guess we'll possibly find out after this one as Mid-One dances his way onto that bounty rune.
Ooh, a little chase down. Look at this. DM in some trouble. Can they get the
Get
deny?
denied.
No. Mid-One's the one that gets the final touch. So a nice little start there for the Chaos Knight. We've seen this hero kind of make a bit of a comeback, as Lacoste was alluding to a bit in the offlane, but in the South American region, they've been kind of playing Chaos Knight in the core position 1 as well a little bit. What do you think of it?
Is it with the Ags when they run at 1?
No. It's been
I think
just Armlet and stuff.
This is almost certainly going to be an Ags game. I would guess, based on how OG play, that it's all about like essentially enabling Thompson, and I would guess that their goal is double Morphling.
Seems reasonable. I think that it sounds pretty terrifying if they're able to get it. As already it's just going to be save as Epileptic Kid made the run up top to try and avoid that matchup you're talking about. Oh, nice deny there. The immediate tip, okay. And then they're going to throw out a stun to be a bit of a butthead. I love it. It's amazing. Already the mental games are beginning in this one.
Yeah, the goals of Seb are fairly similar to last game, but more so just like always being glued to the lanes, right? Just ensuring that maybe that same sort of level of speed doesn't come out from Virtus Pro. They were pretty quick off the jump last game. It was very impressive, and they had the defensive options, but Veno offers a lot of defensive options for yourself. Thompson, wow, I actually would not have guessed that he's had that many matches in the mid. Or sorry, outside of the mid on Morphling. That must be from a while ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of interesting, because we've definitely been seeing it more in terms of just the straight up mid constantly making things happen. It's interesting. I think that there's also going to be a bit of a mentality thing going on here. Like, we've talked a lot about how hungry VP Virtus Pro is in this, like, for a win. They got second, they got third, they got second at each of the recent tournaments. They got knocked out by Secret, and then Secret again.
Oh, wow.
So
imagine losing to Team Secret. Jeez.
I know, but like they were able to knock them out earlier, and now they've won their first game in a grand finals in a really long time. I want to see if they can keep up the momentum from last game, and already it appears that they're doing a pretty good job of it. It would be really cool to see Virtus Pro be able to come away with this one, as they don't quite connect there with the stun. GPK still trying to put the pressure onto Thompson here.
Oh, I've had some clarification from JJ. That was overall this patch. That makes a lot more sense. 71% of all Morphlings are safe lane morphs.
That makes a lot more sense.
Aha, the glowing is for where Thompson is. Thompson's preferred lane is mid. Aha, thank you.
He's just built a little different, Ilias, he's going to go down there. They get a good chunk of damage out, and that was just the easy little rundown.
The first blood was important enough with the Gale because you're leveling Gale, but then to get another kill with 2 points in Gale, it's like kind of risky, right? To like not be investing in the wards. You have to make sure you're getting kills. But that's the whole point of having the Earth Spirit. Like that's why Venomancer is actually such an interesting hero. I know he's like kind of viewed as a little bit lame, but I think at least he has varying skill builds. Don't die right now, man. Come on.
Oh,
there, see, Gale's good.
Down. Oh my God, he's sticking around.
He has
this
to.
Guy's crazy. Oh
that was
my
sick.
God, barely walking away. He got his boots delivered as well, and now Ilias gonna get chased down. Does manage to live through it. Now the turnaround comes.
Seb, no.
Trying to get it. Seb's backing away. Another Gale. He runs in, but not quite able to connect with it. Rolling Boulder forward, trying to catch Ilias. It's just the battle of the no-lifers up here. Everybody's almost dead.
Imagine if he died while he was tipping.
They're going in again. What are you doing, Seb? You're crazy. Nice play by Epileptic Kid.
I had no regen. I wanted to die. Got a couple kills. Maybe that's why he was taunting so much,
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, rotation coming in mid. Trying to find GPK a little bit off the mark with the right clicks. The Fairy Fire, though. That extra armor and regen from the tower. Is it enough to keep him alive? Finds him in the trees.
All right, the clown shoes are on right now for OG a little bit, as they give 2 back pretty quickly. And GPK versus Courier Rat. It's on its way. All right, so he's not too bad of a spot. The bottle's on its way out.
Like to see it.
Hobson can really pressure here, though. He's a regen rune, so not a lot of concerns for him in this current moment as he shotguns his way back to the high ground. But down bottom, as you're seeing, mid one, still duking it out here with DM. And Enigma's actually going to head out. He just straight up TP's top to catch the range creep. And is going to start helping out that lane.
So I guess just trying to get a little bit of farm on. We talked about how good No-Tail can be in this game. I mean, the last pick, Rubik, does kind of hurt, though. We'll have to keep that in mind. Save should have a pretty good time, as they're going to get 3 bounty runes on Virtus Pro. Want to get there a little bit early. Oh, no.
But they won't.
They give it up. Okay. Not
Sox
able to get
the
their
roll
time.
in, yeah.
Well played.
He was probably trying to hold it for GPK.
Yeah, that makes sense. Nonetheless, as far as the early laning goes, the main thing is mid one is having a much better game than he did last time around. Double bracers already for this CK, along with wand and some boots.
Yeah, he's quite farmed at the moment.
Yeah. Mid one taking
And
a little
VM
bit of
is
damage.
just not getting the spins. That was 4 units attacking him, and he got 2 spins.
They're
for a
still
pretty
chasing
sustained
around up here.
duration.
But I think they might just get him down bottom, although they're also going on Epileptic Kid up top. Can they find a kill on to this Sven here? The roll-in comes through, trying to maybe find a denier. They could just see if they can find a kill. Right-click? Oh, well played by Ilias. Takes that one away from him.
Infinite wisdom, Pythian followed the correct fight as they didn't get the finish down bottom, and now Soxa gonna hurt. Yep, got the kill on the save. Almost went down.
Okay. So they managed to kill 2 heroes, but one of them was denied. And so that sets us up for, again, a little bit just crazy laning stage early on. Oh, bottom, mid one. Tries to get him. Gonna pop the ulti. DM, that just creates more illusions for spins. And now Epileptic Hit shows up the stun. It's gonna be there in a mid one. One more touch. Gets the finish.
Now that's the rotation. Instead of a pretty annoying lane, comes down, gets a pick onto the most farmed hero in the game, and he's gonna actually eclipse him now because of that.
Really nice. He's going to be able to get that with the catapult taken down. Are there any stacks really being built up right now? The jungle or anything? It does look like they've got ancients. Okay.
Yeah, that's the only one. Can he get him again? He did! Oh, get the northern pull. Man, that timing's tough for Ilias.
Yeah. It's very frustrating.
Okay. Very much needed. They could also really use a Laguna kill, because this is the whole point, at least one of the best parts about having the Lina in this matchup, right? They have the obs over the small camp. He sees what Thompson's doing. He'll probably TP mid and smoke with Save, perhaps. They don't actually have one. Save is bringing it on the courier right now.
Okay.
That's your usual play, and Toss is just trying to serve it up. He says, you think I care? I'm coming for your farm, man. I got a DD. I'm taking your neutrals.
This is the way to do it. Rollin, Jason, Laguna comes out trying to get the mid one kill. Can't quite connect. Yeah, and as you said, missing that one really hurts for GPK. You'd love to be able to make some other type of play here.
I like that he went bottom, because the obvious play is going for the Morph lane, because it's just like the way that you view this, but missing out on the CK because he's obviously much tankier. Like, there's a reason why it works so well in the Morph lane, so took a bit of a risk in that situation.
Yeah, and it's frustrating. I mean, so this is one of the things when I was thinking about this draft. Like, I don't like the Veno pick, but I've really felt like Lina mid can, if you're like not just snowballing, feels kind of bad. I don't know. We'll have to see if she can find some more kills moving around the map.
Yeah, if she doesn't pop off, this quickly becomes an all-in on Sven draft, right? Because you have an Axe who basically just creates good fights for the Sven, but doesn't necessarily provide a whole lot of damage. And then you just have double support enablers, so it'll be, I mean, mind you, the guy's 3-0 on Sven. He looked really good last game. I'm willing to put my eggs in that basket.
They're already kind of giving him the treatment, sending Soxa constantly. And Seb is here as well. Has the 2-2-2 build, Ilias nearby. The roll is going to connect. They pull him back in. They're going to pop the ulti. DM trying to look for some spins. Not able to get that much. Another deny possible to come out there. They don't quite get it. Mid one was able to finish him off. Now Epileptic Kid trying to chase down Seb, but a good roll in from Soxa. It's going to cost him his life. Maybe can they get ready? They just barely able to get there. LSA comes out afterwards trying to take down Seb, but they pull him in and away. And the TP out of there is barely. What? That is insane.
I thought that was going to be enough damage for sure. I mean, look at Ilias just getting whopped.
Oh my god. Triple kill for mid one. What a fight.
And that armor reduction still not enough to take down that Sven. Oh, that was a lot of damage from mid one, about 2,600.
Yeah.
He is feeling it. He's looking at the golden glove. Wants to Midas his way to victory. Feeling a little poor after that first game.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I mean, obviously Sven's amazing against CK if you can get up there, but I might be a little bit concerned.
I think he might be more than double his net worth the last game at this point.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain that seems pretty likely with how rough that game was and how harassed he was from the side of Virtus Pro.
It's true. Yeah, getting a free time for himself, and now he's going to be able to secure a tier 1 tower as well. Mid one's definitely having a better game. But likewise, it feels like there's a lot of heroes that can, I don't know, fight on this lineup from Virtus Pro. You're getting towards the Blink Dagger on Axe. There's still these Ancients that need to be cleared out as well over on the Radiant side.
Axe has Vanguard too, so I mean, that could be for DM to get Blink theoretically, but Epileptic Kid's made it over, and he's like, yeah, you know how this goes. I'm a Sven, man.
Give me the farm.
And he actually just recut the trees. That's nice to help with the stack.
Nice.
He's even going to do it himself while his team takes the tower. So, NoTail is looking for the Midnight Pulse walkout play here, perhaps.
Okay. You got to be careful. Well, he does have that black hole as well, though. Moves in, Save is on top of him. Saksa, they're all trying to run in. Got to be careful. And they will kill off that Earth Spirit. But now looking for the black hole, it catches onto 2 of them. And that's going to be enough. They take down the Lina and kill Save afterwards. What a great freaking play.
NoTail. He's like he's playing Beastmaster or something. He's just hiding in there, lurking, waiting.
Damn, dude.
The trees and makes an escape as mid one hops his way forward, looking for more.
No. I mean, at the very least, Sven was able to clear out those Ancients, so that was nice for Virtus Pro, but losing those heroes is tough. And
that
now,
is true.
A 3,000 gold lead for OG DM. Now, they're moving in for him. 2 seconds stun, and now the beatdown's coming. DM goes for that taunt, the steal, though.
Jukes?
Gonna get strength for him for the moment, but he's brought down. DM will die. They'll take down mid one in turn, though, so that's a nice little streak. Picked up by Epileptic Kid. The chase down will be there. NoTail LSA connects. And they overextend it on OG.
They've got the morph too, the attribute shifts.
Okay.
Nice and beefy now. That's really nice versus Earth Spirit Venomancer, and even, I mean, I guess Enigma, it's not that great, but definitely Earth Spirit Venomancer. There's so much magic damage he's now saving himself from with that.
Nice. And still, you know, he's got 1 armor or whatever-ish, right around there.
Yeah, I'm ditching all that Agi if I'm safe, 100%. I fully agree with this decision.
Okay.
This is the way to go, man.
I like it.
And if you die, like if you get hit by CK armor, it does not matter. You're going to die anyway. At least this is going to help all those lingering effects from Veno and Earth Spirit.
Yeah. They're still not giving up this tier 1 tower on OG, just trying to be as annoying as they possibly can. Still holding on to this 3,000 gold lead as DM is going to run into mid one here. Who's still holding on to his Midas and going to taunt in front of him. Oh my goodness.
Did he actually just delay him by taunting so that Thompson could get in range right now?
I think he did. That's insane. And they can't punish.
The axe has an actual taunt. He just made a skill.
Oh my god. Double kill for Thompson now. Okay. That one hurts. And OG are now trying to just barrel forward, and they'll find GPK. Oh, this Lina Eul Scepter is there. Chase down, not quite in time. Stun. Get away. They do have God Strength available if there's too much of overextension, and really good of Epileptic Kid to make sure that GPK could get out.
They even dropped a sentry to block off the Ancients, too.
Nice.
I'm gonna limit this farm here for Epileptic Kid.
Okay. Well, Virtus Pro, they're going to try and make this play again with the Eul Scepter up. And
they need this kill right now for DM.
Oh, the silence. Saksa, well caught. And LSA is going to connect onto 2 as they try and back out. DM is going to be the one punished here. There is no way to keep him alive.
His game is so hard ever since they lost that first fight pushing top. Like, if he wasn't going to be given those Ancient stacks, and going Vanguard first is just really hard this game if they're going to try and make plays.
Yeah.
Because that's a long road to blink after. And these fights being pushed in right now from OG, he just can't really engage in them.
We'll see if Thompson is overextending, hanging out down this area. But it doesn't look like it. The vision is pretty aggressive here. Coming out from OG. Ilias is hiding off in the trees there. Thompson still sitting with the Invis rune, but reveals himself. And we'll see if he can get punished or not. Save. Walks right past an Observer Ward. Get the Eul Scepter lift up. He's got so much HP, though. This is really hard. Meanwhile, back towards mid. Mid one's still there. The DM and Epileptic Kid. And they'll ensure at least one bounty rune here on Virtus Pro. But this lead is just growing for OG.
Yeah, not again. All right, Save is going to defend his territory here with these wards at the very least, so Seb wants to also get in on it.
Okay.
Oh man, Venomans are so annoying to play against.
Well, how close are we to a no-tail blink? He's around 900 or so gold away. Epileptic Kid trying to get set up here onto Thompson. This is just a really hard kill the guy. I think he just wants to try and farm the wave and then back out afterwards. It feels like there just aren't that many moves that are capable of being made. Maybe if they can catch him from the trees here, though, with the rest of the team moving in. Okay, E-Blade. Oh, they're trying to bait it. They're seeing if they can punish this. Thompson gets to switch over to strength. And there's the LSA trying to find the beatdown, the taunt afterwards. Can they kill the pesky morph? They will. Virtus Pro connect and finish him off.
It's a good thing they had all that there, or that was going to be a difficult grab, that's for sure. So, very much necessary here. They're going to push in forward, try and get some D-wards off. That sentry just misses. Well, at least drop another, probably. All right, good stuff. So he gets that down, but mid one doesn't want to let this go for free.
No, he is
long outpost TP though.
Coming on home. Or staff
forcing
forward.
him forward. Jeez, I didn't know this item still existed.
Oh, they've seen another ward placed down here. Unfortunate for Virtus Pro.
Our staff is not only a very good item versus the Sven, but it's really good when you have Veno on the team because it can, it's already so hard to get on top of someone, right? And that's why the first jump's always so important because once someone creates that space separation, the Plague Wards, the Gales, everything just slows you down and stops you from getting back on top of them again. So if you have the Force Staff, even if they have a perfect initiation, you just force your Bud, and then he's going to help to force them through that bog that the Veno's creating every time.
Right. Well,
and you can force people in the black hole. Big plays. Let's go.
There you go. That's the big play. They do just have that Blink Dagger done now, but they do not have No Tail with the rest of the team. They're coming to invade this jungle. They run into Epileptic Kid. DM is nearby, and they're actually just going to let him die. No way to save him in time. As DM bounces out of there as well. He is still around 300, 400 gold away from his Blink Dagger, and he's not really got any space to farm.
That's a first phase Sven. Do you know how much physical damage he took right there?
How much?
132.
Yeah.
Warcry not going to save you, right? It's just so much magic coming out.
That does mean, though, that when this BKB is completed for the Sven, it's going to be super valuable. But he's still a ways away from it. And OG trying to take down Roche here. In this game number 2, they are off to a hell of a hot start. 18 minutes in, 8,000 gold, and the Aegis.
I mean, Thompson was looking at, Dragon Lance into, half an Aghanim's last game. And now he already has the E-Blade in the same situation. He is extremely farmed right now, too. And alongside mid one, obviously, too. And, yeah, very fast compared to the average, as you can see there.
A good play by DM up here. He's going to cut and kill some neutral camps for a little bit, and that gives him enough gold for the Blink Dagger. So that opens up an ability for Virtus Pro to fight at least. They've done a good job of sort of spreading the map out a little bit, while Save also has the Philosopher's Stone. He's getting towards a Blink. It feels like there's still avenues that they have to fight in a little bit here if they can buy some more time for themselves.
And No Tail, yeah. I mean, he obviously has to catch Save every time, the Black Hole, because he does not want to give that away, especially when you're playing a support. I don't know, it just feels a lot worse, too.
Scan. Connects. They find Save.
Yeah, I thought they were going to smoke bottom, but they want mid. Oh, that's a double. Oh, he got used.
The chase and the runaway. No Tail's out of there, but they do kill off Save on the other side.
Okay, so yeah, mid lane, they were both clubbed right here under the tower in between with mid one nearby, and it was a very fast Jules from GPK. That was a beautiful save. I think he had just walked into the ops vision too.
And they do get that one taken away. There is still an observer ward over here on the other side, which I think Ilias is going to deward as well. Yeah, so they're going to take down away.
Yeah, No-Tail smoke popped, and that's how he knew that. Like the second his smoke popped, like within a moment, he got Yules'd up. So quick fingers there from GPK, but better defensive vision, as you pointed out, and they'll just eliminate that on both sides. I mean, Radiant defensive and Dire offensive on the opposite end. 10K lead this time for OG.
Yeah, they're cooking. They're cooking real fast. And if you're Virtus Pro, they basically just need to do this. It feels like push out these lanes whenever possible. They're at least getting some XP from that other one. Bounty Rune Gold, they're slightly in the lead as well. I kind of got to question what's that fight that they're going to take that's going to hopefully turn this around for them. I guess it has to be around the next Roche fight, but they catch themselves another, and that is the problem with Lena mid. You just get absolutely wiped.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, right? You're kind of hoping that you're going to be ahead and you're going to be doing that to the Morphling, but that's obviously not what is happening in this game.
Yeah. Oh, OG continuing
Looking
to put the pressure
turn
on.
This best of 5 into a best of 3. Am I right, every caster ever?
Pushes glasses up.
Classic line. Always gets old.
Always gets old. I like that. It's a better one. I mean, they're trying to do it best they can. And tier 3 tower going to fall here. OG still, what is this? 2 minutes left on the Aegis. And they're going to go forward. Glimmer Cape afterwards. Lift needs to back away. Pulls mid one in. Gonna pop the ulti. And that is going to be a full set of racks. And Virtus Pro are just not interested in fighting right now.
He smoked up in the back line. He wants to play here. Him and Saksa lurking.
Yeah, they're super ready. Yeah, they're I mean, but nobody's showing. Like they're just all back here farming away.
Actually, both smoked. They're going through this ward.
Oh my god. Get away from there. DM.
That's gonna find DM.
Oh, he wasn't looking. He was not looking. And he's in some trouble. Doesn't have a TP anymore.
But No-Tail.
He's thinking about it now. He's just gonna scream in agony as his body departs this plane of existence. Or DM.
Oh, we have a fun graphic.
It's been
where
all
he's
over.
died. And his heat map. As you can see, he's mostly farming on the enemy side because OG's on his side.
Yeah.
This is not great news for DM. He was just like begging for scraps pretty much on the OG side of the map, trying to find that Blink Dagger gold. And his game got so ruined by those first couple fights.
Yeah.
Oh, save. Blink's in here, but can't catch Saksa.
They just want to blow somebody up with this Lina, and it's not happening for them.
Well, Reality Rift is -6 armor at the moment, and Save has it, so that is something to help out. If they get the jump with Epileptic Kid, right? It's 10-second BKB, they're smoking. This is their moment. Opson has like 35 armor though.
20 seconds left now. Oh, wait a minute. Didn't catch anybody. It's 20 seconds left on this Aegis, but it looks like they aren't quite going to connect yet. Although they do have this ward here. It scouted No-Tail heading the other direction. So they might be able to find him, but again, he's running away. Just anticipating that movement and staying really far back as the Aegis expires.
Yeah, I mean, it was good timing on the move, right?
Yeah.
Well, OG just completely circled exactly where they're standing. I don't know, did they have a ward that saw that courier?
Not sure.
Oh, the illusions. His illusions were farming this camp and saw the ward go overhead, I think. That's why they're scanning there, but they're just a little bit too late.
BKB done. I mean, I don't know what else OG need at this point besides another Aegis, but they're ready to roll in. Thompson's going. Constantly chasing, dude. That is so silly. Poor DM is gonna get caught. He's gonna get stunned. Tries to throw out the call, but he doesn't have anywhere left to go. Super duper dead. Dual Scepters lift up, but the second Earth Spirit was coming in for you. GPK, what you gonna do now? Trying to move in here. Epileptic Kid. Maybe a chase down. Do they have enough damage? They don't quite. And there's gonna be the BKB used, and they still lose 2 in that fight. God damn. OG just looking too strong in this game number 2.
That Morph's cast range increase is so crazy with E-Blade.
Yeah.
In combination with his Nether Shawl, it's just nuts. When he's in Earth Spirit form, it's like the entire screen.
Yeah, we're starting to. I think this is part of the reason why this combo has been so good for them. Thompson just feels like he can do whatever he wants here. Save.
Also, he's really abusing runes a lot this game. Every time I see him, he's got one going. It all started very early from the Phantom runes activated. Jeez, okay. Thank you. It's that's a key aspect of Dota that sometimes gets ignored, especially with certain mid heroes, like how beneficial it is to keep control and vision over that area.
Right.
It's like grab it, go aggressive, over and over again. And speaking of keeping vision and control, that's gonna be 4 bounty runes for OG.
Yeah, OG are they're just in complete control at this point, and they've like sort of similar to what you were talking about last game from Virtus Pro, where they were coming up with answers before the problems even existed. You got a similar thing with like Venomancer getting the Crimson Guard done, and then he's going for the Lincoln Sphere so that way they can put it onto Enigma when he BKB black holes. Like,
yeah,
they're totally ready for this game and what's gonna come. Which means if you're Virtus Pro, you got to catch him off guard. Maybe that Aghanim Scepter for Sven could be part of that, but it's gonna be tough. Smoke up. Who do they find? They're walking right by wards. And Saksa, he's over in the trees. Oh, not quite going to connect onto anybody. That is a tough one for Virtus Pro. And actually, they're thinking about running in here. They pop the illusions for the CK. The turnaround, do they find anybody? Roll in, coming from Thompson, finds the jump right at the start. BKB out for Epileptic Kid. The black hole comes afterwards, catches onto 2. There's no follow-up. No, there's no black hole, though. Did they kill him off in time? Thompson saves the day there, just barely. But Epileptic Kid might be able to do some more damage. Nice, just got to get out. DM is going to fall. Dude, that turnaround was so sick, and it was almost amazing, but Thompson broke him down.
Yeah, there was some faith there from Seb where he's just like, yeah, this might get stolen, guys. I'm not catching the Rubik. He just went for it.
No tell you made, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So often we
Last
see Seb do it.
Seb. Seb actually had the best, I think, at the start of that because he forced out the BKB instantly from the Sven because he got that 4-staff Gale off.
Right.
And then it's just like, well, I don't have Aghanims yet, so I'm just stuck in place right now as this Sven.
Well, Epileptic Kid, again, the only one really here to try and stop things, but they will connect that long-range Gale.
Yeah,
so
I had to double
annoying.
check for a second. I clicked over at Seb. I was like, oh, yeah, right. It's just Thompson doing this thing.
Oof. This is going to be another potential tier 3 tower going down. Oh, my God.
Whoa, please.
There.
What a surprise.
Save is a little bit of a clown. I like it.
Yes, it's a bit of an unfortunate spell for a Rubik. The last one he really wanted of Chaos Knight, but it worked out in that case.
He does have that Blink Dagger at least. Can they go again? I mean, they've got Axe, but they don't have, so they have the low cost initiation, but they need God Strength, which is 10 seconds away. Yeah, a huge lead right now for OG. But there won't be a black hole. And it feels like you have to punish that if you're VP.
Yeah, they, we've commented on their patience, but OG have this, measured patience as well, where they wait for them to do something, They're not just, running into the high ground.
Taunted.
Come out
God,
to
he's
D-Ward.
so slow. He's going to find the jump there. Trying to get the backlines now.
Oh,
Saksa went in pretty deep and is going to get punished. Epileptic Kid finds it, and the dunk to finish. So VP find 2 kills, and this is with Roche back up in 5 seconds.
Notel even still moving forward
Oh,
here.
wait
They're
a
very
minute.
confident.
Wait a minute. Jumps in. Tries to blow him up. Stun. Oh, but he's in the Midnight Pulse. Thompson gets the kill there. LSA is going to connect. But mid 1, the long duration stun is going to pull back Ilias. And mid 1 finds the finish. It was looking good for a moment, but OG with the kibosh on that.
They double Midnight Pulse them again. Like 1,000 damage from Midnight Pulse from those 2.
He loves using those voice lines, switching over to other people.
Well, you gotta flex when your own player doesn't have the levels, right? That's the best part about Morphling.
That's a good point. Well, we're 50 seconds away from that 30-minute mark. So they're going to try and reclaim the outpost. But Sox is over there to interrupt it afterwards. So that's kind of annoying if you're Virtus Pro, is they're going to also take Roche. Dude, if they can claim the outpost and Roche, oof. They find
Wait,
him.
blinked right into the
Silence. Does they have any follow-up? LSA, BKB out. Dude, he's got to run. Yeah, and Soxa is looking like he's going to be okay here for the moment. Rolls in again. Hits onto the Rubik, which is an illusion. The bait was real. Trying to chase, blink away. GPK barely going to be able to get out of that one.
Yeah, that quickly turned into a I don't want to be here situation for the Lina. And then Thompson's like, all right, let's roll out Autobots. Well, he is definitely Earth Spirit Prime. I'm sorry, Soxa. It's not you, bud.
What a silly game. Ilias?
What a hero. I love
we
Core
got it.
Rubik. It's great.
Core Rubik?
It's better. It's like they took all the fun things about Rubik, put in a core hero, and made him cooler.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Oh, call. Stun. God strength back up again in a second. How's this fight gonna go? Leptic Kid takes down one. Can they find it? No, he's just gonna TP out of there. Wise decision. But right now, it is all the OG show in this game number 2. They have come up with some really good answers here. And now gonna head on over towards mid. Another call with the blade mail afterwards, but no tail gets the big black hole.
One more, though.
Tries to steal it, able to turn this back around. Look at it, it's on to everybody. And with Epileptic Kid hitting on the other side, they're gonna take them all down. Holy moly, he saved it. What a play. Unbelievable. And now the call, the taunt, can they bring him down in time? Follow-up stun is not going to connect. Thompson's got to save the game here. Got to get the hell out of here, but they won't be able to do it. All 5 fall. What a save from Save.
Yeah, No Tail, a little too confident there twice in a row now. So well done save.
First
It's
time
funny, we
playing
always
this
talk about,
hero.
like, you can't do it. You can't throw out the black hole without the Rubik, and now just twice No Tail's like, I'm sure it'll be fine. But Save proving him wrong. Excellent play there from Save to, well, quite literally save the game, yeah.
What happened to the Lincoln Sphere? I thought they were going to throw that on him from the Venom.
I'm not sure if Sev
got it in
hit
time.
him. He obviously didn't get it all in time, yeah.
Damn. Well, that was the Aegis fight. And a big turnaround. Jeez, how much does that get him? In terms of like XP and gold, everything.
I don't know. They were up like 22K before.
Yeah.
Also, I see some like pretty close to 0% on that win rate. It's 2% now, just so you know. We're making the comeback.
See if it can happen.
Need another 95 seconds. And we can opt for another black hole play.
That's an interesting point, right? Rubik is going to have it now for this next engagement. So maybe an opportunity here. He's also queuing up an Aghanims. Yeah, big swing back there on that XP graph.
All right, but
But
you know, they could just be like, yo, No Tail. Maybe.
just don't cast that spell
just
anymore.
a thought here, dude. These fights might be a lot easier if you just didn't black hole.
Well, and or at least like make sure that you're getting safe. I feel like that Blink Dagger pickup, and this is one of those games where like getting that Philosopher's Stone was so key for Virtus Pro. You know what I mean? Like, think about how different that looks if he doesn't get it. He probably doesn't have his blink in time, these other items to help him out. Scotty done, though, on the morph. And well, they're feeling a little shook right now, but they're going to run in for some
OG
battles.
are smoking up because they don't have black hole. So, you know, they want to attack the enemy.
I see.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah, definitely. DM, his TP was broken, so he'll eventually be brought down here. As mid one finishes off that axe. Does give a little bit of extra space for Epileptic Kid to get his farm on. And if they have the control, the Sven will tear you to pieces. Both black holes going to be back up again in 10 seconds.
Yeah, without the axe, I just play it chill. They have both wards and smokes, or wards and scans rather. Seeing this play here, first they thought they were smoked running through there, and then they just see the giant rolling boulder. So,
mid
they
one.
know that Thompson lurks nearby.
3 second stun as the Lincoln's on him. Save.
Trying to force a bad
has that
BKB.
black hole available. The lift comes out afterwards. Laguna Blade going to connect.
They're kind of clumped.
Gotta be careful. CK, they jump in. No Tail's
got
there,
no
but the
blink.
black hole, he doesn't have blink off cooldown yet. He needs to turn it around, but it's not going to come in time. Oh, call comes out afterwards. Save is nearby. Does he want to jump in with this? There's no spend for 70 seconds. It's really hard to make this work. Black hole comes out afterwards, but the stun is there. No Tail saved the day. and able to turn that around. Gives him the next level play as the buyback comes, but I don't know if they have the damage. With Sven dead there right at the start, that might have stopped it.
Yes, Revenge of the No-Tail. Quite literally the next level play when you're canceling Black Hole as Enigma, I think, you know.
Damn. Well, and I think that what was so good about that was like Rubik was forced to blink, and then No-Tail's like, all right, he can't get me. I'm just going to Black Hole now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that was a really good call on his part.
OG.
You know, he had some risky ones that didn't pay off. That one, even if you're like 90% sure that he had that blink there, it could still be a little bit risky in that case, but definitely worth it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he must have had the vision on it.
Well, save.
Hold in.
Go. Try and catch him. Lift up onto Thompson, but DM, he's got to find a big call here. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. It's hard. Sven's still 20 seconds away as, yes, Megas will be claimed. GPK trying to run out. They're 10 seconds out. He's got to find the opening for DM. Can they get it there in time? The call hits onto nobody. OG are going to take this game. Unbelievable, as that is going to clean it up here. 100% win rate should be confirmed, as the call will come out, but they're going to roll in afterwards. Very, very well done. They're going to set their sights now onto those tier 4 towers, and Virtus Pro forcing every little bit of this from them.
Yes, that'll be the end of the 100% win streak, though. Grab a lefty kid on his Sven.
True. They're just fountain farming, ready to go in.
Dancing, Black Hole in, BKB in. Well,
Dude, they're not finished. They're just waiting there. All right, yeah. GG's finally going to get called. OG going to take game number 2. Epileptic Kid want to go in for one last ride, but he's going to be punished as the game will end. OG, they found the answers.
Yeah, that was a very nice adjustment there. The Veno pick, I think, did a great job of shutting down the Axe. I think the Veno and the CK in combination, as much as the Morphling and the Earth Spirit, like their tried and true duo alongside the Enigma once more, sort of like carries and looks amazing in that mid and that late game. I do think the Veno and the CK, the idea behind that versus the Axe and just like ruining his game was very good.
Yeah, and that point that you had made earlier in the game about like those early fights and maybe giving that farm to Epileptic Kid instead of DM to get his Blink Dagger, that felt like it was hurting too.
That was like GG stuff, man. When they lose those first couple fights and the Axe is just, and he went Vanguard, right? I mean, there's a reason why you often see the Blink Dagger first, because it can be a struggle to get there. When you get this Vanguard, I always assume that there's got to be some play for like Ancients or something, because it's a big delay. Maybe if the other heroes have been snowballing a bit more, like let's say GPK had a bit of a better time, maybe they thought that they could just piggyback off the power of the Eul Scepter and pressure towers, utilize the Axe as a like envision front man rather than a ganking and blink making plays.
Right.
They didn't get that assistance from the mid lane in that respect, so the game became very difficult at that point.
True enough. And, you know, you'd mentioned the Veno needing to find kills in his lane. As we said, the Lina also needs to find kills in her game, and that didn't end up happening. But that's going to send us to 1-1 in the series. We're going to take a quick little break, head on back to the channel, hear those wonderful people break down all the intricacies, and then we'll be back for game number 3 right after this.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
OG did it. They make the score 1-1. Tie the score indeed here against Virtus.pro in the best of 5 grand finals for the Epic League. And to be honest, I think they just felt a little hurt from that first game and they want to smash VP down. And they certainly did there in the second game. I'm here with T-Governor and Lacoste. Guys, that game just proved that I think it's time for VP to probably ban out the Morphling, I'd say.
Well, that's the
They
thing.
beat
right?
it once.
Yep,
They
there
lost
we
to
go.
it once. Maybe you live it one more time to see how it's gonna
Maybe.
go. I think that this is the play here.
Yeah, and also we did have confirmation that it will be OG on first pick and VP yet to decide on what's on Radiant or Dire, but still, at least the draft formation will be the same. So I wouldn't be surprised.
It will be Radiant. Everybody the whole
Okay.
day has been picking Radiant.
Yeah. So that's the thing, right? Like, are they just going to go for that very standard ban, Lena, Morph, Sven, Earth Spirit, yada, 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 and then we get to see the flexibility in second phase? Or does VP respect the Morphling? I honestly think if I were them, let it through. Let them have the Morph Earth Spirit, but first phase, one of the key defensive heroes that I mentioned before, the Kunkka or the other hero that I was thinking, the Mars. Probably the Mars better first phase opening, and then you actually get to play up into them. Allow yourself your offlane to have a game. Axe offlane though, that didn't work out. Just got absolutely crushed.
Oh, he got demolished in the laning stage, and yeah, the thing about Enigma and the way OG plays it is it's viable position 5, and they can also play it as position 3. Saksa, once again, like I don't know how people thought that he's not gonna be a good fit for OG once he joined, because
people
I
think
know.
that?
I mean, I check Reddit, I
questions,
read
yeah.
the comments,
Okay.
and yeah, it seems like after all, he was the best pick they could have gotten, because Saksa fits in perfectly. Like his aggression, his spell casting, it's really on point. Like he was having BKB, Earn, and Casual Cloak in 20-25 minutes. That's pretty impressive. And once again, OG with a nasty combo, E-Blade to keep the hero inside the Midnight Pulse. That's 80% slow, like 80%. You can't get out of that.
Cannot.
It's rough. But no, this was a game where OG, they knew that their strategy worked. It's why the draft was the exact same. But then when you see that second phase, I just love the fact that this team, they're just not afraid to pick these heroes that are a little bit kind of out there, right? Like the Venom Monster in this game, it did a lot of work. It closed out the map. When you have this early lead, Venom Monster is one of the best heroes in history of just owning the jungle. You chuck the Plagueors down, they can't get back into that farm. And Sven, he's a hero that needs to access that jungle. So the product of these strong lanes, and then the itemization and the collapsing of the map, it just played well. So it just shows that throughout the series, if Morphling is banned, it'll be interesting to see if they have other kind of unique takes on some of the most popular heroes. And VP, they're known just for kind of picking what's good and playing it really well.
Yeah, that is something that Nico Baby had pointed out as well during his interview when we talked about this series. He said one of the traps that VP could fall into is that they just don't have the variety. They just pick the same things all over again. And obviously this is something that OG also knows and can prepare for and has prepared for. Let's see if we have the first couple of bans being the same again.
Here
as
we
move into
go.
the
Like,
draft.
even if it goes to game 5, OG is not gonna let Virtus.pro get hands on the Faceless Void. There's no doubt about it.
I don't blame them.
Virtus.pro just plays too well with it. And you talked about how Virtus.pro, plays the same heroes, but they know how to use them. OG was always a team that is trying to break the game, like try to find something new, like any kind of like percentage-based damage. Now that they're doing this with the Earth Spirit and the Morphling on top of Enigma, once the E-Blade is up. So like you see a carry hero, Sven, who's pretty tanky, and E-Blade from Morphling inside the Midnight Balls, he just melts. Like he's thinking, do I need to pop a BKB here or not? If he pops, then they reset, wait for BKB to wear off and go back in again. So it's really something that OG has been historically doing so well.
Oh, there it is. Same 4 bans coming out. OG, will they first pick the Morphling, or are they going to change it up?
No, they're not. They
Will
did
we
change their bans
take
up,
the
though.
Earthspur, maybe? Nope, there's the Lena. OG.
Seems like
Here we
Virtus.pro
go,
is pretty
Earthspur.
stubborn.
Wait, whoa, back to VP.
Sven, let's go.
All right, lads. So, we're going to
There
have
was a change. There was a change.
What was the change? They
In
spent
the
more
second
time?
game, they banned out Mars and Elder Titan in the first. Oh no, that's not true because
That's
I
the
wrote it
second
down
phase.
wrong. I wrote it down
yeah.
wrong. I have
Don't worry,
lines
Shiva.
drawn and everything to point out that I
That
wrote it down
goddamn
wrong.
pencil.
God damn, you need to get technology. But anyway, look at the adaptation, at least from VP this time. They ban out the Enigma. They respect how much impact it had, especially when VP didn't have these big defensive heroes that could also threaten. So OG, they ban out the Mars, also maybe even the Enchantress, a little bit of respect there. But for VP, take away the Enigma. We're going to see a new hero in the second phase for OG.
Wow.
Wow.
Mind is blown.
Do you think OG is gonna ban out Kanka? Because if they don't, I think Virtus.pro just get it against the Morphling, good laner once again, and the Spirit Vessel carrier, something that you need to have. Because if Morphling is gonna go for that Aghanim Scepter, possibly like a Dragonlance before, and E-Blade, he's not gonna have a way of dispelling things. So could be a really good pick.
But the question here is, this is where the draft complexity goes even further, where VP, because they have to pick first in the second phase, OG has that advantage of, okay, wow, they go for a Kunkka, let's react to it. For OG, if they pick up their position 5, they could easily, put the Morphling into the carry role, let Thompson play like a little cheeky usher at mid game against that Kunkka, and suddenly they're getting a great last pick for 7 on the offlane, So I think we can't get too carried away with VP quickly reacting, because OG can still flex this opening throughout their throughout their players. Oh, I don't know. I just love seeing the same openings and seeing how teams react to it. Like, that's way more interesting than seeing new strats every game, because we quickly find excuses like, oh, this pick was bad, this draft was bad. But like when you have a core foundation and you're seeing the little intricacies change, that's when you can see the real kind of like the works of how these teams operate.
It tells us a lot as well about what the teams think, because
Exactly.
they obviously believe in these openings. I mean, we've seen it work for both already as well. So yeah, it's just the little adaptations in the later stages of this draft. It's a little bit more strategical. Well, is it? It's just more obviously strategical. Like, it's easier for us to see what they're doing. It's easier for us to see the adaptations rather than having
Exactly.
a completely new set of heroes. So it's easier for us to talk about it. Although we will just say, oh, look, it's the same.
There we go. But at least we're talking about it. We're not just saying it's the same, right? You know?
I'll bring back the interview we had with who was it? I believe Saksa, couple of days ago when he talked about the Luna and the Vengeful Spirit like combination. Sometimes you need, just two heroes that you have in mind that you think are very powerful against like what enemy usually is picking that you consider as a counter, and then you pick three different heroes that can work out with the same core. So like it could be a thing here. It's still Morphling plus an Earth Spirit. They don't have Enigma here, but might go just something different. But overall, like the same thing. You want to hit the same timings.
10 seconds
If I was Suxa, I would be really worried about the patch because they're definitely showing this Earth Spirit might need a little bit of a nerf. And he's been crushing it.
Earth Spirit always needs a nerf. Like
It's true.
people find a way to make Earth Spirit look good and imbalanced.
Yeah. But luckily, he is a pretty good Tusk player, and that hero won't get touched
Yeah.
at all, most likely from the Frog himself.
Maybe a
so-
buff. Maybe a little bit
Oh,
of a buff.
There we go.
Oh,
Oh,
love
man,
that.
put
It's
the
the long
kick into the
con.
skills. Don't even have it in Ags anymore. Now that's a buff he needs. Just boot from level 1. Whoop.
So this is one way to deal with the Morphling, what he's doing, and the Earth Spirit. That's just pure magical damage in the first like 30 minutes. So Oracle will be the one mitigating all that damage with his Fate's Edict, and they have another save. I feel like they need a very active mid laner or like more active off lane. Because Oracle Lina, I also don't want to see Lina being as a mid hero. Not a big fan of it. Like Mud Golems, they showed great performance with Lina in the ESL 1 Germany. First couple of games in this tournament were okayish, and then mid Lina kind of, just fallen off so quickly.
Kotal with the instant answer of the Void Spirit.
Just means you can get more stuns.
True.
Thanks. So Virtus Pro, they go for the Void Spirit after the Oracle. I think the Oracle is a really nice block pick, in my opinion. I think OG would have loved to have this type of defensive hero, but like Lacoste mentioned, it also very good against the Morphling Earth Spirit, that instant kind of dispel to get rid of the stun with the ultimate and then the mitigation of the damage. But for VP, they're looking to actually have a hero that can set the pace of the game. They can't fall victim to losing lanes and doing nothing, and that's where this Void Spirit comes into play. A Bloodseeker pick.
You guys are just gonna glance over Keeper of the Light. OG's only played it twice this tournament and wasn't particularly amazing.
It's more like I want to
we've
see
seen
the
him
combo, right?
Yeah, I think both of the times we've seen Keeper of the Light paired up with Sven, where you just lower the cooldown once he hits that level 20 with the Stormhammer cooldown, so you can bounce between the heroes with the Chakram.
But like for me, the reason why I haven't given it a lot of light yet is because I'm waiting to see what is the hero that the Kodo is playing with, right? Like Lacoste just mentioned the Sven, like what's that kind of the hero that's going to get activated from that chakra? Like, is it just a Bloodseeker for the Blood Rights? Is it just a Morphling, so when he becomes Earth Spirit, he's got more roles to play into? Like, what is the reason for the Kodo? So it is a very good hero, and against the aggression of VP, that big Will-O-Wisp, there isn't really a hitter right now. Maybe Lina, she's in a good position, but it is good overall. I'm just waiting to see the true reason.
Yeah, it's kind of similar thing they have when they had the Enigma in both of these games. It's a bit weaker, but Will-O-Wisp kind of provides the same thing.
Yeah. It's your position 5 or a hero in your team that has the we want to take the fight right here, right now, and our overwhelming skirmishing heroes will come into full effect. Like, OG is a relentless team where they are non-stop. When they die, they respawn, they run at you. And they need one hero to ground out their draft with the ability to at least actually try and win the fight properly. OG banning out the Viper and the Underlord. Big, strong offlane is exactly what VP's looking for now. I think realistically what's left, you don't really want to go, for example, Centaur against the Bloodseeker. Anything movement-based is completely mitigated due to the Rupture.
Now, the previous 2 times that OG played it, their combo was the Spectre on the safe lane.
Okay.
They banned out the Viper already, which is good against Spectre.
That's very true.
Is it, because for me it feels on the greedy side, but I don't know what you guys think.
Spectre feels fine to me. Like, look at their damage. If that's position 4 Lina, Oracle 5, Void Spirit, Spectre doesn't care too much about that damage. Like, pretty much the only hero she's afraid of is Sven. They still need to show one more hero, but looking like a decent Spectre game. They ban out Ursa. All right, we kind of forgot about that hero.
Yeah, I think Ursa, of course, would have been good, but I like the idea of the Spectre. I think it's very greedy, but OG, when playing the play-ins against Live to Win, they started adopting a very farm-intensive 1-2 strategy that they had dabbled in the past, and this is one of those times where they could do that. They have the defensive wave clear with the Bloodseeker plus Coddle, defend early towers. There isn't that insane tower damage on VP, so it allows for that potential greediness. And yeah, I honestly don't mind that idea for sure. Question is, do they want a more of an active core? And also, what's this Bloodseeker? Is it just the offlane? Or do they have some bamboozling plan they're going to show us?
It could be like a safe lane Bloodseeker as well, something that Team Liquid was doing, just messing up with lanes, and then they get like another off laner that threatens Sven more in the laning stage. I mean, Bloodseeker's fine in the lane, don't get me wrong. He doesn't get too much pressure. A lot of HP, high armor, and just a constant blood right spam kind of messes up with Sven and where he wants to be.
Because they could go for like just a casual Beastmaster in the offlane.
Yeah.
Right? Have some insane tempo game. The Morphling hits his timings and off they go. They go for the Night Stalker. Yeah. So it's kind of the idea, right? It is going to be this Bloodseeker in that safe lane, Seb playing the Night Stalker, and it's the idea of we flex to this Bloodseeker. They have this overwhelming presence now in the exit of laning phase. Like once Morphling gets Ags, Night Stalker should have Phase Drum, maybe even a pipe. Bloodseeker should have an Atos. They're going to be very scary.
Yeah, looking really good. Like Night Stalker, once he cuts into backlines, find this Oracle. This is something that they needed. Like him and Earth Spirit can pretty much control the whole team fight with the help of Keeper of the Lights, Will-O-Wisp, and there's some really good combinations that they have. Also, Void Spirit, like usually his item build is Eul Scepter. That doesn't help you against the Night Stalker. When you go back down, you're still gonna get silenced. So let's see what they go with.
Timbersaw.
Okay, so normally when we see a Timbersaw pick, we actually go, whoa, Stone Fury
Wow,
as well.
yeah.
But this game, there is the Rupture value, and also Morphling, if he becomes a Timbersaw, can blow him up.
Yeah.
So I'm not super happy about seeing it. I think it is still a strong laning pick, and it allows for them to force OG to react to the hero, buying time for the Sven, buying time for Void Spirit. But I still think that the overall team timing of Morphling plus Earth Spirit, the domination that we've seen Night Stalker have, especially with Seb, that still will offset the ability of VP to truly fight as a true 5. Now, especially when they have a Timbersaw, it's like it makes it a little bit harder.
You
Heads up, by the way.
Who's gonna be?
Oh, yeah.
Go for it. You were going to say exactly the same thing, I think, Lucas. Go.
Who's going to play with the Keeper of the Light? Night Stalker. Like, this is the hero that's going to get Chakra in the team fights. Like, you will get the long duration silence. Either him or a Bloodseeker, but I think Night Stalker will get the priority. And
it's the carry Night Stalker.
It's a carry Night Stalker.
Nice.
All right, I'm loving it.
Does that mean he goes Ags then to properly utilize the Coddle? Or is that too clowny?
I think
Do you think
so.
he wants like utility and like proper control? Or does he go greedier?
I don't think you necessarily need to get it like straight away. You might go for drums. Like I think at the start of the year, it was a Night Stalker that was super popular as carry in Southeast Asia. Like they were running it all the time.
Yeah. This is going to be a game of can OG locate the Oracle? If they can't, this Oracle should just like dominate the game, enabling the rest of his team. But if they find the Oracle, that's where OG just have overwhelming presence in the early engagements and the damage. So a lot of pressure on VP's position.
I was going to say, if they find the Oracle, they've got 2 Earth Spirits and a Night Stalker that are going to zoom in. It's going to be
I didn't want to say it like that, Shiva, but they have everything they need to find the Oracle.
This is unlimited silence coming up from OG.
Yes.
I'm siding with them. T-Gov, you on my team?
Man, we're riding and dying, man. We had the last game. Let's go again.
You guys did have the last game. To be honest, no, because if you're silenced, you can't cast spells. And if there's anything that VP's lineup needs to do, it's cast spells. And if you can't, you lose. It's very simple.
I got it. 2, 1, go. Yeah. Oh, nice.
No, that was horrible. You guys should practice that beforehand next time round, I'd say. Let's get into the game. By the way, before we go,
that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty bloody amazing.
Your hands both disappeared into the side panels. It doesn't work that way.
What? Because we're so...
Check out EGBet's panel below the stream. Check out the odds. And now I want to hear just only the voices of Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Shut up, you guys. Put the smackdown on him. Got to take him out of this one. But we do have game number 3 now, Trent. And already to smoke up, a lot of tips being spun around. The panel was pretty emphatic that they felt like OG is just going to be able to run away with this one with all the nasty silences. Are you agreeing?
It is a lot of silence. It's kind of frightening. I mean, The Coddle Night Stalker combo. This is a pretty fun one. Haven't got to see it in a while. It also seems pretty annoying to have like the Bloodseeker too. I could see that for both, right? Like in the middle of the fights, getting a second Blood Right off, or just getting off. Of course, the Night Stalker with the Agnes is where this combo really starts. Though that one is just the grossest.
Yeah, it's really terrifying. The other thing that we should point out is that they banned out Ursa, but if you zoom in really close on Bloodseeker and go into showcase mode, he looks exactly like Ursa. Yeah, that's just a little mini Ursa.
There, bud.
Oh, whatever.
You gotta learn your heroes.
It looks like Ursa. Get out of here. It definitely doesn't look like Bloodseeker, but that's fine. Glance value's there. We can see that it looks like a Bloodseeker. Thank you very much, Observer. By the way,
I missed the Aztec Slarks. Oh, that's a good one. I'm a big fan of that cosmetic. But yes, we return to again the same 4 heroes. Return once more. Save will be back on the Lina though. We're off the Lina mid. Moving back into the 4 here, and also looking for perhaps a courier snipe.
He is
mixing it up here. It looks like. Now, will he get it? All right, let's see. Does he see the courier? Oh, he saw it. Yep. Yeah. Whoa! Huge brain.
Not paying attention. Get punished there, buddy. Yeah, it's a nice little courier pickup for him.
Annoying play to do. That's a nice mix-up for a game 3.
True.
Can't do that every game.
That doesn't really lose out on too much because DM is pretty safe right here by the tier 1 tower down bottom. As more battle goes out, waveform forward, trying to get the pressure onto GPK, forces out a remnant, and then they back away. And No Tail thought about doing something down bottom, realizes there is nothing to do, and he's going to head on up and hang out with Night Stalker. Remember the days when you couldn't pick Night Stalker and Coddle together? It's all gone
it was
now.
like a big joke. Be like, oh man, it's so bad.
Yeah.
But now it just doesn't really matter. I mean, the only lack of value theoretically is if you get Ags on Coddle, but even then it's, kind of whatever.
True. You get the vision anyways from Night Stalker, just popping his ulti anyways, so who needs it? But yeah, it is a blinding light
push into the tower.
That's pretty nifty. I like to see it.
And you get hit in the mid lane too. Okay, yeah. This is the, you took my courier, whatever. I'm fine.
Uh-oh. Down bottom. A lot of aggression being mounted here. DM was bringing Seb down low, but now with Soxa nearby, they're able to hit the LSA to force back the creeps. We're doing a ton of damage to save, but it's just going to be a salve up afterwards and then back to the races of farming. Interesting.
Lane. Oh, Thompson. God, it's so close.
Dude.
Oh, this hero's so annoying, man.
How
I
you just
can't imagine
like
how
this?
frustrating it must be to play this guy at a professional level. I feel like I go insane. Because you're so close to killing him, he goes and sits under a stupid tower and goes to 1 strength and then just magically gains health.
It's those types of games where you just want to, as we see the first blood drawn actually, able to take down save there by Seb. But it's one of those games where you'd love to see something like a Clockwork get played. Just get a nice little rocket flare out there.
Yeah, no punish this time, unfortunately.
Jeez. He's going to be perfectly fine. Is a little bit behind the Void Spirit right now, in spite of the annoying pressure that's sort of being mounted. And up top, they're able to get a pull-off here. No Tail gets the one through the trees and pulls it over to the hard camp. Nice little pick there. As down bottom, Soxa taking a lot of damage. The beatdown commences. The danger of playing these strength heroes into the Timbersaw.
Yeah, a bit of revenge back for Virtus Pro as they grab their first kill. And Save gets to be a part of it, which is really nice too. So, 1 kill, 1 death, he's there for everything so far. And gonna get the pull off. Perfect. DM zoning back onto Seb. This is just what they needed here.
And it's even a Hellbear creep too, so they're going to get some claps there closer for the denies that are coming out. As Seb is going to come and try and contest, roll in, not going to connect, and instead DM is going to be kicked out of the Blood Right. Seb was mainly using that to try and secure these creeps, but with a big old creep wave here, DM should be able to just live sitting with the reactive armor stacks.
This is so messy between the Blood Rights and the kickouts and the Timber Chains.
Yeah.
I feel bad for these 2 supports trying to hit their spells because everyone's just like zooming around everywhere. Skill shots gonna take some skill here.
And Save, He's going to get punched. He's going to get pummeled. And is he going to be claimed? Yes. Seb gets another one. So
Yeah,
2-0
good thing not much is happening in these other lanes because there's a lot of action down bottom and a lot of little plays happening, whereas the other two lanes mostly just feel like a lot of spam. Every time I look top, No Tail's either pulling or just spamming Blinding Light. Mid one's just trying to get some farm into the tower, and fairly similar stuff for Epileptic Kid. That's a nice, juicy wave coming in, and Epileptic Kid stops the pull with the Stormhammer. That was a nice play to get over there in time.
Looks like he's still going to get this pull off, though, on at least some of them. Gets 2 creeps. Not bad. It's actually probably pretty good. It might even be able to get a couple of these ones denied. See?
The Vools do work pretty hard on those camps, or on those waves. Epileptic Kid actually got zoned back.
Oh, mid one. He's got another Void soon. Right clicks. Doesn't want to go for it. They drop a ward up on the high ground. But yeah,
That's
Bounty
a
Roots.
very risky ward. Oh, he didn't suspect anything.
Okay.
All right, well, they'll get at least one good play here.
And the roll-in finds Ilias to start. The Boulder Smash is going to connect. Nice stun from Epileptic Kid. And mid one makes this whole rotation. The Void doesn't come back up in time. He's diving now underneath the tower. And realizing maybe it's not going to work out too well.
He wants it. Oh, he
Taken.
rolls and he misses.
God, rolling in, just barely off the mark there. And now the heals are going to come out. Ilias is so low. The Boulder Smash is not going to connect. Saksa now trying to get out of there. And he is eventually going to be punished. The ward ends up hurting more than helping. Yeah, he is going to get taken down.
I really appreciate that play, though. He went for it, you know.
Blame
Now,
him
does that
after
give
trying.
away the ward or not? Because he did miss.
It's true.
Although there's no way someone goes for that without a ward. So I feel like Ilias is going to deward that.
GPK trying to play around here with Seb, see if they can get the finish, and they will be able to. GPK the one that claims the kill, and DM immediately going to TP top. So Virtus Pro getting a decent amount done while it's nighttime, which is pretty good.
This is bad for mid one because now there's a level 6 Timbersaw in his lane, and that is not really something you can handle, especially with the Soul Ring, because there shouldn't be any way to kill him unless you really. I mean, he doesn't have a full mana bar. I guess theoretically, if you just keep spamming him with Void, they could find an opportunity with a really good Blinding Light or something.
Seb actually has Rupture,
Rupture's
though.
good. That works.
He's done. LSA not going to be able to stop it. And in fact, they've got Void back up again. Save might be dead too. They overplayed their hand with this Timbersaw, but Ilias is in the area. That's going to be enough to stop it. But the root, long duration, LSA going to land afterwards. Void Spirit jumps in. The Astral is there, but the Remnant was not. And they can't kill off Seb.
Ilias actually went for a D-ward in the triangle. Yeah, he was worried about potential vision in there instead, so they did miss that one up on the pillar. And what I really like about that whole play, though, is we're talking about how they can't kill that Timber because he's level 6, right? They bring up Seb instead, so he can match that rotation. And Saksa has been farming down here for like 3 waves while all that was happening.
Yeah, really big. Now, silence, the stun. Epileptic Kid, his path is blocked, but save comes in again. Stop the pressure. And Epileptic Kid gonna TP away again. He's like, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm going back to Fountain.
Yeah, I'm going to hit the fountain. I'm just going to run to the triangle.
Okay.
And Ilias is going for another big stack here on the Radiant side.
There's a kill going on down bottom, but you know, it's
stacks.
fine. It
There's
doesn't matter.
Stacks, dude. Come on, this is important. This is how you win a game. Watching someone try and stack Radiant, it's just depressing.
They need to cut all
Spoiler
this
alert,
trees.
he didn't get it.
Oh no. That makes a
Those
big
two
difference.
trees, as you can see, are still there, so sad life.
I'm worried about this Timbersaw. Not gonna lie to you. Right now, bottom of the cores, and it feels like as this game goes later, his game becomes harder with Rupture, with Nightstalker Silence coming in, and then you've got like, you know, the sort of new and unimproved mana leak, the new and worse mana leak.
I'll tell you one thing,
Still
you're
annoying.
really counting on Save to kill this Will-O-Wisp, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Because no one else is.
Right.
And for DM, Will-O-Wisp plus Bloodright plus Nightstalker Silence plus Earth Spirit Silence is just depressing.
Yeah, all these things are just going to be really annoying to play against. But, you know, mid one, he's going to go for a Hand of Midas first. So there's going to be an opening here where VP can maybe try and punish this. Silence onto Ilias. The roll comes through afterwards. and he is just gonna die.
Yeah, the Night Stalker builds are very interesting because it's just all about stacking attack speed. So you'll see in like all the regions when people are doing this, sometimes you'll just get a casual glove. In this case, he probably will finish out the Midas. But it's just because of the ulti, right? You're capitalizing on the ulti, and it gives flat bonus damage. So logically, you get lots of attack speed.
Damn, dude, look at
And you
OG
get Sox
here.
up. This guy's so good, man. Sox has been amazing this tournament. And again, Vision just in behind, helping it out. They just drop it down to ensure they're going to finish the kills.
Very, very well done. Thompson set up for a waveform afterwards, clears the whole creep wave. They're going to take this tier 1 tower. That ward dropped back behind it. So if anybody shows up, it is going to fall apart very quickly. They got Will-O-Wisp also now. They run into Ilias.
He's just right next to them.
He's just going to chase him down. I think he's just gone. Tries to get out of there. Good play with the precast Fortune's End, and that might be enough to save him. Although, still a lot of damage coming out onto Ilias. They have the Rupture now.
He's gonna give him
the
6.
Will-O-Wisp pulls him back in trouble. Can they do anything here? GPK does a lot of damage in the AoE. Save trying to take down No-Tail and will eventually get it. He almost killed his courier and all that madness. Hops in, brought down somewhat low. Doesn't have waveform for another couple of seconds, but the silence is there. And he is going to waveform out.
How?
Unbelievable.
Like, seriously, how? It's 10 minutes in. How is this hero allowed to do this? Thompson just knows the limits of this hero that he brings it to a whole other level. Like, who else is going to waveform another 3 heroes like that?
Dude, he has sticks
Please
still.
die.
He has sticks
For
still.
the sake of Dota. For all that is holy, please kill him.
They're not going to do it, man. It ain't happening.
Ice Rock, stop the patch, please. You
No.
gotta tinker more with this guy. Don't let him slide by again.
Dude, he probably is going to be honest with you. There's a lot of pings going on right now. I'm not sure what's happening. No
It's
tail.
all OGs, so they're just having a great time as far as I can tell.
Jeez. Yeah. All 3 cores. Top net worth right now for OG up 4,000. After a good game 1, Virtus Pro are kind of struggling here, figuring out what's next. But they will try and pressure. It looks like the tier 1 tower top, while simultaneously Seb, just in his element, is down bottom, pressuring the tier 2. They will bring in GPK.
Man, no fear there.
This is on the Remnant. Seb taking a lot of damage here. The Rupture comes out afterwards, and it's nighttime, mid 1. It's a spooky, spooky, crippling fear for you in just a moment. Rupture is doing a lot of damage to GPK, and he eventually falls. No-Tail did take a lot of damage. Has to pop the smoke, actually, to get out of there. Up top, they will claim this tower.
Yeah, DM, probably the wise call and canceling that TP. Might have been able to clean up 1, but probably would have died for it, I would think. They continue the pressure. I mean, it's nighttime now. They're going to force someone else down here at the very least.
Save. Drop down another Blood Right. What an annoying spell. Mid lane. Ilias underneath a ward. He's got Fate's Edict. He needs it. But won't even be using it. And, you know, they're just giggling to themselves. The coddle laugh is so good.
I think you should morph, you know, get an axe, morph into No-Tail, then just also spam the yee-hee-hee.
I like it. It's like the worst hero for him to morph into. But that's fine. Who cares?
Like, chakra each other, you know?
Yeah.
I guess the play is going.
Max chakras. Walk uphill. Trying to get into this Orchid for GPK is still a ways away. Able to take farm with the Remnant. Not necessarily what he wanted to have happen. Forced to Remnant, or rather Astral Step afterwards. This is a little bit of free space for DM, but again, like as a Timbersaw, you just want to be ahead right now. Want to be behind.
I mean, space for him, but look what his allies are doing. They're just running in circles behind a tier 2, just thinking, like, guys, is this even worth it? Like, we're not getting a jump. We can't initiate. If we initiate, we just die. Night Stalker ulti's coming back soon. They're sitting there with a Midas and actually gaining an objective for all this, so what's the point? And then, well, Thompson shows up and suddenly it's action time.
This guy's crazy. They're just rolling in while waveforming into 4 heroes, and the 4 heroes are the ones that have to run away.
Look how he just walks.
Yeah.
Just doesn't care. He was at 900 HP. If he just gets like LSA there, he dies, but he knows because they have this op still just sitting here.
Yeah.
Game 1, we talked so much about the VP vision doing so much for them. In this game, though, even just these 2 wards have done so much in the past 5 minutes. I mean, just knowing where the heroes are on the side of Virtus Pro so they can just keep this stupid pressure going. And that's an outpost gone at 14 minutes. Like,
Yeah.
that hurts.
Granted, it gives them a lot of time to get it back.
There you go.
Gotta
The
find
silver
those
linings
silver
are out,
linings. Gotta do it. Wherever you can find them, you have to take them. Hobson is rushing an E-Blade also. So 5,000 gold lead now at 14 minutes. And Virtus Pro, their backs are up against the wall here in this game number 3 as they're going to try and set up top. I can't do
Last
anything.
time they were stopping, he had like a 1420 E-Blade or something. This one is looking very similar. And that was the fastest one in this tourney by like a lot.
Yeah.
So
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, it's kind of silly. Again, GPK trying to play a little bit safe, but this vision has made OG feel so safe throughout this game to the point where No Tail can just free farm down here where the tier 2 tower used to be. And there's
yeah, that's a bad sign, right?
that's crazy.
As you can see, he's also cleaning up wards. Battle
Seb?
for Vision continues. 3 compared to 2 of Ilias's.
Oh, doesn't quite connect there with the Atos. Does have Rupture, but they won't quite be able to get him. And it's a BKB queued up for mid one. They see the courier heading away, and now they've got eyes on this Oracle. And Ilias, seeing if he can get a kill. Oh, he misses uphill. It wouldn't have mattered anyways. They take down the Oracle again. And finding more DM up here is he's got the Atos ready. I think he's dead also.
Yeah, the Atos is just too good this game because they know how the Timber has to play.
What a disgusting match as they find GPK back mid. That's the reveal of the E-Blade. I don't know. This is just feeling like it's completely falling off the rails in mid one. He's going to get Epileptic Kid. Save is over here trying to salvage
There
something,
was a hero
but it's
there.
not going to happen. He completely gets destroyed by Thompson. All 5 heroes of VP die within the last minute and a half. Like, there was one over here, there was one over here, there's one's over here. Like, everywhere you go, you're dying.
Oh, tips on tips here. Okay, well, game faces on here, Virtus Pro.
Radiant's top tower.
Time to figure out what to do. This is your 3rd game in a row as Lena Sven. This one's looking the worst out of the lot. 3rd game in a row is Morph Earth Spirit. This one's looking like the best. So we're trending in the wrong direction here for Virtus Pro after winning game 1. That is for sure. The question is, what are they going to do to adjust? Can they... First off, they're going to have to try and claw their way back into this one, obviously. But that's looking like a real tall order. They need a miraculous play with this Orchid when it comes out from GPK. And Seb is just running at heroes because he has no cares this game.
Oxa rolls in, finds the silence. The Atos is there afterwards. Gotta run, but there is nowhere left to hide. They get the silence out. He can't get out of there. Poor old GPK, hoping to escape, to simulate away, but with, I mean, all the rupture and everything, he's just done. Take him down.
I think they might GG. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's not a humongous lead, but this is just looking like they're running around with no purpose right now for Virtus Pro. They need to collect their thoughts and like go for the big smoke play or something.
Thompson finds Epileptic Kid down bottom yet again and tries to get on top of him. He does a little jukey juke through the trees. Hey, guess who's there? Thompson breaks the TP. Mid one shows up. GPK not too pleased about it. They're going to give some high fives though, and eventually he's going to get killed in the trees. Damn, dude. Oh no. And they found another. Save goes down again. It's just unmitigated disaster for Virtus Pro in this game number 3.
You know, you open up like the gold or the XP. Look at all the little red dots. I guess we can wait till there's one more added here.
Yeah, they got another one. GG,
Yeah,
they're
it is.
done. 18 minutes. Holy crap, Trent.
I don't blame them.
Destroyed them. Damn.
Yeah, the past the shortest match record was 15 minutes. We almost
Wow.
made it. Not quite, actually. That was a really fast game. But yeah, that was brutal. They just lost. The last time they had a little green dot was like 13 minutes, I think, 12 minutes maybe, where they actually got like a kill.
Yeah. It was such a snowbally draft, and like OG just I don't even know how you like analyze how badly that went besides just losing all 3 lanes, I guess. But Virtus Pro need to come up with something now. They need to come up with another answer to what OG's throwing at them. What do you think was like sort of the central piece of this OG draft that really like sort of beat them down? What was the problem? Or was it a problem with Virtus Pro's draft, do you think, more so?
Probably just the fact that like the matchups, the first rotations didn't necessarily go that well. Like when they first brought over the Timber, that was a nice play, but then the hero to hero matchups were kind of bad in their favor, right? By the end of that draft. So then Timber rotates, tries to make something happen as the level 6 versus level 5 Night Stalker, but then the Bloodseeker just comes. And so now the Timber's shut down. So then DM is stuck trying to recover, and you look at their other 4 heroes, and it would have just had to been like a massive effort by GPK, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's what they needed, and it wasn't happening. It wasn't going to be enough. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it. Game number 3, OG taking the series lead so far, but there's still at least one more. We'll see if Virtus Pro can pull it back in this game number 4. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, panel will break down that pretty quick game number 3 right after this.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
An 18-minute SmackDown. I wonder if that is enough to change things up for Virtus.pro here as OG takes the lead. It is now 2-1 in this best of 5 grand finals for Epic League Division 1. I'm here with Lacoste. I'm here with T-Governor. Guys, is this enough for VP to let go of their Lina Sven opening?
You'd
Yeah.
hope so.
Yes, I
Lacoste,
already hear
may,
yes.
May I start quickly, Lacoste? Thank you. I'm a very artistic man. I've really been developing with maybe the props and the paraphernalia. And Lacoste would have been aware of a single thing that I made early in the tournament, which is an OS prop for Sven. But after this series, after this, how it's shown so far, Sven, get out of here, kid. You're not wanted anymore. It's all about this Morph and Earth Spirit up top, baby. Is that going to get through? I don't know, but it's an OS Frog indeed from me. Thank you.
What if Ice Frog is watching this whole BO5 and is like, I need the reverse. I wanted to nerf Sven to the ground. I need to, just
This
give
hero
him a
doesn't
couple of
need
buffs.
nerfs.
Yeah, I need to actually nerf different heroes.
That'd be amazing if Sven gets completely untouched because of dismantling in this series. That'd be worrying.
That'd be something. I think that won't be the case, though. I am still hoping that there is someone right there with a big button ready to push it at the end of the finals for the
All right,
patch.
the question is, what if they, whilst watching the series, think the game's ending, but it doesn't end? They drop it during game, at the end of game 4, comeback happens, game 5, they have to play on the new patch.
That's why they wait for the end screen.
Yeah, but with Arcos, can you ever trust the end screen?
Fair
Well,
point.
you have a good point. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, but then why wouldn't
thank
we
you.
just sabotage it so that we have the patch straight away? We would have the first game played on the new patch. Very fun.
Smart. All right.
Let's talk a little bit about this game though, because OG did dismantle Virtus.pro like it wasn't even close. It was an absolute beatdown. But why was it such a beatdown? What allowed them to get away with such a lead so fast?
The draft, I would say. They had some really strong lanes, and they know how to play with their heroes, what they can expect. Once again, the Morphling plus Earth Spirit opener. They had Night Stalker as a course, providing so much pressure during the nighttime, and the Bloodseeker. These are some really strong laners. Sven is fine, but he wants to be in the jungle, farm for 10 minutes, and once the tier 1 tower starts to fall, the map gets smaller and smaller, and this is where heroes like a Bloodseeker, Night Stalker, Earth Spirit, they really shine in that scenario.
Yeah, the key thing is simply VP. They have the idea of the Timbersaw pick is nice, right? It's the idea of a strong lane, but he just didn't have the lane that he expected. And also, after laning phase, where is your damage coming from? Where is your unity in your draft to fight against OG? Out of all the teams in this tournament, OG is the one team you need to think about. Okay, at minute 10, at minute 8, when they collapse on our tower and try and overwhelm us with this aggression, what is our answer? And VP, their answer was trying to be this Timbersaw. He'd be tankier, that saves the Oracle, buy time for Sven to farm. But there was never time for Sven to farm because OG was invading that jungle once again. And I think that's the key thing for VP moving into this game. First of all, they banned out the Morphling, so we're not going to see the Morphling Earth Spirit.
I like it.
Congratulations. But the second thing is now, how is their approach to defending their jungle? What they haven't played?
It must be Sven.
It is.
Yes. It's the simple stuff. So, all right, Virtus.pro, they were ready. They talked about this. They had this in the head, what we're going to do with it.
I do want to
They're
say
going to
one
fall.
thing, though.
Go ahead.
Sven, still the most played hero for OG this tournament with 12 games, a total win rate of 100%.
This is the game that it can easily get changed. I think Ursa is an absolutely bonkers hero against Sven, and you just rip him to shreds at all points of the game. So I think, that stat could easily get changed by the end of this game for sure.
Sorry,
all right, what do
Lacoste,
they
interrupted
need?
you.
All right, that's one way to deal with that. Status resistance against the black hole, not working. So they will cover that straight away. I want to see some heroes that build a Yule Scepter against the Ursa, also not affected by the status resistance. The items that he likes to buy are pretty much, SNY, Satanic, First, he gets a Battle Fury, of course, but also Dispel against the Omni Knights, Guardian Angel, so might see like 1 or 2 heroes that build into that item.
The question here for OG is, what is the Enigma, right? We've seen it in offlane, we've seen it in position 5. In this type of game with the Ursa, I like the idea of putting in that offlane, you starve him of the kind of early XP, and then you quickly get to that big timing of, I can counter you in that big fight. And also the flip side, I'd love to see like an Enchantress or some type of hero like that in that 5 role from OG, just so you can kind of continue layering that Dispel. We mentioned that a lot of times. Dispel is just critical against the Omni Knight.
Yeah, but also Dispel's overpower from Ursa, which is kind of a big deal. It removes a lot of his damage, especially if it's on cooldown.
Sounds like a ban in my book. I also think a nice ban for OG would maybe be the Rubik. I think, was it Safe that stole black holes? I believe it was.
Yeah,
You know,
he did.
He can.
Yeah.
But No Tail is playing Enigma. We have to make that caveat, perhaps.
Also, one key hero that could really fit OG, you know, buffing up the Sven, a Mana Burn against Omni Knight, against Ursa, Dispel. You just tell it. Go for it, Tiga.
Invoker.
Wow.
For who? What?
For
OG.
OG.
Why?
Ticks the boxes. The
It's
Mana
the
Burn,
buff,
Solar
Mana
Crest,
Burn.
the Dispel, all of it. Yeah, it's
Okay.
Damn, Lacoste, you're so smart and funny. And I should, sorry, I'll leave that till after the game.
Yeah, you're okay. You're a fine chap, Tiga.
I keep the panel grounded, Lacoste. I read Reddit. That's kind of my role. Not as handsome as Lizard, not as funny as Lacoste. Just keeping the panel grounded. I'm happy to fill my role.
10 seconds remaining.
At least you know your place.
Yep. Yeah, that's about it. Average.
Sorry.
Mediocre at best. Thank you, Shiva. Yep.
No,
That is incorrect. You're a great guy,
You
Tiga,
are.
and it's a pleasure working with you.
It's a
Yes,
pleasure
you
working
are.
with both of you.
All of you.
All of you. Which is the
That
same
was a
as
nice
both
humble
of you.
moment during the draft, wasn't it? Yeah, it's true,
It
Shiva.
was. All right, now let's focus on Dota. Let's see what's going to happen here. So they ban out Viper. Also, they could run Sven on the mid lane. This is something that they've did once or twice on OG, so everything could be mixed up a bit. You know, there could be a couple of switcheroos.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Viper and Underlord removed as well. Which means Mars is still in the pool, and we like Mars on the side of DM, don't we? Do we still like it? Is it still good here?
We
Yeah?
do. Yeah, we do like it. Yeah. I think, quickly going back to the bans though, I think Viper Underlord bans, they indicate that it's a Sven carry and Enigma offlane. It feels like these bans are very much targeted to the best side lane cores that
Anti-Sven.
would, exactly, anti-Sven, anti-Enigma. So that's kind of, in my mind, what's happening. But again, with OG, the creativity, these bans could easily just be like, we're baiting you into thinking these are suddenly cores, and then suddenly Sven's mid, Enigma's 5, and guess what? The draft's now been topsy-turvy. But that's why drafting so much fun. Phoenix ban as well. Yeah, it's a Sven carry.
We see Lena and Shadow Demon removed and stuff. Should we still somewhere be worried about Earth Spirit, or without a morph, it's just not good?
Oh, it's okay. I mean, this is the combination that they ran multiple times, and it just shows how much potential it has. I don't think they're gonna go for Earth Spirit here. They still might. Like, I want to see if Enigma is gonna be that position 5, or if it's gonna be like off lane. Then we can, say, is Earth Spirit good here or not?
Okay.
That's where they pick their position 4. Okay, they go for Windrunner. Like, in terms of the draft, OG, they don't want to reveal this Enigma, right? So entering the second phase, they need to pick up most likely that Saxka hero. Is it the Windrunner, Tusk, Tiny, Clock, etc., etc.? They should go for Windrunner. So further developing the flexibility, because this could easily still be, a Windrunner mid, for example, with the Enigma offlane. Like, they're just not really revealing too much within their draft right now.
What do you prefer? Where do you prefer to see it?
I want to see it against Ursa's lane, where Ursa
Yes.
doesn't threaten a kill on a Wind Ranger, whether it's position 3 or position 4. It's very annoying to play. Like, if this is a lane, Omni Knight Ursa, they
Rubik.
don't do that much against the Wind Ranger. Like, there's no way you're going to kill her unless she makes a mistake and just overextends. And looking at the 3 heroes from OG, this is a scary looking lineup. Like, this is going to scale so much. If it's a position 4 Wind Ranger, the offlane, once you get to that MKB, like once Enigma gets the items, you have 3 kind of core heroes that are always going to be good at every stage of the game.
There's
Okay,
a
There's the
Tusk.
Tusk that you mentioned.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to be this with the flexibility in OG's draft. Sorry, is now between is it the Windrunner 5? Is it mid? Enigma could easily be off lane or 5. So that's where they have that kind of double flex going to the very end, and they ground out their draft with this Tusk.
Yeah.
Very good hero just with the early aggression and applying. Like, Ursa level 1, level 2, he's not that scary. He becomes scarier over with much more levels and then that +1. So Tusk mitigates that for sure with that early aggression, the overwhelming presence with tag team.
And this combination of heroes, Windranger plus Tusk, tag team focus fire, it's insane. Like this is something that Liquid ran a couple of months ago, and it also opens up the Roche. Like they have a scary Roche taking lineup. There's also Ursa on a different side, so you always want to steal Aegis from like Ursa's Dead Prophets lineups. They will go with that.
And there's
Mars.
the Mars, yeah.
Just keeping things simple for Virtus Pro, I would say. Rubik against Enigma, Mars. It's still Mars, into Tusk, so he can get people out of the arena. They're very limited on the lockdown, like the real stuns, Rubik's Lift, the Mars Spear. That's pretty much it. And I love Enigma in general as a response to these big team fight ultis like RP, like Mars, where they're going to be grouping around. So just putting a Midnight Pulse inside of that Mars arena is going to deal a ton of damage.
But for me, when I see this VP lineup, I'm seeing the essence of Game 1. The fact that they have defensive mechanisms built into their draft, so they can allow OG space on the map. And then guess what? Your over-aggression becomes our advantage, where we can wipe you, utilize that GA, their arena, and suddenly Ursa v Sven, Ursa does rip him to shreds once he has items. So I like the fact that VP, it did take them 3 games to get back to it, but or 2 games, sorry. But they have got kind of the anti-OG philosophy built back in.
But that does also mean that they're not doing something inherently new.
No, it's something that I've said after, before the game 4 started, that Virtus Pro is going to let them pick it one more time. And, if they lose, they're just going to stop. But if they won, they would probably leave it once again.
Yeah. Let's see here. What do we still have space for that Invoker that you guys mentioned, or something that does about the same things that he does anyway? What are we looking for VP? Because they've got a very straightforward lineup. We're looking for a GPK hero. Do they have overall last pick? They do not.
No. So OG has the last pick in the draft, and for VP, they need a objective-driven hero that can utilize the defensive nature of VP's heroes, so that they don't have good damage early on, but they can at least pressure objectives, create space through that type of aggression. And then when OG overwhelmingly respond, suddenly Ursa's come out the jungle, he's got his Battle Fury +1, or whatever item building wants to go for. So I'd love to see like a Death Prophet or something.
Death Prophet, yeah. That was the
VP
hero that I
ban
was
out
thinking about.
Evoker. Oh, OG ban out the Kunkka. Again, we didn't mention that, but if VP wanted to really double down on the ideas of Game 1, they would have gone for the Kunkka. And there it is.
Yeah, it makes sense.
call.
I mean, it's a ton of damage. It's a silence inside the arena. It's also like double down on the Roche. We can easily take it before you. So they also ban out the Invoker that we mentioned, the Dispel mechanic. It's really, really good. So what do they need? They need a hero against the...
Oh.
Okay, so is this a mid Windranger?
No, mid AA.
Oh, no.
It's the mid AA! Oh!
Okay. So we've seen this before, right?
Damn.
It has not very often. Let me add that. But it can be really good. It just does mean that you have to win your lane, right? Because otherwise, why would you?
Yeah, like you have to win your lane for sure, but the key idea is when we describe the idea of the DP pick, it's the DP with defense behind pressuring. If there's an AA with the ultimate blowing her up when she's pressuring alone, with that lack of damage behind her, she's completely out of the game. That buys enough time for your Enigma to get that +1 item that's Sven to free farm.
By the way, this is Seb playing Tusk. I want to see that Aghanim Scepter. I want to see once Ursa gets in, kicks him out. Same goes for Mars, Death Prophet. I think this is actually the build. They also need armor, so possibly like a Solar Crest, but I want this game to last a bit longer to see the Aghanim Scepter on Tusk.
Because we need to see Tusk boot in a hero into the black hole to blink behind and straight into the. You want to go? Bam! You're in there. Wait, you're out. Bam! You're in there. Like, yeah, you know what? I just love these drafts. I think VP, they have the defensive nature. They have this DP to set the pace, but For OG, they've gone for that creativity. They've gone for the fact that this AA can completely remove DP from the game. If DP's not in the game, VP falls apart because Ursib won't have the space. So, yeah, well, great to see if this works out for them.
It would be great to see. It will be great to see if it works out for them. Make sure to check the panel below the stream where you can find the odds for EGB.com. And make sure you also keep your eyes on the screen because some top tier Dota is about to happen, commentated by none other than Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Top tier Dota indeed. We've been blessed today on this most wonderful of days. And game number 4, OG, 1 game away from securing the grand finals here. Trent, what do you think? We got some weird ass picks coming out at the end.
Yeah, the final pick with the Ancient Apparition come out, and a bit of a surprise to see it in the mid. Haven't seen this one in a while, right? But it makes a lot of sense. Tends to be something we'll see versus the Morphling in terms of even just the support role. But the Death Prophet, this is pretty logical. She loves to abuse the healing, and obviously Ancient Apparition designed to get rid of that, and all kinds of fun things you get to do as a core. There was a lot of tips thrown at them as a kid at the start of this game. They had a plan coming in.
They wanted to get him, but they don't. They don't manage to connect there, and they'll be forced back on OG. You know, it's interesting because I think one of the ones that stands out to me as like players that was running this AA mid a lot was Dendi, and obviously this Virtus Pro roster, I'm pretty sure played against them back a while ago, and I'm gonna hazard a guess when I just think about those games that they probably won a lot. Don't have the records on that, but that was pretty much the main place that we saw the AA mid was like Dendi taking it a couple times, and then there's like Whisper that played it off lane in South America. But I want to see what he does this time on Topson. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, currently he already has the urn queued up, so first time playing this hero this patch. There you go from Topson. Look at that.
Very
We're flying through them right now. Ursa, Omni, jeez. Oh, Death Prophet. We're just getting everybody.
I mean, everybody's winning, right? Like that's the key here. These guys are in the grand
skip past
finals.
that one. That's a
Don't
0.
look.
Oh, no. Don't look.
That was just the other game too.
It was a good game too. Yeah, it's unfortunate, you know.
True.
We'll focus on that one for the side of Virtus Pro. That's what they can aim towards. So, AA sitting on a flat 50% after 422 games. My math suggests that this could be the 212th win. And Topson, you know, he gets to decide where AA ends this patch because obviously Ice Frog will be releasing it directly after this match.
True.
Well, this series. Sorry, VP fans. You know. Will it be after this match though? That's a good question. I don't know. I kind of like Virtus Pro's defensive options once again, as the panel alluded to. Very similar to Game 1, where maybe you can actually punish this extension from OG. They come on your side of the river. Perhaps you catch them with a good arena, and you win that fight. But that's all going to come down to the ice blasts.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be one of the big things that you watch for is like, can you combo that together? The Topson hitting on his ice blast at the right time. And it's kind of interesting too, because you mentioned like the high win rate that AA has. Part of me feels like is they're going to try and turn around up top here and get some damage onto Ilias. Part of me feels like a lot of those wins are when you're paired together with the Faceless Void. Like that's the classic combo that we've seen a ton of. And there isn't that like easy setup hero necessarily, except of course no tail on the Enigma if you're able to find
but
nice
you're kind of thinking like if you hit Black Hole, that's usually just that is the win of the fight, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not usually setting up for an ice blast, so yeah, I'm curious to watch some of the interactions between Heavenly Grace and the Ancient Apparition, because we were discussing it a little bit before this, but like I've never actually gotten to see this that I can remember, at least not recently. So what I would assume is that the bonus strength is going to be bad,
right?
Because you're not going to gain the HP. The status resistance is going to cause the ulti to burn through faster because you're going to lose the status quicker, which means you take the damage quicker, which means your well, I guess that it doesn't really matter that much. In a sense, it could almost help you if they're not getting any more damage on you.
Right. It's a weird thing where it's like if it's on before, maybe it's good, but there's no way to save it. If you cast Heavenly Grace on somebody that's affected by it, it's going to be worse for you.
Yeah, it's like morphling, like morphing strength after. Don't do that. You know, that's you're already in the best situation you're going to get.
But if you get it beforehand, it's all bueno. Maybe.
Yeah, so posting it after should theoretically make the percent, you know, worse for you, right? Because obviously it's gonna like increase the threshold in a sense, or I guess decrease the amount of damage they need to do to put you at the threshold.
A lot
so
of
you don't
numbers.
shatter.
It's a
There's
lot of
math.
numbers, Trent.
You know, we're just here trying to watch some Dota, guys.
We're two NA casters
No one's
talking
dying.
about math.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, definitely. No tail down bottom is gonna try and push back save a little bit with these Eidolons here. And as soon as you get in range, those things hurt. They suck playing against. Can't believe they have 2 armor. Feels like that shouldn't be a thing for Enigma. I don't know. Spear back. Wasn't able to get in tower range there, so mid one will be fine. But the other thing that I think the panel touched on in this game is that they made the switch up on Virtus Pro. They decided that they wanted first pick instead, and that gave them Dire. The sort of context behind this game is that, you know, it's OG that forced Virtus Pro to make a reaction, and they're trying something new now, at least from what we saw in the beginnings of this series, and we'll have to see if it works out for them or not.
Yeah, by the same measure, they did also ban the Morphling, so I guess theoretically also putting OG in a status where they're going to have to make a change. And I love the adjustment of taking first pick, but they also were very ready for what has become the meta around Omni Sven, and that is that theoretically one wants to pick the Sven first because then they can't take Omni Knight, but that's already been evolved upon by OG where we saw the Ursa coming out. And so with that included, they knew, okay, well, that's fine. Like, we're just going to take the Sven, or, you know what I mean. We're going to take the Omni, they're going to take the Sven, we'll take the Ursa. It's all good.
Ooh, and almost
just like that was all good for
kill.
Topson.
It was close, but yeah, he's able to get away from that one. Unfortunately, TPing all the way back home, so Topson is off to a little bit of a rough start there, but he does already have a full urn completed on the AA, so he's likely going to be that Spirit Vessel builder.
Oh yeah, GBK made a sneaky playthrough. He manipulated the wave to get his creeps under the tower too. Then he lost a bunch of creeps.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
That was actually kind of nasty. Well done, GBK.
In the meantime, mid one got brought down very low in the bottom lane, but they weren't quite able to get the kill as he threw out the Stormhammer to stop the pressure. And you can see mid one, 17 games.
Is that real?
That's real.
16-1.
This is something that I talked to JJ about in between games. I was like, at some point we're going to need to see a heat map for Sven and where he's farming, because there's so many of these games where he's just left completely alone as the snowball's going to come out now onto Ilias. They block him off, and Saksa able to draw first blood.
Yeah, you heard Lacoste mention this. This is a classic Liquid duo. They played this a lot, kind of around the same time they did Grimstroke Weaver, as we're watching No Tail. Yeah, just kidding.
Well done, DM.
Was that just cooldown, or was he just waiting?
I think it was cooldown, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not
call
sure.
it cooldown because that's cooler.
But either way, they ran a lot of this boxy tusk with the Wind Ranger, and that time he got him.
Yeah, pop the ulti for that one. And now he's got a little bit of extra duration here, and also a catapult. This is going to be nice with Ilias in the mid lane. Soxa's got to try and stop this pressure, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, there's less than half duration left though, and he only has 2 points in the Crypt Swarm, so he's getting some damage on it, but I don't think it should be too bad.
Okay.
Glyph it up.
Oh, can't afford to lose the catapult there, and it looks like they won't quite. So there's going to be a little bit of extra duration from the Exorcism, as you said, but more so it's the Siege Creep. They'll get a couple more pot shots off as the DD rune will be picked up by GPK. Some good early movements here coming out from Virtus Pro.
Seb trying to make something happen here, and they do get the Shackle conversion, but Seb's like, no, man, I got 6 stacks. I'm not going back in there.
Yeah. Let's see how he plays this Tusk in a core role. It's down bottom, mid one. Ooh, pulled back in. Does have Spear, but not enough mana. There's the mana Passover. Is that a mango, or he just worked into it? Regardless, Mars not quite able to finish off mid one, and he gets the salve up afterwards as they bring 3 heroes bottom on Virtus Pro, and the Ice Blast. Oh, it hits on a save, but there isn't any follow-up.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm kind of curious too, because Soxa's not going for the MKB rush, which is how we typically see Liquid play it. And usually you might see the Solar Crest on the Tusk instead. But Soxa's going for this Medallion, so that means that it's probably not going to be an additional Solar Crest for Seb. So I'm not sure what he'll opt for after the Phase Boots.
Yeah,
perhaps the Aghanims will arrive. Who knows?
Can you imagine? I mean, it's pretty good in a lot of ways. It actually sounds really good against Ursa.
And Death Prophet. It actually sounds pretty annoying for how those 2 heroes want to play.
Okay.
We'll see. I don't know how early you can get it. You definitely need some smaller items first.
Right. Well, regardless, 1,000 gold lead here for Virtus Pro, who are also building up a couple stacks in the jungle. I saw over there on the medium camp, and none on the Ancients yet, but with the Battle Fury that's going to be built for Epileptic Kid, they're going to want to try and accelerate his farm right along as mid one in the jungle. farming away, but the lift is gonna be there. Good reactions by VP, but can they chase him down in time? Don't quite have the range, but good dodge away there. GPK tries to chase, see if they can get the finish here. Epileptic Kid kills No Tail on the other side, and with the Crypt Swarm, Virtus Pro take down 2 across the map bottom. And they bring down Epileptic Kid. He's caught, but jumps over the shards. Nice play. Then the spear afterwards stops Sebs in his tracks.
Yep, easy skip there. Great job. That was a heavy gank to chase him all the way to tier 3, but obviously completely worth it with them getting the kill. Tough one to grab considering you only had telekinesis and siphon, right? That's it. Those are your control elements assisting you.
And back mid, Save's going to take some damage here from Thompson. Lots of punches. He's going to fall. Thompson getting that kill and some earn charges for himself. Much needed. It's an arcane rune that was picked up for DP. Ilias is going to get run down by Seb here. And so a nice reaction from OG to the early aggression that we were seeing just a little bit earlier.
And you can see a lot of damage coming in from that chilling touch too. Even on just that little Rubik, right? And after the urn, working on the Midas for Thompson. Perhaps it is an Agnum's build. He's going a little bit old school, obviously. A much different Agnum. But oh, look at that play. That was cute. That was cute.
Damn,
Just
dude.
a little mini Sun Shackle to guarantee that it hits. The Ob's vision seeing underneath. Ooh.
And now mid one, he's taking the stacks away from the Ursa. Oh, OG. They swindle the kill and they're going to sneak the stacks.
I love how this top lane is just empty and this happens to your Ursa. Right? Like, they're not like pushing this tower or farming this. They maybe even think they've got some good stuff happening up top, and it's like, no, you've just been invaded.
Damn, dude.
You even drew the line.
Yeah. Well, GPK pops the Arcane Rune and is immediately going to pop the Exorcism afterwards. So this is the bread and butter of the VP draft, it feels like. I'm just trying to pressure these towers whenever possible, and they should be able to get back to defend mid if that's where the pressure is coming next.
I mean, while this is happening, though, Mid1 also rotated through, picked up another stack that was there, and is going to get saved. He just got so much out of this rotation.
Yeah, that's pretty big. They need to get something else here. Oh my god, Seb, he jumped onto him. Epileptic Kid had to run away. No Tail, he's the one that was caught, and will fall for it. We have another Ice Blast available Thompson 10 seconds away, but Epi Kid's going to be healed back up afterwards, so... Okay.
Got Pele. All right, I need you to scream goal if he kicks someone into the black hole. Just please. I'm just asking you now.
I'll work my best to
I feel like that's very important. Thank you.
All right.
That's all I ask.
You'll get all the credit now. It's great. You're going to make sure
This is bold. I love it. First eggs. I mean, he picked up a Bassi, an Orb of Venom, a Bracer, and he's like, that's enough.
Yeah.
I guess Drum's been nerfed enough. We're good. Okay, fair enough. You do you, Seb.
No Tail moving in, has level 6 now. Thompson. Slowing down GPK right at the start. They've got an earn charge on them already. Exorcism 20 seconds away. God, so annoying. Just throws up Snowball at him over and over again. And we'll have to wait and see how this next little bit of time goes as they're sending an Ice Blast up top. Mid one throws the stun, gets him caught. DM tries to get the pushback. Zox in the area. There's the shackle, and that should be enough for the kill. It turns a stun into a kill every time for the AA.
Yeah, and just there's your heat map as requested. Yeah, I was hanging out down bottom, and now I've been everywhere else. You can spot the camps, guys. That's the fun part about Sven.
It's just
as you'll notice, the Ancients is actually suspiciously empty. I don't even know if he's been there yet. They were stacked up from a while ago. Mid-one's like, yeah, I'll take the Ancients when I can't get to free farm. And they will lose Seb, though. He's been hanging out down bottom for a long time in what some might call the dead lane.
Yeah, just taking over that area. Make sure that if they go for the kill, it's not always going to be the most worth it. But still, you get some farm on Epileptic Kid here. He's getting closer to that Battle Fury. It's 6-6, very even right now. A must-win game for Virtus Pro and OG wanting to close this one out if possible for him. Haven't seen any black holes yet, as No Tail's just running around bootsless, trying to get D-wards where he can. And
so funny, you're seeing these lines from VP of focusing on the triangle. This is the first time Mid-one's farming here in ages. And they're actually smoking into the triangle right now. Vision for the
Save.
Radiant. They haven't seen them yet. And there he is. Run mid one.
Oh,
He was
just
quick.
barely
That
out
was
of
a
range.
quick reaction, man. That was nice. Watching from his viewpoint, he just, the second he saw him, he's like, boom, gone. Very well anticipated.
And No Tail, he's hiding in the trees here.
He scanned it. He scanned the Ancients after. Was like, yeah, they're gone. Okay, cool. I'm back.
Damn, dude.
Wasting no time.
And right now, I mean, if you're OG, you're just comfortable sitting on your heels for the moment. You don't need to make any big plays yet, but they're going to
Well, look
try
what they
instead.
did. They smoked
DM.
past as an extra Vanguard move.
Oh my god, and with the focus fire down. Oh, Sox is
He's outside
of
the
it.
arena.
No, the TP out. DM, what a play. He gets away. Oh, that was sick. They will lose DP mid, though. That's hell of a lot worse. Oh,
That's
no.
unfortunate.
Save, lifts back, tries to run. They have the GA there for the moment. Gives him the sucker punch to the face. Tries to back out of there, but Save eventually will be swiped to death. They chase on in, and mid one on a killing spree. It was pretty cool from DM, though. You gotta appreciate that
it
moment.
was, but unfortunately it was one step forward and 2 steps back, and one tower down more than likely. Didn't lose much more though, I would think. Plays a little bit more defensively. Another good win here for OG.
And Epileptic Kid is finally going to have his Battle Fury done now. And that is going to at least open up an ability to keep even with the Sven. But mid one is just taking over the jungle and denying whatever farm he possibly can to the rest of the side of Virtus Pro. As Ilias
Hey,
wanders in.
Seb's just playing Enigma this game. He's actually just running around and pushing lanes. He's just grabbing as many creeps as he can.
Yeah. Why not?
Look at that eggs. He's trying.
True.
A long road to farming eggs off of creeps is tough though.
Yeah, and this would normally be the time when you would think that Virtus Pro could be playing a bit more aggressive, but they don't have those heroes that sort of provide the lockdown you need. Save is going to need this either Aether Lens or a Blink Dagger to sort of get these fights started, or I guess DM Yule Scepter is going to be another thing that can kind of make it work.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And I mean, Stolen Power Shot right now is a good option for trying to make a play. But I think that's why he's dropping this ward. He's
Okay.
hoping that Soxa comes back out and then go for a play. But unfortunately for him, his Ursa's gone. He has to wait for his Mars, and he just got scared by that Power Shot, I think.
There's one more back at him. Yeah, and he's just going to show in lane there, and they dewarded immediately afterwards on Soxa.
And they can't even punish. He's got raindrops too.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Is he dead?
Okay. No, what level is he? He's level 11. I think he's okay.
That was a lot of damage.
And considering the low commitment, that's pretty frustrating.
Yeah. Dude, if she hit a power shot right there, can you imagine?
Only.
All right. Seb, how far away is he? 2,000 gold from the Aghanims as he just keeps on pushing out
Actually
these
just
waves.
hitting creeps.
That's all he's doing. That's all you need.
Considering how many creeps he's been hitting, I'm a little disappointed he's only at 70. Every time I look at him, he's just on a lane. To be fair, they're all high value. That's like no jungle creeps.
Right. Well, and that's the thing that's kind of interesting, right? Is that you normally think about this hero as somebody that like runs around and makes stuff happen and fights constantly, and that's just not the role he's inhabiting at all.
This is so like your pub Tusk that wants to build eggs. It's not even funny. Like, I know, like, this is okay. It's a pro game and they know what they're doing, but like, man, I'd be screaming at this Tusk right now. Like, can we fight?
Yeah.
What are you doing? But
I'm
they
at
have
the
a
beat.
plan.
Well, tier 2 tower gets hit a little bit. They actually popped God Strength for that one. And GPK and Ilias are nearby. But with no other real control here, it seems unlikely that they'll be able to connect with a kill. And it's just more space.
Oh, No Tail just TP to stack these in time. Get it, No Tail. Go. Nice.
Ooh. Well done. Yeah. In the meantime, there's a scan that hits mid.
Just like a next level timing on God Strength. Is he that good on Sven that he knows this? Because when he popped that God Strength up top, he now got down here from that Agent Camp and the God Strength ended, which means that the downtime is at its shortest possibility while farming agents. You know what I mean? Anyway.
He's going to die. I would not be that surprised. I'll be honest with you.
Pretty clever.
Ice Blast. Jumps away. Able to dodge out of it. Epileptic Kid going to walk back in. Shackle will not latch onto any heroes. And VP just going to strong arm this one down. They
That was a
take
nice move by
tier
them, though,
one.
because he did that under the tower, right? The God Strength up top.
Yes.
So that's partially probably why VP were so gung-ho about going mid like that.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense. You need to sort of punish that timing, and they're able to do it quite well. So a quick pause here, hopefully. They have Exorcism still up, but with God's Strength back in a little bit. I'm not really sure on when it is that Virtus Pro feel comfortable fighting. If it's going to be like around an item timing, or like if they just want to play around their abilities. I'm not really sure in this game.
I think they're pretty close to wanting to smoke the triangle and then try and take Roche. I think that could kind of happen at any time. They just need to see some sort of a moment for it. And that could come from having like deep vision in this area. I think would be super helpful if they had some idea as to like where couriers are moving out of the OG base, and they could be like, oh, okay, like Enigma's down bottom right now. Let's smoke in here. We can catch a fight without him. Maybe getting a tier 1 up top, but even though it's like kind of useless, like I don't know. They need like a little bit more dealt with in this area, I feel like, before they feel safe doing Roche.
Right.
So whether that's probably just wards is what it comes down to.
Okay. Yeah,
taking fights is just going to be hard, period, without an Aegis.
Right. Well, and that's the thing where it's like so often with an Ursa, you just think about the ability to try and sneak it, but with like Ursa DP, it feels like it'd be really good. But at the same time, if you get caught by AA Blast Black Hole, that thing, GG, that's it.
All right,
and you
so
only really have one.
Save was 1 second away from losing Power Shot. I was kind of curious. Do you think if you start channeling Power Shot and then you lose it, it just fires? Probably.
Yeah.
Do you think you get to cast the whole Power Shot?
I think
These
that
are the useless mechanics that I need to know about Dota, guys. Hold on, I'm gonna leave the cast. Go in the lobby.
Sounds good.
I just gotta wait 3 minutes until I lose my first spell steal.
I'll see you in a little bit. Ooh, Grove Bow.
It's a channel though, so it shouldn't, because it would be like when you steal something else's Rubik, so it should be okay actually.
Oh. So smart. Right,
Grove
you're always
Bow?
there. Yeah, Grove Bow for Topson. It's a really nice one.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought you meant for Dire.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh. But
They got a net. That's GPK. Nice. Got a stun.
Even better. That's what they need. Tusk, he is 800 gold away from finishing off his Aghanims. Maybe that's going to be the point where OG feel like going. Dude, can you imagine? They like put all of this time and energy into getting the Aghanims, and then like he just dies at the start of the fight.
Yeah, he's not going to have the saving capabilities, that's for sure.
No.
Speaking of which, I guess we haven't really discussed this whole concept of save being versus the Black Hole again, huh? Because he was really good last time, and No-Tail was a little cavalier with it. They still won the game. But we'll have to see if he can make any of the same plays again as he gets a maxed out Snowball now.
Nice.
Very helpful versus AA to try and help your Ursa and your Death Prophet.
True. Yeah.
Whoa. Okay, are you ready for this? If you have Snowball and they take this fight and there's an Aghanims on Tusk, he could actually Snowball and grab them out of the air so they don't get kicked away.
Dude.
Now that's a Dota play right there.
That's the Buffon play. The goal attempt stopped by
I forgot you were a goalie. God, I had no idea what you're talking about.
Gianluigi Buffon, can they save the DP? They can't quite get there in time, but able to run away, and now DM throws the spear in, catches onto one, Black Hole used, stolen immediately, saved, turns it around onto both of them, control for mid one, but do they have enough damage? It's not quite looking like a great stun from Saksa. Spear is not going to connect for the kill, and DM just trying to force mid one away, but he is going to get chased down and killed. So 2 for 1 is the exchange, and a hell of a lot better for OG there.
I didn't know this is what Seb meant when he said they don't believe in the meta, because apparently that means he doesn't believe in keeping Black Hole versus Ruby. He doesn't care. Like, whatever. No-Tail, that's part of the meta according to OG. And in the end, it still works out for the better for them. They take down 2 cores. They lose their measly 5 Enigma at the bottom of the net worth chart. And they secure an Aegis away from an Ursa Death Prophet team at 20 minutes. And that's gotta hurt the potential momentum coming out from VP as the Bear's coming in. He wants to do something to taste her, and that was the freest little kill you're gonna get. Dude. That was kind of sad to watch.
I mean, that's the thing. If it ends up working and like you can get on top of a hero, it's really good. His save is just gonna drop up top there. But you need to be able to find it, and well, he's gonna find another one. Hello, No-Tail. It's nice seeing you there. Epileptic Kid just on a murderous rampage, as bears do. Getting closer to Abyssal.
Yeah, we're just dropping heroes all over the place. Cool.
I mean, he's keeping up with Sven. In spite of that, like, bad fight in the Roche pit, and then also, of course, the Aegis claimed for Sven. VP, they're not dissuaded from fighting.
They're ready to go. Silent there onto the Tusk. He's got his Aghanims, though. Get the hell out of here, DP. Is he going to go for the kick? Ready for the kick? No, Spear instead. And nothing happened, and the A-Blast comes out afterwards. Going to connect onto all three. GPK. Got to run away from them. Got to make the escape. The Shackle. It's going to latch.
Oh, but he did it on the DP?
And they won't get him. GPK super low. Holy moly. Okay, 11-11. We got a spicy one here, Trent.
Yeah, we got a game. As expected, the second he gets the Aghanims, he just dies in the first team fight. That's just Dota. We'll wait for the big play. Of course, the black hole wasn't up anyway, so we're not ready for our big moment here.
Right.
And save, though. I mean, he already got a black hole. He already turned it around in the last fight, and now he's a Blink Dagger alongside this Faded Brooch that has been passed down to him as well. The second-hand neutral items is a great feeling as a support player.
Yeah, that makes things really nice for him, definitely.
Little hand-me-downs.
Now, the other thing to watch in this one, Rubik has Walrus Punch stolen.
Seb is sandwiching this team. They don't even know. He doesn't know.
Nobody knows. Do they realize?
Well, they saw him.
Okay.
They have a ward back there.
Lift. Oh, if they can get him right here. Can they burst him down in time? Walrus Punch trying to find the finish. They get him. Just barely. Can they find any more now? All the rest of these kills would be nice little boons to Virtus Pro. Tops in. Oh, couldn't quite get him,
He couldn't see him.
Damn.
Yeah. That was a good play by DM, though. He was trying to find that vision for people hiding in the trees for the TP, but able to.
You know, Walrus Punch stolen is actually huge for save. To break that black hole.
That is true. That is pretty nice. That's kind of a funny counter in that sense.
Yeah.
Of course, he could just seal the black hole.
That's true, too. You can
that
do that
part's
afterwards.
pretty good.
Do it after.
That's true. Theoretically, you can get both. That's the real dream. And maybe you can blink somewhere else and cast it. Whoa.
I like
Does this
it.
guy get the fast fingers for that? Probably. He's looked pretty good this series. You know who has been kind of quiet this game? I mean, I say quiet. He's 2-0-5, but Soxa, not able to really make the same initiation plays on the Wind Ranger compared to, like, the Earth Spirit and everything. He's, like, hang a little bit further back. He had the cool plays at the start with Thompson and the ulti, but I guess similar story for Thompson this game, right? Where, he's been diving in so much this series, and now he also is forced to just lean back and chill.
Oh my god. Get the hell out of here, Trent. What are you doing?
No pun intended. That's any panelist server says no pun intended when it's clearly intended.
Yeah.
Don't miss me with that.
All right, I actually loved it. That's fine. Oh, Yule Scepter. Run away for Sven. He is going to back away. But with the AC done, mid one, feeling like he's a little done with the shenanigans at this point. He's just going to move in.
All right,
take
the item
this
that
tower.
brought back Ursa. It's there. The Abyssal.
Okay. Is it
Aha.
enough?
The teleportation. The wannabe Sven.
Yeah. He needs to get on top of mid one. He's the damage for mid one, but they have the black hole behind. Save
Look
him.
how far back everyone is.
Yeah.
This is what Death Prophet wants to do.
Okay, jump right at the start. Done. Aegis. It's out of there. Seb kicks him away, saving his life maybe for the moment. Spear is going to connect.
Where's the
and
arena?
now the follow-up. Ice Blast is coming afterwards with the snowball. Turn it around, but the
They're scared of
Enrage came
N0tail.
out in time. The turn trying to take down Sven. Can they get it mid one, hoping to escape? They try and back away, but the damage is there. Another
Save
kick
again.
for the GPK. That might be enough to keep him alive, actually.
Oh, DM, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the man with the Yule Scepter. Kept the vision on N0tail. He blinked in. N0tail will escape up to the north, just barely, as GPK was hunting the tree line, but he got the Yules up, and then they got the right-away steal from Save there, too. So they have the black hole with a smoke and a blink on Save. They need to be very cautious on OG right now.
This is really close. And again, like, you're seeing these cute little plays. Oh, Soxa? Shackle's gonna latch, and yeah, they're just gonna run away. The fact that they could burst him that quickly with that Abyssal Blade, it was huge.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen the Ursa before, and right there, almost 5 minutes faster on that. First time this match. No
Okay.
other stats.
Oh, are they gonna go on DM here? Ice Blast. Yule Scepter, though, and N0tail in the area. Abyssal Blade comes out. They got him. Soxa. Ooh, jeez.
All right, this guy's Swiss cheese or something.
Dude.
Went right through.
I think Virtus Pro took a break, ate some dinner or something, and they came back with a vengeance in this game number 4 because they're looking good. This
Picked
is a
some
really
solid
strong
strats.
timing.
Yeah, they felt really ready for this one. And Save is just hungry right now. Like, how bad do you want this when you're Rubik? They have a ward here that is scouting this stuff. Remember, they're not like smoked up or anything, so there's no way anyone should be getting caught, or at least not multiple heroes. Oh, now they smoke up under the ward, unfortunately. So it's going to just drive them further back.
And they take those ancient stacks. Yeah, it feels like that one was mainly just to sort of allow the Rubik to be set up for a big black hole play. As they just jump in, lift up, Soxa bashed, dead. They're
almost
feeling unstoppable.
It felt like he was trying to get them to waste black hole on him or something, or like trying to start that. Like they knew they were all setting up there.
Right.
You know,
they're under this
saw the
ward though.
smoke.
This is a little scary. With Blink, oh, they don't have black hole though. Chase,
Well, they do on the Dire.
That's right. That's a good point. Pushing this wave again, trying to take the tier 2 tower. It's really weird that this is the tier 2 tower that's being hit first in this game by VP.
They saw Save. They think Save's hiding over here on the left.
Mm.
Thompson's going to start throwing out some ice probably. Oh, no, actually, never mind. They've seen them retreat now too. But they were pinging, just watching out for that.
Well, what an interesting game. I mean, a very unorthodox draft from OG with the, mid AA and offlane Tusk. And it sounded cool in theory, but this just sort of like stalwart draft coming from Virtus Pro. It feels like they've got all the answers that they need right now.
Well, it was shockingly slow from OG in several ways. Namely, that the Tusk was farming lanes the whole time and Thompson's on AA. So
Yeah.
they were kind of requiring Virtus Pro to make a lot of mistakes and try and force things too hard. But in the end, it was actually OG who took that Aegis, and they were the ones forcing things and got punished.
True.
And I think this DM is so well set for this game at this point now. A 10-second BKB with this Eul Scepter to help cancel out this Enigma Black Hole.
BK, lift up there. Shackles
Save.
on. Another one, though, and there's the black hole on the both. Can they burst them in time? Hell yes, they can. Virtus Pro, they try and turn it, but they'll lift afterwards. Save again, takes the black hole away. Dude, Save is freaking owning.
No, I'm sorry. Come on, what's that? No tell why, man. Come on, dude.
Oh my god. Unreal.
Like, come on. Why? Why is he doing this?
I'm not sure, but at this point at least, everything going VPP's way, or I keep on calling him VPP, Virtus Pro's way. As Chasen looking for more. Where's the man? Thompson. Gotta back out of there, and we'll be able to... Ooh, Shackle. He didn't hit the
That's
Ice
a gimme.
Blast. Oh my god, they just killed him.
Oh, at least a punish, though. That is something. Oh, no
Well,
tell.
Dude, Thompson is...
They just want to kill this black hole.
They're murking people out here. They get him. They take him down. Virtus Pro getting a little bit too laissez-faire with their movements. And they're able to get a couple key kills there. And suddenly, OG pulling things back again. Oh man, is Epileptic Kid thinking about running in again?
Without their Death Prophet? Yeah. They're making it look pretty tempting heading towards this Roche pit.
Oh, this is scary. Buyback
This
comes
Blink's on
from
the
the
courier.
Rubik. They've got the Tusk right at the start. Abyssal Blade
Seb.
comes out dead. Can they kill off Epileptic Kid? He got off the Heavenly Grace just in time. And it's going to be done in just a moment with that Ice Blast. So Epileptic Kid can come back in if they need to. Stun thrown back now at mid one. DM's going to spear him away, hanging on that BKB. Pops it afterwards. As No Tail blinked forward. So they at least get the BKB out of DM, but BP able to hang on after taking down that Tusk.
Yeah, things breaking down a little bit. The courier was so close to Seb, like nearly there with that Blink Dagger, which could have probably stopped that initiation, as obviously the Ursa had to get pretty close there for the Abyssal. So that gives a whole new angle towards the kicks at the very least, but still just showing that like this Ags first took a lot out of Seb's game.
Yeah.
And hasn't shown too much favor.
Well, we do have Roche up again and ready to go. Epileptic Kid trying to take it. They have a ward in the area, which is going to see OG making this move over. Gotta be careful. It's getting down pretty low.
Right.
Black Hole is not up for 20 seconds, though, and they're going to pop the Exorcist as a mid one jumps onto DM. He's able to live for the moment. Spear goes out. Eul Scepter backs away before Seb can jump on him. Snowball comes afterwards. BKB is going to be popped, so they're already down one. But it looks like everybody else should be able to get out of there, although maybe not Saksa, as GPK able to take him down. Can they find any more afterwards? Mid one barely gets that blink out.
Yeah, she's Battle of the Blinks here. I love these Blink Death Prophets.
Lift, stun, and Tusk going to fall again. It has not been Seb's game.
No, and Save just having a fantastic one. It's really him stealing the show this time, I think, with there was even a blink into the backline by Saksa there, where he actually stunned up Save, but it was already casted again. Now Thompson, 17 Bloodstone charges.
Oh, yeah, and he is going to get dropped. He gave his life there to push out that mid lane, which at least he was able to do, even throwing the Ice Blast. But losing Thompson yet again. Not able to make
mid one
happen.
Being hunted. No TP for 40 seconds.
Oh.
Save. He saw the Fade Bolt and he didn't see him.
Oh no. It was so close. He thought that he blinked down, but he blinked up.
Oh, dude, mid one backpacked his AC. Yo, what a gamer.
Oh my god. That's why he has a 94% win rate, Trent.
He knows. Yeah, 7th tip. He's like, oh, that was nice. Nice play. That was good.
He's waiting for a high five. Nobody's gonna give it to him. He's still got 13 seconds before the TP. Okay. You can see mid one still having pretty good net worth in this game, but it's all those other heroes and the fact that Ursus had such a great start and blows up No-Tail again, and now eyes on Saksa. Good Shackle taken off mid one. Turns to fight, tries to get the bash. Isn't enough? A silence comes out again. It's gonna stop the kick or the Walrus Punch from happening. Seb trying to go down there. Can GPK escape? There's nothing. Nada. The cheese came out already. You're in trouble, dude. As they will take down the Sven yet again. Seb will fall. Saksa also getting chased down here. As Save almost getting Shackle Latch, but won't happen. Instead, it's Saksa who backs away from the Death Prophet. Virtus Pro firing on all cylinders.
No-Tail sitting here. There's no Midnight Pulse, but they have the Black Hole. This is very tempting looking. Oh my god. Save's back there lurking.
Oh, yeah, No-Tail. You know he wants to go, but it would be a throw. So he will hold off for now. Power.
Hasn't stopped him before.
Rubik.
Oh, nice. They're setting up again.
Shackle, Latch, jump in, catches one. Can they do enough? Save. Not that much mana. But the Shackle chase down, and Enigma not in time. Will not be able to get there to help. It is going to be 4 dead again in the grave until the Tusk comes back up as VP take another tower and now flirting with high ground.
How many blinks do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blinks this game? 7 blinks. Sorry, I missed Seb's. Yeah, this game is so fun to watch, man.
Trent, we don't have any glyphs on the side of OG. Virtus Pro trying to claim the first set of racks in this game number 4. Eliminations on the line for them. Whole kit and caboodle is there for OG if they can somehow make a way to win this one, but Virtus Pro are looking so solid in this one.
Yeah, they have their tier 2s and everything, so we're not going to transition into a side lane, but it's also just the Enigma still threatening there, especially if they can ever spot the positioning of Save, which of course is going to be very difficult when he has Glimmer, Blink, and Aether. And Save trying to triple down on all of this by going for the Aghanim Scepter as well, which I think he definitely deserves this game.
Would be nice.
Cave's just been so solid too. Great positioning of the
Dude, they found No-Tail again.
You know how we have these lovely auditory cues in Dota? Everything you can tell. You hear the Abyssal, and by the time you move your camera, it's too late, you know? He's just munching these guys up.
Doing a great job of it. Epileptic Kid has really made a huge strides in this game, up 5,000 net worth above the Sven right now, and all of it enabled also by Ilias on this Omni. He's just been there behind him constantly.
Yeah, he's not going to get a lot of love this game just because it's a little bit hard, especially with the Stormhammer Dispels.
Right.
But, you know, he's doing his thing. He's holding the gem, all right? That's an important role too there, bud. Don't worry.
True. Well, they got another Aghanim Scepter, this time on the AA. As the tier 2 is going to be taken down mid 1, trying to get some split push work in.
So this is where it comes together, right? So now he does 300 damage per click.
I mean, we'll see. Trent, we'll have to see if they can make it work. They jump in and catch him. No, my God. Snowball save. Couldn't get there in time. They're going to kick Epileptic Kid back to the tower. Now pulls him in closer.
All right.
Oh, my God.
Seb's not sure how to run this one right now.
And
that was definitely not the combo.
It's unbelievable. Dead for a minute. They're going to jump in, find themselves the Wind Ranger yet again. Beyond godlike 18-1-7 on Epileptic Kid as he's saying, give me a second here. We gotta take a moment. Damn, dude. And then giving him the tips.
Sec and then tips. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, that was a little strange, wasn't it? The snowball the Ursa, kick him to his team, and then go with him. Go sorry. There we go.
I guess you know memes. All right, well, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. I understand.
That's
OG, no.
They're just really hyped up. They've been like...
Not no VM, no memes. No memes. No memes here, sir.
Memes are not allowed. All right. Tier 4 tower gonna go down next as they are dead for 30 more seconds. Can OG hold on in any kind of way? They need a huge black hole from No Tail with no save from save.
Can you talk about the difference here between when OG were in this position, though?
Yeah.
What were OG doing? That 5-man in front of the fountain?
It's true, yeah.
Taunting, basically dropping items at that point.
Virtus Pro.
VP are just going for the gold, and wow.
Dude, are they really going to back right now? Are you kidding me?
Look, they have no exorcism. This is very good, restrained, appropriate Dota.
I can't believe
you guys
how
wish
appropriate.
Your pubs would do this.
I can't believe how appropriate your call was right there of like compare OG to Virtus Pro. Yeah, discipline. There you go. When OG were dropping fountain items and VP go back to farm.
They do it. Oh, look at the Spell Prism on Ursa. Now that is pretty cool.
Okay.
A 24-second cooldown on Enrage, 7.2 on the Overpower, 6.4 on Earthshock. All right, this is
and they find him right at the start in some trouble. Mid one tries to get away. The kick out. Actually, he's going to keep him alive. Epileptic Kid not going to find the finish onto Sven. Instead, they will take the Tusk in turn as they kill him off. And that was Enrage used. Big plays there by Seb, able to save his life for a moment.
All right, No Tail though. It's lurking, guys. He's smoked up. Oxa smoked up too. He's like, just stand there as 5, and I can get something.
I mean, this is scary because they do have buyback on the Walrus Man.
Now he needs to catch the Ursa and the Rubik because he has his BKB now.
Exorcism back up in 10 seconds. Ice Blast goes out, but they jump. They find him right at the start. Black Hole. Can they seal it, though? Can they get there in time? They're not bringing down Epileptic Kid. The Enrage was more than enough. And now the turn, kicking him back
and
in
here
the
comes
fountain, but they
save.
jump away afterwards. And everybody is going to fall as they take down one by one by one. And Virtus Pro are going to push this to a game number 5. Exactly what we would want.
I think I don't even need to see the score screen to guess who did more damage with Black Hole this game. What an amazing game. From all Virtus Pro. Ilias, he got hardcore counterpicked. Still did his best on the Omni. It was kind of hard for him to shine, but I think there were just like verifiable, awesome moments from every single person on Virtus Pro. Like between DM on that huge save in the tier 2 fight versus the Enigma at the start. Oh man, that was a great game to watch.
Yeah.
Everyone was so mobile. That was so much fun. Every team fight, I felt like Virtus Pro just outplayed so well in the second half of that game.
Totally. Yeah, there was like, and the mobility trying to be punished by like taking this walrus kick thing that could have been pretty cool. And there were a couple moments where it looked good, but all in all, it kind of fell a little bit flat. I think that
all right, you ready?
Tell me.
579 damage for No Tail.
Okay. Total
with Black Hole. 3,852 for save.
Yeah, that one hurts. That's how it goes, though. Occasionally these things happen. He had a really freaking good game on save. Had a good series, but all in all, I think that this is what everybody wanted to see. You're taking a look at this veteran squad in OG versus like the up and comers in Virtus Pro that are trying to like carve out their first big win, of a major tournament. And the fact that it's going to 5 games is absolutely perfect. But we're going to take a quick break before we get on into the final game, ladies and gentlemen, for Epic League. It all finishes off right after the short break and then back to the panel to hear more from them.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
We are going the distance here in this best of 5 grand finals, and I wouldn't have it any other way. OG and Virtus Pro, we had one game that was very one-sided, but the rest have been actually bangers. It's been action all around. It's been fun. We've seen a lot of black holes in the previous game, especially. I like those. I don't know if No-Till should be allowed to play Enigma again, though. Here with T-Governor and Lacoste, he let a lot of black holes be stolen this time around.
I mean, what's the counterplay? Like he needs to black hole Rubik. It's not that easy considering the front line that they have. You have Ursa, you have Dead Prophet, also Omni Knight, and I mean also Mars. Like Mars had a spectacular performance. I had to take my jacket off because it's getting too hot from this series.
Like, you didn't tell me that it was like dressed down for the final game. I'd have like maybe taken off the bow tie.
We would have all taken our jackets off.
I'll rip it off.
Oh. No, I'm not going to do that. No one wants to see that. No one ever wants to see that. I apologize. But let's talk about the game. That's probably what people care about most. I like the fact that we have clearly highlighted that Ursa is the counter to Sven. And funny enough, after this game, we all having a little chit chat, weren't we, about who was the first team to do it? And guess what? It wasn't Team Liquid. It was Team Nemiga. 18 days ago, Division 2, the first team in Epic League.
Budget
to be clear.
Nigma.
Yes, thank you.
I have no idea about other regions. Budget Nigma, Team Nemiga, they were the first team to do Ursa v Sven and beat some team with it. Can't remember the name, but either way, it was, Ursa has done a splendid job. Lift to it, I think it was.
No, I do think they were off to a slow start. Virtus Pro was.
Well, it's kind of a product of their heroes, right? They need.
It doesn't matter who did it first. Like, if you can use it right now, it's not like you can put a copyright on it. Like, we just picked Sven against Ursa. No other team in the world can do that.
That'd be amazing if that existed.
End up with no heroes. Like, you'd be playing Razor every single game, pretty much.
No, but imagine that in the new patch. If you play with the hero and win with it, you can claim it. And force other teams like, sorry,
I claim this item build.
And if someone else wants to use it, they have to pay money for it.
Exactly, they have to give their prize.
Like, hey, we want to use IO Core.
Don't give ideas. Probably Ice Frog is listening right now. It's a best of 5 before the patch. A lot of people are hyped up about the patch, but patch might not arrive today.
Nope.
True.
Because there's one day off, and then we have a Dota pit, and I don't think they're gonna give us a new patch during the Dota pit as well. So we might have to wait.
I don't know if you remember, but I believe you were there where there was literally a patch during a Dota pit in the past.
Yeah, Dota. I think it happened twice.
Yes.
So
I do want to say that across,
point,
but you have to realize, at some point you have to go, maybe we need to drop the patch now. I think after this tournament, it's probably the nicest time. Unfortunate for Dota Pit, maybe as well fun for them. But again,
I was going to say, I think it's a good thing. First tournament
I think
of a
it's
new
an
patch.
amazing thing. Exactly, it'd be great to watch.
Yes,
but again,
this was the first event that I worked at, and I'm in a car. I'm driving to Dota Pit, and I'm rereading the patch notes because it was a huge one. I'm reading the patch notes for like 5 hours straight. Probably remembered 20% of those, and now I'm here. But let's talk about the game. T-Gov, itemization. What did you like? What did you dislike in that game?
Overall, itemization, I just think the Tusk, of course, is the easy one to highlight. I think his build was very quirky. Memes indeed. I think AA also kind of sprinkled some of the memes. Memes, there we go, yeah. I think No-Till, he tried to go for quite normal, but when you have two memes on point, it's kind of hard to win a game against a VP that aren't hitting up the memes.
I mean, Tusk, I can understand, if they won that game. I mentioned that build before the game started. Thought he might get some armor before that, just kick out the Ursa. But execution is not that easy. You run into Mars Arena, you run into Silence, so it's much harder to execute when you think about it. And AA with the Bloodstone Aghanim Scepter finished in the end. He's just a creep. That's it. He does what Position 5 AA does, but a bit more HP.
But let's be real, right? This is the type of OG draft where if they'd won with it, everyone would be like, oh my God, wow, that's so smart, And if they lose with it, we're like, oh, wow, look at them. They're being too fun, So I think it was just the confidence of OG. Game 4, they have that advantage. They can try something a little bit out there, and it didn't work out. They can go back to the drawing board. They can find out why. Is it the Earth? Like, there's a lot of questions to ask, but going into this game. Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a question that has an answer. Which carry is VP gonna play this time? It's the PA.
Oh,
What's
I'm
this?
not
And
past that
Magnus is still in the pool. It's like
Yes.
throughout this whole series, we forgot about Mag. Like, I don't think Mag was contested at all. I don't think he was banned out. Chiefs, you have the notes.
I have. The notes. I will check back. I don't think, but I think you're right because I write things down so that I remember them. But I don't remember writing down the word mag. And
Wow, yeah, there isn't one.
there you go. There's not one. Done.
I think the important thing to note is simply the idea of Omni plus Magnus isn't always the most comfortable.
Oh, they
of
steal
lineup.
it. They stole it.
I mean, they have
They
to.
have to. Yep. But that's the thing, right? For VP, they pick the PA because they don't want, obviously, OG to have this type of draft. But also, if VP pick the PA, they force OG to go, well, if we don't pick Magnus and suddenly they've got Magnus PA, we've only got an Omni, how good do we feel? And VP, they honestly don't feel too bad with this. Because you now have OG in this awkward position where you have this offlane mag that's going to buy maybe a Blink, maybe a mech, and then you got this position 5 Omni, who's, the hill bot. So you've now got a core and the support, both enabling, and they don't have that big skirmishing damage that OG is used to having in their draft. So I think VP are going to be fine with this opening for sure.
They go for the
They go for
Timber
a Timber
Soft
Soft.
as well.
Good. That's a good pick. Like, even though it's a first phase Timber, it's you're playing into Omni Knight as position 5, so there's not going to be much pressure on you. Yeah, it's a pure damage, but still, if it's like paired up with someone like a Juggernaut, there's really no kill threat unless you overextend. And Magnus also a strength hero, so Virtus Pro looking okay, I would say. I think they kind of won the first 2 picks in my book.
Yeah. The key difference though between this Timbersaw pick and the last time VP played it is the space that the Timbersaw creates will enable the PA greatly, in which OG doesn't have that we own your jungle, we're going to control it, because Omni and Mag, that's the big weakness of this opening. They don't park themselves in that jungle and occupy it for 10-15 minutes straight.
We got the save Rubik banned out this time around. I mean, we do have the Enigma still in the pool. Don't know if they want to go for that again. I actually would like to see on the side of Virtus Pro an Enchantress, although I have
Yes.
the feeling that it's going to get banned.
Most likely, and I think Invoker will be highly contested. Like, whether you combine that with Phantom Assassin, the Alacrity, the Solar Crest, and the spell mechanic against the Omni Knight, against the Empower, could work out really well.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Is it very needed on the side of VP to have any kind of this spell?
5
Like, would you like to see, like, let's say Enchantress and Invoker are both banned. Would you like to still see them go for something like an Oracle?
You
or
still
something
have
like
ways to deal with that, because Phantom Assassin, is that carrier that can build a nullifier as like 4th item. So this game's not gonna end in 20 minutes like the one that ended. I don't think it will, at least. So you're gonna have enough time to actually buy it.
And there's the Ench ban. We don't get to see it, unfortunately.
Sag.
Indeed.
Indeed. Should we buy, like, if we have VP, should they ban out Enigma?
10 seconds.
Or, because now that they
I
can't
don't
have
think
the
there's
room,
space.
eh?
I don't think there's enough room to have Enigma, Omni, and Mag in the same team.
Exactly. Like, they all
That
feel
would
the
be
same role, right?
something that OG would try to prove you wrong for.
It'd need to be some carry.
They don't
Omni
have to
Knight.
prove me anything.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, that's exactly what OG's thinking in the draft. Wow, we need to prove Lacoste that we can.
What did he
execute
say?
this.
We can't play Enigma in this draft?
We just lost that game. Instantly tuned into the Epicenter stream, heard the tail end of Lacoste, flaming this pick. It's like,
Yeah, we're not going to
what?
talk about what we're going to get in Game 5, how we're going to approach and win this tournament. Let's just tune into the stream,
exactly,
see what this dumbass is talking about.
Yep. Seb's like, guys, do you want to watch the replay? And they're like, no, I want to watch the cost, mate. You know what I mean? Oh,
Tiny
great
bans
ban though
here.
from VP. That ban there, that Monkey King ban, that would have been an amazing
Oh.
pick for OG. Very solid.
10
Good hindsight
seconds remaining.
analysis there for you. You can tell it's getting late.
But that's literally what we're doing generally on the panel anyway. That's our
Fair.
job. That's our job.
Fair, yeah, nice, cool. OG actually banning out the Tiny, and I think the key thing here is the idea of the Timbersaw. We mentioned it when it was last picked. Naturally, position forward just gets to do whatever he wants. So the save heroes left are still going to be like the Windrunner, the Tusk, even like a Clockwork would be very good against a Magnus.
They need also OG. They need some lockdown. They need that possibly like a Clockwork, Tusk, someone to go in and do stuff, because it's a position 5 Omni. It's a Magnus as the offlane, so you need an active position 4 that can go and do stuff on the map.
Earth Spirit again?
Earth Spirit's doable, yeah. I don't mind Earth Spirit.
What, for OG?
For OG, yeah.
I think the only issue with that is you run into the issue of SD save plus Timbersaw. You never kill the Timbersaw. You always feel a bit awkward with the disruption. So they for sure might pick it and go super
No,
aggressive.
just don't pick a hero because you're playing into Shadow Demon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you, Lucas. That's exactly it. If you want to reference, I saw a Twitch chat talking about Kiev Major back in 2017. Funny enough, OG won game 1, VP won game 2, 3. OG then won 4 and 5. That's actually the flip of what's happened here. VP won game 1 in this series, OG 2, 3. VP won game 4. So based off of historical value,
VP is going to win?
Exactly. These type of stats, you just can't make them up. They really speak for themselves.
I mean, there's only one player that's the same. Is there not?
Yep. Seb was the coach during that time as well.
Sure.
So technically 1.5,
two,
right?
1.5. We'll go
Ish.
for 1.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, still something.
All right.
Still more than nothing.
We got a
Only
Slark,
clutching.
by the way.
Oh, wow. Oh, my
Yeah,
Jesus.
you guys did not notice. You were watching
No.
something else. You were
Yeah.
watching...
That was
Oh,
me.
God.
My fault.
Undying Timbersaw to steal their strength, primary attributes. Like, I wish Slark was on the Virtus Pro side. Like, this is the holy trinity of we're gonna steal
Steal
your
everything.
stats. Yeah, the thief lineup.
The key thing here is it gives Slark a lane to play, right? The Timbersaw won't feel too comfortable against the Slark in lane, especially.
They have no sorry, Thiga. They have no
No, it's-
stuns.
I
They
was
literally
getting
have
to that,
zero
Lacoste.
stuns
I
and
was
silences.
literally getting to that. I was about to say it, but it's fine.
How are you gonna stun Slark? How are you gonna
Or
silence
Puck.
him? Or
Or
Puck?
Puck.
This is a really bad Undying game.
This is terrible.
It really is, especially if it's a 4th pick.
Yeah.
Well,
But
maybe
again,
the VP winning this one prophecy is not going to come true in this one then, Tikov.
But it is a good PA game, in fairness. It's a hero that loves to buy a nullifier eventually, and I think Battle Fury Deso BKB nullifier, that's going to be like the game-winning moment for VP if they get to that stage. I think the concern that we've kind of been touching on is the idea that VP, they've heavily locked their heroes into trying to win the lane. This Timbersaw is trying to win the offlane, but now there's a Slark. The Undying's trying to win the safe lane for the PA, but there's going to be this Mag +1. Mag just exists within these lanes. He can feel quite okay, especially if this position 4 pick is like a Tusk or a ranged hero that can play behind the Magnus. Suddenly, this Undying won't feel too comfortable. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. Bamboozling. Like the thing is, though, we started this series just quite nicely. The same picks, philosophy, understanding. And
Yeah.
then get to game 5, they've looked at the playbook, ripped it up, and gone, "Yeah, well, off we go, lads. Best of one." Basically,
On the bright side,
go on.
there's
Bright
no
side.
techies in this game. Like, the
Yeah,
playbook was
there's
also
still 2
thrown out
more
the window
picks.
before
There's-
yesterday, and
There's still 2 more picks.
I don't think we're gonna see
Don't jinx
that.
it. That, you know what? I can agree with you on that. But there's still 2 more picks. Don't rule
has
it
got a
out.
silence, though. Ooh, a Willow! I like it.
Nice.
Why do I like it? I'm not sure if I like Willow in general, but does it fit?
Yes, it does.
Yes?
Yeah,
It plays
it looks
behind
like
the
a-
Magnus.
Yeah.
Go on, Lacoste. No, so I've been talking a lot. So, yeah, you go.
Yeah, it
Lacoste.
feels
You
a
got this.
really good Dark Willow game. They're going to be grouping around the Tombstone. Like, you have a good setup if Shadow Demon uses Disruption defensively to set things up. Root Mechanic against the Timbersaw, like Phantom Assassin as well. The Blink Strike looks really good. 1 minute, 20 seconds left for Virtus Pro to decide what are they going to do on the mid lane against the Puck. Do you want to go something like a Dragon Knight against Slark? Does not feel that great. Leshrac, yeah, I think this is the pick here. I think Lesh could be the one. They're bit lacking damage. The AoE damage, something that Slark does not like to play into. Either that or Invoker is my guess.
Is it the mid Doom for VP so that Topson has flashbacks to when he... Oh, it's a Viper.
It's a little... I mean, it's a little boring, perhaps, but it's not necessarily
it is.
bad.
Yeah, it is. They're focusing on the lanes, like
Yeah,
Undying.
100%.
They just want to, Viper is really not countered by Puck by any means, and there aren't too many things he can break. So more of a, we want to give Phantom Assassin enough time. This type of lineup. This is also not a stun nor slow. I don't
for
know.
me, though,
I
key
feel
thing
like
here is- sorry,
Slark can easily get out of control, especially with Omni-Knight sitting behind him and Empower on top of that.
Yeah.
The flip side to that, though, is the slot can get out of control, but where is that early damage from OG? Like they rely on this Puck, this Willow potentially, but for VP, they have these annoying lanes. The Timbersaw might have a hard time, but overall, everyone else will exist, will farm up. When PA gets items, they're going to have a strong team timing. For OG, they're heavily relying, like we've mentioned already, it's Slark v the world. Puck is like, OG's lineup feels like after 15, 20 minutes, they're going to push Slark up to have this great game. If he doesn't have a great game, it's 4 supports and a Slark versus PA, a Timbersaw, and just the annoyance of what VP has. So I think
this is exactly the type of a game that Slark likes to have. Like no
That's true,
stuns, AoE damage, Nether Toxin, everything from Timbersaw, but that's pretty much it. And he wants to reset, go in and out multiple times, and without stuns and silences, he can afford to go for that. So OG is my guess.
Well, we can theory craft this all we
yeah.
want. We could continue theory crafting this for another hour, but it is way more fun to let it actually play out on your screens. Now, of course, look also below the stream for a second where EGB.com has their odds for this series, or this final game even, because will definitely guaranteed be the final game of Epic League for 2020. And yeah. Let the magic of Dota 2 fill your screen, and your ears will be hearing a lyrical intro.
Thank you so much, Sheever. Yes, magical Dota. And of course, we got some magical voices, but more importantly, magical players. Trent, it's freaking happening. Game number 5. What more could you want? I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah,
it's all
this is
happening.
what we're hoping for when it comes to a best of 5. We all want this. We don't want another one of these repeats, like crushing 3-0s like we might have witnessed yesterday. OG dishing that one out quite handedly. Not so much this.
No, we're seeing something different this time around, and I'm personally feeling like you've got 2 very different types of drafts. The panel was already alluding to it. On the side of OG, mid one is going to be the big, beefy little fish man that he can be. And then just everybody else wants to put heroes in front of him so that you can punch him in the face. On the other side, Virtus Pro, it's a little bit more finessey. It's a little bit more jumping in and out. You do have a big, scary PA, but she's not as empowered as mid one is likely to be.
Yeah, it's not your typical PA game. No Slardar, no Magnus. Really, there's an interesting kind of amplification, I suppose. I wonder if that was partially why they went for this Undying. Was like they could hope they could get some sort of a Flesh Golem, but trying to get Flesh Golem debuff onto any of these cores is very difficult. So I think it's mostly just a laning stage decision here from them to try and secure that lane for Epileptic Kid.
We already see the tips going around as we were loading into the game. There was mass tips on Epileptic Kid again, and he has been the brunt of the tip receiver so far. The other thing,
so many relics after this series.
He's going to be ready to go, man. The other thing that's going to be interesting, though, is GPK playing on this Viper. The only thing that I saw that's kind of cute about it is the Nether Toxin against the Slark and like the way it works with Essence Shift and stuff like that. But besides that, kind of a more focused on the lanes here, as they were saying.
Yeah, not your common Viper game, but it could be a really good game for just an Atos too, I guess. Kind of annoying, I guess, versus Slark and Puck for various reasons, but it's also just one of the best ways to still activate a Viper early. And it does feel like they still need control, so even though it's like kind of ugly, I feel like it's still necessary here.
Right. Well, and maybe the goal is going to be to try and, accelerate Epileptic Kid into some good farm and try and mess around a little bit either with mid one or, just even trying to make the move over to mess with the Puck. Anybody that you can start slowing down their game is going to be good. And Slark might not always be that hero, but there's a chance he could be. And mid one going up against DM here, who's just spamming out that Whirling Death. 2 more mangoes in hand.
I thought the Dark Willow pick was very interesting because there was quite a few options still on the table for OG, and when that's left for Soxa, that's kind of frightening. As up top, I guess we'll have to wait because they do get a decent block up, but not quite the block you need for that kill to happen.
Freeze! Oh, not quite there. Yeah, it would have been nice, but couldn't quite get in the end.
Oh, that's disappointing. But, I mean, pretty big benefits to the Willow in this game. I mean, namely, I think it's that the PA jumps on you. You just instantly go into your Shadow Realm if it's still up, so it gives you a little bit of spacing in that. That's always helpful. And then, I guess the running of the bears, do you think they do that? You know? Yeah, we have running of the bulls, right? I mean, I feel like they always try and one-up everything, so...
Freaking
running of the bears, that's this game, because if they get RP'd into Coil, into Terrorize, we're going to have a 5-man of that, and then they're all going to run and snap it for this giant wombo combo from OG.
That does sound pretty cool.
We didn't get the kick into the black hole. I understand that, but I think we should have high aspirations.
True. And, you know, even just, like, using the Magnus skewer after, like, a big RP with the coil could also work out.
No, that's not as cool. You see, it's only cool. 2 heroes. You're not getting it, Lyrical.
I'm sorry.
Running of the bears. It's not the pushing of the bears, all right?
You want them to run out of it. Okay, I see what you're saying now.
All about the showmanship.
Yeah.
Ilias, he's really getting bullied here by Soxa. Soxa can just play in this lane. That is annoying. Why? How are you allowed to do this versus Undying and anyone? Oh, is he doing the walk of shame?
Yeah, he is. Interesting. At least he's gonna walk all the way home. They're pressuring up top though.
It's an empowered mag too, so he's pushing the wave in whenever he hits. So it's kind of all right.
Yeah, Epileptic Kid can try and just farm a little bit with daggers here and there. His mid lane trying to go onto GPK, but we'll drop down another Toxin afterwards. Does get a deny there, and another one on Thompson. So having a little bit of a catch-up time because he's been a bit behind the Viper.
Yeah, it would appear that his fingers are okay again. He had a nice break with the Midas AA, chilled out, pretty much just sat on lanes and did nothing. That time it actually was unintended, I swear. But the game has been given back to Thompson, okay? He can move around the map, he can set stuff up, and like, why would you ever want to take that away from this guy?
Yeah, this is where he's the strongest, not rushing Midas on AA. But obviously, will try and make some good moves here. Picks up the haste rune. Can't really do that much. It's just so annoying playing against Viper when you're this like magic-oriented hero. Granted, can dodge away from the poison attacks, but they just come around afterwards. And N0tail trying to give the rundown a little bit here to save. It's crazy to me that just base, this Omni Knight has 310 movement speed. Kind of crazy.
Don't point that out too much.
No? Okay.
That'll be gone real fast.
Wait, this is going to be 4 stacks up. Can you get another one? N0tail's dead. First blood, drawn by save. Oh,
nice. Next level play. The tip on the dead body. As mid one is trying to farm under his tower. It's still harassed by this Timber, but Ilias, his courier standing still at the side shop. Nice. That was Seb waiting for maybe a bottle or something.
Yeah, that must have been what it was. But it'll get taken away now. And actually, Arcane Boots were able to get finished for the Shadow Demon now after that kill. So that is a nice little boon for them up here in this top lane. As Bounty Runes, at least so far, going the direction of Virtus Pro. They're going to leash now up top. He's banished for the moment. DM does some pretty good damage back onto mid one. But N0tail was there yet again.
Same time bottom.
Save. Well, can they do anything else down here? Trying to kill off Ilias. And they'll back off yet again.
Started with a quick stun up with the Cursed Crown onto Ilias, and they kind of chase him to the trees, and the double skewer back, and kind of similar up top. Just everyone's trading spells and trying to find some way to commit for the full kill, but then they can never quite get the control that's required. Oh, Thompson with the value orbs mid lane, hitting his creeps and the small camp.
Well, very, very close. Save's going to run into N0tail yet again. Yeah, that block there is going to be nice. But they'll still have access to the Ancients at the very least if they want to go and stack some of those up. But mid one is level 6 now. Yeah. Timbersaw's still a little ways away.
Seb is rich though. He is at like almost 2,800 net worth right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are like all lane creeps. That's actually kind of crazy.
And on the other side, Epileptic Kid is the lowest out of all of the cores right now. I guess those two just sort of go hand in hand, but they're going to bring over Ilias now, trying to catch Seb, but he has Skewer to get out of there if he wants to. Soul Rip did a lot of damage, but not enough to get the kill onto Mag. They'll at least force him out of the lane.
Yeah, and that's pushing in towards them too. So now Seb basically has to try and like go get a stack going or something. There's an Ob also scouting his movement back in, so he might get punished here. There's Skewer back in 3 seconds though, so they're not going to find the window. Seb very cautious with his timings there.
Yeah.
And he pings that ward instantly, says, yeah, they are definitely watching me, guys.
So no chance for a secured kill there. And as you can see, it's still very close. Like, you look at the net worths, there's only about 300 gold separating all of them amongst the cores. It feels like the first people that start to make those rotations, which is normally a Puck, are going to be the sort of deciding factor of how this game goes. They're able to get kills or
also
not.
much better at defensively rotating than aggressively. I mean, you still can, but it's just like those two hero dives, you're just such a heavy punisher on, and they have this like Undying and PA who would both have to like jump under the tower to get Seb. So I think Thompson partially might just want to wait for that sort of a play if it looks likely. It's just it's so much easier with the tower helping.
Right. Yeah, that makes all the difference. And maybe they try and do something with Timbersaw a little bit later on. He does have 3 points up right now in the armor.
Thompson has gotten way too much though, I think. Like
think?
with how GVK kind of like moved back, but Thompson has been very efficient on these camps, like hitting his stacks. He's hitting the wave as well as DM dropping low. Chris Crown comes through.
DM, he's getting hit here a little bit. Tries to get out of there. Does have another pounce in 7, but with stick charges, DM makes the escape. So that rotation will not work, and instead it's mid, where a beautiful tombstone is laid down. That thing was gorgeous.
Yeah, yeah, that's the new one.
But GPK is just going to back out of the tower range. They jump onto him yet again. Mid 1, doing some good damage. That they pop the ulti afterwards. Silence, though, that stops the disruption. So that will make sure that the Viper goes down, and likely the Shadow Demon to fall afterwards. Mid 1, making that rotation. Thompson gets the kills.
And that's what we're talking about with the coil. Like those are, I don't know, it's just so good when you're doing it under your own tower like that, because it lasts for so long that it doesn't matter. Like they have to go for the instant snap, because if you don't go for the instant snap, then there's gonna be all these TPs in, you're gonna punish. So you're just kind of screwed either way.
True, yeah.
And that was all with a straight up tombstone drop, as he said, to just like try and force the tower down. Now, he got caught up during the orb.
Nicely done by Save. Makes
And
that
he went
play.
for the TP too.
Yeah, that was really good by VP. And now again they have an opening here to try and pressure this tier 1 tower. And I think OG used all their TPs to get there.
Exactly. Now they can't come back because everyone TP'd in before, so that all just became suddenly not worth it with Thompson dying and immediately giving up the tower right after. That's a heavy mistake to make, I think. Because now this is the Viper's game plan, right? Where he wants to get into this Atos, and getting this out of the way makes it so much better.
Laughing aloud a little bit.
That was our first tower. Yeah, that is a little bit late there.
Interesting.
Compared to the 5 minutes some have achieved.
We're going to move on in here, leave the regen rune for Epileptic Kid. Oh, they're going to start to pressure and get through all these stacks as well. But tier 1 tower top is where they want to go next. This lineup from VP does feel like it just wants to keep on rolling, keep that momentum going if possible.
It's kind of their only game plan. They don't really have a team fight, right? I mean, their team fight is like Tombstone. And there's no like solid initiations on multiple heroes or anything like that. It's very single target focused in that respect.
Yo, DM got the tree.
Oh, that's a good
DM
one.
got the tree. Look out, mid 1. He's going to tree ya. Be careful. He's body blocking, so there's no pounce away. The rest of them are moving on in. They chase down and try and find the kill here on a mid 1, but no tail is going to stop that for now at least. But the chase comes continuing from DM. Tries to get the finish. And
that
the
was
jump
nice.
through gets the kill.
I love this matchup. I find this matchup so... It reminds me of Axe Dazzle, where it's like, yeah, I can Culling Blade like through your shallow grave, but if you stand in the wave, I can also hit it with the Shadow Wave and do a ton of damage. Like, we got a little bit of each thing going versus each other. When it's Timbersaw, it's I can slice right through that ulti. I do not care at all.
Yeah. You just need to be in enough of a lead, it feels like, for the Timber to sort of survive through the damage that comes from the rest of them. And Virtus Pro make the big move, take the tier 1 tower now. 11 minutes. The coil, though, used mid on Epileptic Kid. Trying to turn. They have TP rotations coming to try and keep her alive. Topson decides to stick around, and that might be his own demise as the chase comes and the puck will fall.
Maybe he took AA because his keyboard's broken. I don't know. He's not getting the orb outs here. Something's going on.
At the same time, down bottom, they managed to kill off DM. That's a nice kill for mid one.
Big kill for him, and also a big item for the team with the mech now being done for Seb. So they catch Topson again. I'm sure he's going to be looking to turn this one around pretty fast for himself. He has that urn, and he has an E-Blade queued up.
Save.
Which is a pretty cool option versus these heroes.
Disruption himself. They're underneath the tier 2 tower save. Tries to juke out the other direction. Seb makes the move and even to secure the kill. They were giving him no way out. Mega dead. As the Omni able to TP away from danger. And Topson trying to chase here. It's a little crazy. If he can get Ilias, that would be nice. Still has that urn, and he's just going in on him.
It's a hard kill, though. Oh, there's the debuff.
I mean, he's alone. Coil going to be used afterwards. None of his friends are around for Topson. He does have orb back up in a second, and that's going to be enough. And like these annoying little, jump in plays by Topson trying to slow down the farm of the PA.
Yeah, and the game speed overall too, with like the Undyne being forced to pop his ulti there, try and chase you down. That's a cheeky little play. And Dream Coil is obviously a pretty low cooldown these days. 70 seconds is not a big deal in the current Dota world. They are going to smoke without it, though. Yeah, I think Topson's just going to go farm or something. This is just a Willow Omni support? Smoke? Okay, no. Topson's coming too, even without the coil.
All right. It doesn't.
This feels like a waste of time for Topson. I don't think he wants to be here.
Yeah, and they're not.
He got goaded into this by Soxa or something.
Yeah. If they run up to high ground here, this could be nice. Ilias,
For
we'll
who?
see if he's there to break the coil, or rather break the smoke.
Look at that. They have the sentry. They spotted that ward being placed. They know they're smoked here. Oh, wait, what? Thought they did. They pinged it.
Yeah, they're going to take it down now, and Topson reveals himself right there for a moment. Ooh, they thought about going. He throws out the chain.
Yeah, I don't know what. I saw that too. That was something.
I mean, is Topson really going to try and go in here? I guess not. I mean, the thing is, like, GPK's showing in lane, down bottom, they had save there. But OG's still not feeling confident to take this fight. 4-4 again in a very close game number 5. And neither team has really drawn meaningful blood yet, it feels like. There hasn't been that big fight that's sort of pulling one team out ahead.
So do you think he's going to do the E-Blade? Do you think he'll do it? I mean, it is pretty cool versus the PA.
Okay.
Right? And even Viper, there's some merit to it in some sense, right? But it seems, I mean, he just bought the Ghost, and he's keeping it queued.
Okay.
It does limit their initiation potential pretty heavily. But I also feel like VP are kind of forced to play a bit aggro, too.
Find him again. He was blurred. They get him. Has the Soul Rip afterwards. Keeping Epileptic Kid fine. The chase down coming. DM wants to find these heroes and see if they can chase. They're up on this high ground, though.
Nice.
They have an idea.
Played. Chase the courier. Man. DM is just so happy he got this tree.
This is really
There was even a tree there, and he's still doing it.
Can't stop him. So you know what's interesting is when Omni Knight first started to make its like main appearance in the pro scene, it was actually in China, and it was Newbie that was playing it a lot with like a Slark being out in front, and he was always just leading the charge. And kind of playing it the same way here as well, as Epileptic Kid gets separated from the rest of them. RP comes out, Seb is there, they're going to blow him up. Very quickly done.
And I think this will be an important part of how Topson wants to play, and that's just being paired with Soxa all the time. Because that to me makes a lot of sense, and that synergy-wise of how much you'll get out of a Dream Coil, especially with an E-Blade. It's going to be a crazy amount of damage.
Just have the ulti on top of him, the
Slay
Bedlam.
Okay. Yeah. Zap him. A bug zapper.
But at the same time, the reason I brought that up is it feels like as the game gets later, yeah, you can initiate with Topson, but you can also just like send Slark in with Heavenly Grace on him. And like, how do you stop that hero? Like, it's really hard to control him. There's no stuns, as the panel talked about a couple times.
Yeah, Atos is not going to be reliable enough versus Slark. It's true.
Oh.
You do not have that one answer. In the end, it just becomes explosive damage from Epileptic Kid.
Vision down. Hey,
that was a nice
no,
little
that
coil.
Epileptic is there. They
his
missed
eyes.
it completely.
Yeah,
And
you
the
wanted
Atos is going to
both.
connect. In some trouble. No Tail is going to get ran down. The Terrorize not used yet. They're dodging away from it. Hits onto nobody. No coil. No
They gotta focus
Terrorize.
Slark. They're going
And they're
to
going to
focus
see if
him.
they can find that finish. Break in. Run, jump through, tries to control those freaking brambles though. And now the chase down doesn't have another pounce for 4 seconds. And mid one will fall.
These guys have amazing communication. They are so good at just like, whoever is talking, they just listen to, you know?
Yeah.
And there were a couple fights going on there, and then you see that Slark get disrupted, and it was just like their AI who just got this like switch flipped in their head, like target Slark, and they just all immediately start marching towards him to surround him when he comes out of that disruption. Because as you said, there's no real way to lock him down, so they got to put all their efforts in and save. TPing out, purification, not enough. It's only level 2.
Damn, dude. That's close. All right. Still, this game on a knife's edge. And I'm not sure what it's going to take to sort of separate these ones out here. But you're seeing the PA sort of get caught up a little bit with the Slark. Just going to jump away, leaving that last Mud Golem in the camp. Not wanting to chance getting caught by Saksa, who has completed the Veil. This ward going to be dropped down in Vision. So that one will be taken away in just a moment. And so
that
often
is something
Vision's
that
wins.
has changed throughout this series. I think is just the Sentry battle has felt fiercer as we've progressed throughout
Right.
this. Is like I feel like there's way more sentries down this game compared to the one before, and likewise from 3 to game 4.
Well, and you remember in that game number 3, that was the Sentry, or that was the ward that won them so many of the engagements. DM, they have save behind if they need it. But again, OG stepping forward here while PA is on the other side of the map just farming. Likewise, Topson was pressuring there on the bottom lane. And the wraparound coming now from mid 1. He has Blink Dagger done. Haven't seen that in a while. Topson? Run into him, Atos, able to dodge, and he's out.
I think that speaks to
one.
exactly your point, though, right?
Jumps. He's broken and has to run away for a moment. Still has that Viper Strike on him.
And that's why Thompson's not buying Blink in this sense, is that they really are just sending mid 1 in first and trying to play everything off of that. And that's why Seb's Blink will be really important in that regard.
Jump in.
That's a tempting RP.
Everyone finds him on GPK. Coil afterwards. Leashed up. Can they get out of here in time? Lots of damage coming in from DM. The Terrorize afterwards. It's hitting on everybody. Running away is the Viper. They're going to pull him back in and take him down. Trying to find that kill now. Epileptic Kid, see if he can take down Seb. We'll get one. And look at the damage coming in from Epileptic Kid, who finds him at the end. The Tombstone
Zombies.
gives them the vision, and they'll chase down another win. 4 dead for the Viper. Thank you very much, OG. As they're
Yeah,
going to
that's a worthy
chase
buyback.
Thompson. Oh, baby. Disruption afterwards. No getting away for you, mister. Unless he's able to get the Waning Rift out. But will not happen.
I was really close to Roche killing him with the illusions.
That's a good point. Damn, dude.
Oh, Tombstone is so good even in a bad Undying game. The vision, those zombies just chasing the Slark. What a beautiful play. I thought that was going to go really well for OG. I mean, with how that started with the coil and then the skewer in, the RP from Seb only ended up hitting onto 1, but I think it was the Viper at that point. Oh my God, I just hit F8. Oh my God, that's like the 3rd time that's happened this series where I thought I've somehow paused it. These guys are giving me a heart attacks, man. Whew, I'm glad those days are over. They don't let us pause anymore. If you guys wondered why we haven't ruined a game in ages, that's why.
Exactly.
Valve knew that we had too much power.
Shoutouts to Merlini, the man, the myth, the
The
legend.
last pause. Vanilla Masters. That was it.
That was the only one.
Ben Wu left his mark forever.
Yeah, more ways than one, definitely. Well, we've got 3,000 gold lead here for Virtus Pro as they win that last fight and now are well on their way. We've got another E-Blade queued up this time by the Viper. So we'll see if he decides to go for that one as well. But how much has changed to you with that last engagement? Like, Does it feel like Virtus Pro are pulling away at all, or are you still feeling like this is right on the wire?
No, I would definitely say they're pulling away. Like that would say Blink Dagger fight for a Slark. So he's taken like no farming item, no stats item, nothing like that. I went Blink for fights and we lost the fight. That's like scary stuff. Now, mind you, he has Empower, even Heavenly Grace chucked on him, so he can still keep up and everything. But in my eyes, that feels like it's probably a little problematic if you're OG.
Yeah. Well, and I think that also the fact that you're occasionally not getting those Essence Shift stacks is pretty annoying as well.
Yeah, you can see him repositioning in the fights, and that's not what you want to do with Slark, right? You just want to like hit. Which can also be hard if they're E-Blade. But Thompson is ready for the plays.
Well, Roche is going to be taken now. They dropped the Tombstone in here, and it is falling rather rapidly. And this is going to open up a whole new world for Virtus Pro. We'll see if OG decide to just split the map up now and where we go from here.
Am even has a Lotus Orb.
Oh.
That's kind of annoying. I mean, like the silences and the E-Blades and everything. 310 faster than this patch's average.
I like it. I think it's really good.
All right, but look at that, though. That is a heavy Spell Amp talent. 12%, and he has a Grove Bow. Okay. Yeah, 820 faster than this patch's fastest. Yeah, that does not surprise me.
No.
No one else rushed an E-Blade, it turns out, guys.
On Puck, at least.
Only Thompson, yes.
It's like, can I go back to playing Morphling, please? Is this a hint?
I thought he just wanted to play Earth Spirit. Now I'm just confused. I guess he just wants to buy E-Blade, it turns out.
He's just AFK farming here in the Radiant jungle. And can play this aggressively because of that lack of lockdown that you have. As we'll just be continued throwing out these Shadow Poisons. Thompson's going to jump over to the other camp. They realize he's here.
I really want to see his full combo with the Veil from Soxa. Because he is 18% Spell Amp with the 2 nulls and the talent. All right, well, it doesn't work when he is Glimmer. Yeah, that's fair.
True.
Well done, Ilias.
I think that the other thing that's going to be interesting to watch is who buys the first Sheep Stick. You know, if we even see one of those. Because if you get one of those on, like, for instance, Virtus Pro somewhere, that shuts down all these shenanigans from Thompson. But I'm not sure if it's worth it as opposed to, like, getting these other more survivability-oriented items, like GPK going for this Force Staff, you know?
I think they have problems. They have both Glimmers on supports.
Oh, Disruption. No Tails nearby, though. They find him. Jump. Tries to blow him up at the start, and they will get him. And mid one will TP out.
This E-Blade does not feel great.
No.
I have to say. I don't know. Like, maybe got it, like, really fast, it would be feeling better. But just with how, like, with the items that are on Virtus Pro, it feels like it's going to be really hard to make great use of it. Double Glimmer, Lotus Orb. I mean, BKB is going to be done fairly soon. There's a Blade Mill on the Viper.
Yeah, dude.
I tell you one thing, whenever he throws the thing out, I think he's probably going to be phase shifting.
That's true. He feels like he has to be. It's otherwise way too much damage. Puck's just going to get blown up. But top lane, it's 24 minutes. They're trying to take this tier 2 tower. The simultaneous move coming from OG, and they're actually going to get the other tier 2 tower first. This Thompson keeps the pressure on. But it looks like Virtus Pro want to stick around and secure this tier 2. There's been other games in this series where we've seen VP not want to give up that lead and give up a tower for the other tower. So this time they're opting to trade.
Now, I will say, outside of the animation, Thompson is still a very annoying hero this game because Puck is, I mean, we've seen Puppey even utilized as a support for this very reason of cutting waves, right?
Yeah.
They very tricky hero to track down, and we've talked a lot about the stuns not being there for the Slark because he's going to be like the main focus of this game, but it also means that Thompson's going to have a much easier time doing these ratting plays. And all that pressure down bottom, now they still need to defend bottom, but they're also just poking away at the mid. And Virtus Pro are once again doing their tried and true strategy of just sticking together as mostly 5.
Yeah. Thompson did just blink in, though. This is a little crazy. And they're right on top of him.
He has an actual blink now.
Oh, he got one. All right, never mind.
Yeah, he's a real hero.
Okay. Yeah, Thompson then is doing really good. Okay. 3 cores right now from OG. All of them have farm. Likewise, you got some decent net worth onto the Viper and the Timber.
Did he ever E-Blade someone?
He tried to get the Undying.
Yeah, and then it got Glimmer Dash, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I think from the time he bought this E-Blade, he was able to fully farm a Blink, which is kind of funny.
I wonder if they're going to be using it. It feels like they have to be using it more defensively, probably.
For sure, 100%. I think
would be
that's like the
nice.
main focus of it this game. But I think the spell bonus would have been a nice touch if it wasn't for all the counterplay that's available on the side of Virtus Pro.
Aksa, caught. They get it off. It's a lot of damage now onto the Dark Willow. If they can TP out, yeah, they'll be able to get out of there. Never mind. Shadow Realm, it's pretty good.
All right, now I know there hasn't been a fight. Oh, there we go. He's hopping in offensively on Epileptic Kid. There's
Okay.
BKB though, and well done to not pop it. I like that.
Still 15 seconds until the Aegis is going to be reclaimed. And that could have been a little bit of a scary timing for VP if OG were to hit it right, but they will get away, and it looks like that Tier 2 tower top is going to be the extent of the objectives claimed with this Aegis for Virtus Pro. They also now have on Timbersaw the pipe completed. He's trying to work towards Ashiva's next. As GPK, they catch him there with the Atos, dodges away for the moment, then jumps out. Dude, what a hero.
Courier.
What a hero.
Tower is under attack.
They need something else to deal with this pup, because he's just going to be a thorn in their side forever.
Well, Epileptic is going for the Abyssal before the Nullifier because of that, which means that if a fight comes out, there is still now plays for No-Tail to make, whereas typically, with how this PA's game is going, you might think that Nullifier is going to come out much faster
Right.
versus the Omni Knight lineup.
Seb wants to cut again. He might just shockwave this one and blink out afterwards. Or we'll see what Seb wants to do. Maybe he'll cut the next wave instead. But they're pressuring Tier 2 top now as well.
This is the true, what I always see is like dividing factor between Tier 1 and Tier 2, or just like, not even Tier 1, Tier 2, but more like teams that just have a lot more experience at this level of Dota. And that's your ability to do exactly this when you're behind.
Mid one.
Oh, no Basher. Be all right.
Walkway.
Oh, I
DM's
say
over
that.
here as well. Okay, they go in. That's a lot of damage. Mid one will manage to escape though afterwards. And God, look at Thompson. He's underneath the Tier 3 tower.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is exactly the kind of plays you see from the top teams.
Yeah.
When I see this, I mean, maybe it's just because Liquid are in this position so often, but this is classic Liquid. They're very good at this gameplay. Doesn't always amount to a win, but when you're in those low percentage situations, it certainly helps. And in this case, I mean, OG aren't necessarily that far behind. They're speaking as if they're like in a disastrous situation. They're actually doing quite fine. And if anything, I think Virtus Pro are probably getting annoyed right now. And okay, this I like. Epileptic Kid has now switched over to the Nullifier because I think that they just need to suck it up and accept that it's going to be really annoying, and they need to punish the mistakes of OG a little bit in these team fights because they don't necessarily have the damage right now to fight you. So
DM. Okay, disruption, keeping him fine for the moment. He has the Echo Shell for himself afterwards from the Lotus Orb. Rooted. Pop ulti, jump into the middle of all of them. Mid one is in really deep. A lot of damage onto him. He pops the ulti though and tries to run away. Soul Rip, keeping Ilias alive. They buy back a big coil onto everybody. DM's outside of this one for the moment. That Blade Mail did a ton of damage in mid one chase. Atos is going to connect, but he has the Dark Pact again to get away. Still keeping vision on him. No more Dark Pact afterwards. Can they bring down mid one in time? They want to do it. The chase, it's not going to be there. He gets out. Another save though. And still thinking about going in deeper. This fight started by the Roche Pit. Meanwhile, Epileptic Kid finds No-Tail. He kills him. That's a dieback in the river. Dude, what an assassin.
Him, but he blurred out. Yeah, the assassin comes to life.
What a sick play by Epileptic Kid to find No-Tail trying to connect with his team. And they're able to take him down. And now the jump, they find Thompson again. Thompson E-Blades, tries to back away. All right, Epileptic Kid's on some stuff this game.
He hit the big jump there. Don't get distracted, I think, is the key for Virtus Pro. They need to secure actual objectives here. I mean, they're going to grab the Badney runes, but it feels like OG are just trying to, like, pull them off the rails, right? They're pushing in that top lane. They're getting objectives. Maybe thinking about going high ground, and suddenly they're lured to the mid for this fight.
Right.
Now they're trying to lure them away from mid again.
Thompson goes for the jump now. Atos again dodged.
Was that instant Roche?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Yes. That was like 1 second or something. And they have the courier in there. Wow, well prepared. These guys are nerds. Seb was right. Like, having your courier in there for the potential 1 second Roche actually paying off.
Dude, and they're
If they
going in.
capitalize on this. This is great premonition for them.
And mid one's down bottom. Now, he's taking a tier 3 tower. That's pretty big. They're going to TP one back, but if mid
canceled.
one is able to get out, this could turn really bad for Virtus Pro if they're not careful. Gotta be very
Oh, the
scary.
terrorize, the terrorize?
BKB's going to be used,
Wow.
though. Epileptic Kid has the answer. Down bottom still, mid one took the tier 3 tower, and he's going for Rax. But is it going to be worth it as they take down Soxa and get the Aegis?
He's so slow, dude.
Yeah, he
Just
doesn't
a
do enough.
Scotty. It's like, I need my Magnus.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
and the jump in, mid one taking a lot of damage there. Is going to pop into his ulti and try and run away, blink out, and it looks
Yeah.
like he'll be fine.
That's only really scary if they still had that outpost, but it was actually taken.
Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting, Trent. So Aegis and Cheese on Virtus Pro now. And they do get the sheep stick on GPK.
And a smoke, too. Yeah, I love the sheep. That's beautiful.
And they force staff him in. Oh, Thompson, he takes the wrong
Got
way!
him.
And he's caught, and he's dead.
We juked when he should have jived.
And that might be an opening here as Virtus Pro reveal the sheep stick, find the kill onto Thompson, dead for 60 seconds.
Oh, he's
And-
got a big item when he respawns, though, on that Aghanims.
Yeah.
That is pretty huge. Unfortunately, it is into the Aegis.
Wait a minute. DM forcing mid one back, but they're going to cancel the TP back from the Viper. And it looks like they want to go high ground maybe, or at least pressure some more. They get the tier 2. Now they're gonna play it safer. Okay.
And mid one has just drastically increased his damage as well, picking up the full MKB. Now he's pretty beastly, and of course, versus the Phantom Assassin, that's an extremely important thing to be grabbing. And we
Yeah.
talked a lot about Epileptic Kid's items this game, and despite getting the Aegis, he's still going back for a more defensive item of the Satanic. Probably just thinking that they're really lacking damage overall on the side of OG, and it's not like I'm going to die during Shadow Dance, right?
Right.
So as long as that doesn't happen, then I'm kind of okay with this. I don't necessarily need the Nullifier right now, although you can't lifesteal if you don't do any damage. So
That's a good point.
a well-timed Guardian Angel could be pretty gnarly.
Now Trent,
Is
I'm
the
getting
technical term.
I'm getting goosebumps here. This is feeling like it's really going to get down to the wire. Like, we're 32 minutes in. Yes, the kill score is favoring Virtus Pro, but the net worth lead, only 3,000 gold separating these two squads. And
Well,
it feels like it
DM.
could go either way. Mid one finds DM right at the start now. They're able to force him
threat.
back for the moment. They're thinking about going high ground here. GPK starting to beat away at it.
That was a big wave to cut, though. Now
Yeah.
that pressure's also coming through the mid lane, and they're all forced back to defend top. Or defend the high ground, rather.
Immediately, they take off the Curse Crown. Epileptic Kid not going to be stopped. They hex him out, though. Mid one. No, but the Heavenly Grace trying to keep him alive. GA afterwards. Epileptic Kid wants to stay alive here. DM is deep in the base as they're going in for those right clicks, trying to take down mid one. Enough is there. DM gets the kill. He's dead for 70. Oh my god. Virtus Pro. Have they done it? Have they broken high ground? They're going to get this tower at the very least. There's another wave back there, but nobody from OG is in position to kill that wave.
And Save even went back and glimmered the first creep. He's that concerned about someone going for a snipe. That is sick.
Now moving over towards mid next with no mid one for 50 seconds. They have a repair kit though. As occasionally happens in these games, they're trying to push in. Can repair kits save them? They don't have a
I don't
glyph.
know. They have 40 seconds, and they have Scythe and Athos. Like, they can't come anywhere near this again.
Terrorize. They hit
Well, they
now
got
onto
disruption.
Epileptic Kid, but the disruption on the other side. Seb forced away. No blink in jumps from them at all. But the backlines.
Yeah.
Eric Willow able to escape just barely. They throw the jump in now. Trying to find somebody, but they won't get Seb. They won't get Thompson. Tier 3 tower down low. 15 seconds until Slark is up. But this is 2 lanes of Rax. Virtus Pro, they are so close to their first grand final victory. They can taste it. But can they close it
The
out?
GG
Can
items
they-
are coming out. The Vlads on Ilias. They don't want to go anywhere.
Can they solve the problems? Can they end this game? Atos is there. Epileptic Kid goes in. Where's his Lotus Orb? Disruption save. Good play there. But do they have anything for afterwards? They try and go onto him right now. Still 40 seconds with the Aegis. The coil on the back lines. Hex comes out afterwards. Dark Willow's dead. It's only going to be the first life for the PA. Can they find anything else afterwards? They take down that Shadow Demon. Gem on the ground. Ilias picks it back up. Shadow Demon buys back. He's going to try and jump into this fight. They catch Thompson for the moment, but he's able to get away. Broke in. Mid one. Backs out of there. Another repair kit used. Viper taking a lot of damage, but the cheese gets popped. He's living, but not for that much longer. Look at the damage coming out. They kill him. Thompson gets that finish. Heavenly Grace onto the Slark. They need to run down DM if they can. Everybody from Virtus Pro is trying to get out, though. They're going to leave him to his death. And in the end, Virtus Pro take 2 lanes of Rax.
Yeah, the often disciplined Virtus Pro maybe staying a bit too long there once they lost 1 support. You could feel the difference once the Shadow Demon's gone, and also the Undying just out of mana, man. Like, this Glimmer Cape is expensive. By the time they were going to that last Rax, he didn't even have enough mana for Soul Rip and 1 other spell. Like, he was sticking just to use a Soul Rip. So
yeah,
they had to kind of back it up a little bit there. Everyone was dropping low. Same thing with the Timber Saw. So well fought out there by OG. Perhaps a bit too long for Virtus Pro, but a very tough hold nonetheless.
And again,
Boys in blue.
Oh, Topson. That Sheep Stick makes all the difference. And with Viper dead for another 20, look at how free Topson feels right now. He's just not afraid. And again, you've got the Wombo combo there for OG. There's RP that's back up in 40 seconds, but that Aghanim Scepter on Puck, the Terrorize that could come out, could all turn south in a second. Topson tries to keep the pressure on here, but moving back in. Oh, GPK, he's under trouble. They got the Hex. Oh my God, how is he getting out alive? Are you kidding me? Oh, just barely. Hex on the Lincolns. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Seb is getting all the right items, man.
Dude, Trent, what the hell is
I know,
this game?
it's just like, oh jeez. It's tough. But big item coming out here, the Nullifier for Epileptic Kid. Questions about buyback will probably be determined by the Aegis, I would guess. Oh, the Ninja Gear. Yeah, he drops it down. Who gets, save get that? Oh, I love having this one of support. Feels so good. Oh no, he passed it off.
Okay, no
Hand
more.
it off to everybody.
It's done.
Oh no, he's got it. He's got
Okay.
it. Never mind.
Ah, surely. Down bottom.
So good on Shadow Demon with the gem too.
Mid one is gonna hit away at this melee
This is
Rax.
fast.
Yeah, has the Solar Crest. Nobody else is nearby. And again, you know, you've got
not another one of these
50%
games.
status resistance. Dude, they're not super confident. Okay, jump out there. X is available. Ooh, not perfectly timed as the Banish came out at the same moment. Broken, tries to back away. Look at the dagger, the jump, 1600 grit. Hits there on to No-Tail. No more Omni at all. The Fear's gonna push the Undying away, but that doesn't matter all that much. RP used afterwards. Can they kill him in time? GPK tried to save the life, and they're able to get out with Epileptic Kid. GPK ran in there after the mid one, barely able to escape.
Oh, Sox is going
By
for the big play in the
skin of his
back.
teeth. Can they do it? Can they finish him? TP out of there, and he's gonna get away. Oh my God! Wait, are
Want
they
the
going back
Regoose.
in?
Yeah, mid one got out at like 10 HP. Now he's back in.
No more RP, but mid one building up those stacks. He doesn't have any. Look at this. The Essence Shift only 9 stacks every time they get that Nether Toxin down. And still, they don't manage to take the melee Rax. It's gonna regen back up.
I'm not convinced they're leaving quite yet.
I know. It's
Not sure if they are either. Yeah, I would agree that's probably the wise call though. And oh, baby!
all right.
All right,
let's
so
go.
he had just the relic queued for a while, and I was like, nah. And then he switched back to the Nullifier. I was like, all right, that's cool. Oh, I've left a kid. Is
All
this really
right.
the way to do it?
He's-
Don't lose this rapier. This would be the most fitting way for this league to end with how many rapiers have been won and lost.
The jump in, tries to get the kill mid when he gets the dark back off and everything. Able to escape the ulti. Oh my God, that was
It's
the
the
rapier
only
reveal.
way this can end. It's the only way.
It has
It's
to
Fitz
happen.
Epic League.
It is the most epic of leagues, Trent. And Roche instant spawn yet again. They're moving back in, trying to get it. Mid when he jumps in, right top level broken. Can they get the kill? The Terrorize comes afterwards, but the BKB was in time. Mid one able to live, but the jump in from Shadow Demon save. Able to get the rundown and looking for more. 80 seconds on the sideline. Seb barely able to make the escape. Unbelievable.
Tops is still here. DM is hunting a little bit here, I think.
Oh, they're trying. They're thinking about it. Nope, they can't get it. And now, Topson, disrupted, saves on top of him. All the damage in the world. Can they control? Can they get him? No, it does not look like it, as Topson will have Blink back up in a moment. They're trying. I mean, they're chasing constantly. They're buying more
was gonna
time
say,
for Slark.
I couldn't find anything on their heroes, guys. They left everything in the pit. There's a cheese and a refresher shard. I'm clicking heroes like crazy.
Okay. That's a little scary. Also, Epileptic Kid is in. There's nobody here. Dude, you don't have a BKB. What is happening?
guys,
Oh, he's still
guys,
at the Aegis,
please.
though. He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, but come on, cheese refresher shirt. Team?
It's all in the base. Oh, Virtus Pro, so often it's been their patience that's won them the game. Are they getting a little bit too ahead of
homing
themselves
right
here?
now.
They're jumping in, trying to find Thompson. The coil is there. Gotta be careful, buddy. Hex comes out from Willow. Onto Willow, rather. Epileptic Kid turns on a Seb now. Oh, it's a lot of damage onto him. The crits are available, and Seb will fall. No buyback. 89 seconds. Virtus Pro, they can taste it. They want this game in the bag here. Another glyph is used with the repair kit, but that rapier damage, it might all be too much. They need to do it without the Dark Willow and without the Magnus.
The Dream Coil, too, just not being there is so painful for them. I don't know.
Oh my
When's-
god.
Wait, is there the repair kit still lurking, or is that the third? That was all of them. So they're not going to have it just like sneaking on the melee or anything like that. They
Oh,
can't
mid
delay it
one.
any further.
Mid one got a bounty rune. That gives Viper or the Magnus the buyback. Dude.
That's Megas, though.
That's Megas. They have Empower, but it's dangerous. Danger. What are Virtus Pro gonna do here? Do they want to take this fight? They jump in. They want it. They want the victory. They want the grand finals win. Epileptic Kid is gonna get caught for a moment, but he jumps in further. He doesn't care at all. Still hanging with that Aegis. Meanwhile, the Timbersaw jumps in. The RP pulls him back into the fountain.
Oh, no.
Do they have enough? The Viper is gonna go down. The Ghost Scepter wasn't enough. Oh my god, can they kill the PA? Leashed up, trying to run away from there, and they're gonna try and turn this now. The fountain is the only place that's safe for you, but it's not safe. Mid one is gonna fall afterwards. Virtus Pro, with everybody gone, are gonna turn their sights onto the Ancient. Hobson rooted. He wants to stop Epileptic Kid, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Hobson trying to run and stop these creeps. There's so many in the base right now. Are Virtus Pro really gonna back? There's no Slurk for 70. Oh, they're thinking about going back in again.
They're getting their creeps. They're getting ready.
Time to jump. Looks for one. Doesn't find him. No BKB for 35 seconds. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, the disruption, though. It saved his life.
Save.
That would have been enough. Saving the game yet again. If they got him into the fountain, I'm there to think what would have happened at that point. But tier 4 towers now still alive. OG frantically trying to hold on here. The jump in and the crit. 3,800 damage in your face. He waited for his moment and he found it. And now the Ancient exposed. Thompson trying desperately to hold on. He has another coil, but there's creeps all up in this one. Epileptic
he
Kid
wants
eyes
it.
on the prize. BKB back up in a couple seconds, but the fear and the stun, it's gonna connect. Trying to bring him down in time, but the Ancient will fall, and Virtus Pro are gonna win Epic League. Oh,
Epileptic Kid played that last fight so insanely well. Between the dodges, the jukes, like they took down that Viper and Thompson was freed. It's like the chains came off and suddenly he was actually Thompson again. And we saw that nuisance and waiting for that perfect moment. It was like just shooting that arrow through that perfect hole in the arm where he manages to find that giant crit to force the buyback and then skewered into the well to lose your Aegis. And he didn't panic. He stayed dream coiled, fought in the well. Great play by DM to tank the fountain there and help ensure that he could get those kills and those picks and save with the saves. I mean, this team, there's a good reason they were respected so much coming into this series. What a fantastic way to end the Epic League.
that was so freaking good. And at every moment, it felt like it was just on a knife's edge, and they were almost able to do it. You have to imagine for Virtus Pro, this team that's been denied over and over again in those grand finals, getting boxed out by Secret, 3-0'd, 2-0'd, 3-0'd over and over again, and they finally are able to take in the full 5 games. Absolutely
so
amazing.
hectic, man. The ending of that game, you can feel the total chaos. There's cheese, refresher, no one cares. Everyone's going in and out. You don't know what's happening. OG so used to these situations. This is how they play Dota, but for such a young squad to have that sort of plays versus a Titan like OG, like that just must feel so incredible for these players. Like we've talked to them, they really want to represent the org. Like they're so excited as young guys to be able to do this in their region, and bringing this home to CIS must feel really good for these guys.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to shut ourselves up now, and we're going to head on back to the panel where they will break down the majestic nature of Dota 2 as we saw it in that game number 5. Hopefully hear from the winners as well. But for one last time, back to the panel. Break it down for us.
Thank you, Lyrical and Trent. And hey, we were promised Magical Dota, and we got it for sure. Ending that game with the Rapier as well. I thought that was perfect. We were told we've seen them being disciplined and patient, but they I mean, you could feel it. You could feel the want, the desire for that win, and they got it here with T. Governor and Lacoste. Of course, they were also having their eyes glued to the screen for this one.
Lacoste, please. I need
Me
a minute.
first, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a well-deserved victory for Virtus Pro. Kind of happy for them because it's a young squad and it's a huge boost of morale for them. Where they played an extremely good Dota throughout this whole tournament, and they won a game without a single stun, which is pretty impressive, And they won it in Game 5 against the OG.
All right, they had a Hex and an Atos, all right, Lacoste.
Yes,
you don't need
okay.
to sell them short, all right? They had something.
It's still not a stun.
I know. Damn, you got me. But no, yeah, it was an incredible game from VP, and I think it boils down to the idea that they let OG play their game, and then they punished OG with that counter aggression. So yeah, props to VP for sure.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game to watch. I think we all know who the MVP is of that game, and if you guys would say anybody other than Save, you would be mad. And we actually have Save with us right now. Congratulations, Save! What an absolute glorious victory for you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
My first question is: have you ever considered playing more Enigma?
I don't know.
I think you should. You seem to be you were a better Enigma than the Enigmas you played against in this series. It was phenomenal to watch you play the Rubik.
I mean, it's not hard to steal the black hole when you play Rubik. Like, you just see the black hole, you steal it, and then you use some blink and use it. It's not like hard.
Yeah, you make it sound easy. Talk to me about the first 3 games. It was the same 2 picks for both of the sides. Morph and Earth Spirit for them, and Lina, Sven for you. Like, why did you decide to change it up?
Yeah, we thought before the game that we can play against Morph, against their best threat. So we played it first game. We won against Morphling or Spirit, and so we thought we can beat them with Morphling. And then we dropped the same second game. We lost.
So you tried one more time?
Yeah, we tried one more time, but then we said like, well, let's ban the Morphling.
Other than the Morphling, though, was there anything from Game 2 and 3 that you felt like that you learned again about OG to then use in Game 4 and 5?
Yeah, actually, we lost the second and the third game because they placed good lanes against us. In the third game, they placed Bloodseeker against Timber, but we needed Timber against Night Stalker to win this game. If like they have Bloodseeker against Timber, we lose minute 0 actually, and that's what happened. So